This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains. How I figured.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Brooklyn 80s back with another good episode for you guys today. Today we're gonna be talking about Alyssa Thomas suspension. We're gonna be talking about the altercation with Caitlin Clark. This will be our second discussion on it. We talked about it a little bit on my last live, so we're gonna dive a little bit deeper today. And we're gonna talk about, was it an overreaction by the league? Or was it the correct response by the league? By people who actually watch women's basketball and people who don't just watch a click or highlight. So we're gonna be honest. We're gonna hold ourselves accountable. We're gonna have some integrity. I am an Angel Reese fan, but just because I'm an Angel Reese fan don't mean I'm biased. So I hate Caitlin Clark. I'll stand on a record and say, like I said yesterday, I believe it was intentional, and I believe that it was wrong to do. But I understand. I also been an avid watcher of basketball for many years, and I also understand things like this happens. It happens all the time. For whatever reason in this country, I gotta keep it. Before I get into all that, do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like the channel, hype the channel, holla at me in the comments. You already know, you holla at me, I'ma holla back. And all of the things, right? Very important. Please run the likes up. Very important. With that said, though, we already know in this country, for whatever reason, let's give it a reason. Let's say, and for ignorance, in this country, because of ignorance, for whatever reason, we believe that black skin is tougher than white skin, right? We believe that when things happen to white girls, white children, white people in general, that they hurt more than black people do, right? Unfortunately, regardless of, we all know we all human, and we all, race shouldn't be a big deal, but this is America, and we all know the history of this country. With that said, I know a lot of people see the clip of that, and it's like, oh my God, it's like, they're in pain for her, which really, if you really pay attention after the play, they said she was hurt, but she was walking around fine. It wasn't like the girl got, wheelchaired off or carted off. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, if you've been watching basketball for some time, which we know is a predominantly black sport in men's and women's, people get hit all the time, hit the floor all of the time. People fall on top of each other all the time. Even in the WNBA, there's plenty of videos. Caitlin Clark threw down Angel Reese just a year ago. You get what I'm saying? And nobody felt like Angel Reese was going to get hurt, or, we all seemed to play in Angel Reese's first season where Alyssa Thomas grabbed her by the neck and threw her to the ground. That was egregious. I didn't see, the outrage was different. Just a few weeks ago, we seen Angel Reese get thrown to the ground by another player around her neck. The outrage was different. You get what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, like I said, in this country, skin color, race, if you will, people think that the tolerance level of pain is different. But this is a basketball play that we see all the time now. Is it right? No, I don't condone it. I didn't think it was right when the bad boy Pistons had the Jordan rules, right? And they was throwing Jordan to the ground. I ain't think that was right either, right? I don't think it's right. And when it happens to Angel Reese, I don't think it's right when it happened to Caitlin Clark. So that's my stance on that. I'm seeing things out there like Alyssa Thomas might be a dirty player. Is she a dirty player? Typically, no, but she is a habitual line crosser. She crosses lines sometimes, you know what I mean? And you got some players out there that'll do that. In the men's game, there was somebody named Ron Artest, aka Meta World Peace, who would go too far sometimes. Right, I remember the one play where he elbowed James Harden in the back of his neck, right? So it's certain people who I wouldn't necessarily say is dirty players, because dirty players mean this is what you do all the time. But you got people who cross the line, which means that every once in a while they might do something, quote unquote, that we can consider dirty. That's too far that you would have to call them out for. You understand? And I feel like Alyssa Thomas is one of those players. We've seen her go after Asia Legs before. We've seen her go after Angel Reese before, and now we've seen her go after Caitlin Clark, which another thing that makes this interesting is I feel like it was intentional, but there's an argument to say that it wasn't intentional, right? If you look at the way she fell, she could make the argument that I was just trying to brace myself. Now, I don't feel that way. I feel like, she knew exactly what she was doing. Sometimes in basketball, you got to know how to get your get back within the lines of the game, a la Kennedy Carter. A few years ago, Kennedy Carter bumped Caitlin Clark, and then she didn't do it in the play of the game, so it stood out more. Whereas in a play like this, when Alyssa Thomas does something similar, she does it in the the flow of the game, where you could make an argument that, hey, I was just trying to brace my fall. But we all know in basketball, you mess with certain people, and Alyssa Thomas is one of those people you probably shouldn't mess with. When they get their get back, they get their get back. It is what it is. So I said a lot there. What am I saying? I'm saying, one, I feel like it was intentional. I'm saying, two, I feel like Alyssa Thomas was wrong. I'm saying, three, that it was a basketball play, not a basketball play. Maybe that's the wrong way. People might misinterpret what I mean by a basketball play. What I'm saying is this type of thing happens a lot in basketball. This is not foreign to basketball, is what I'm saying. And I'm saying, four, that I do think this was an overreaction. Why? Because players get hit like this all the time. Caitlin Clark is not the only one. For the people who don't watch. For the people who watch every day, you'll know that Caitlin Clark is not targeted, because this type of stuff don't happen to her every game, right? It's just sometimes you could get heated with a person like Angel Reese, right? I don't feel like all basketball players hate Angel Reese, but apparently Isabel Harrison in that Toronto Temple game had something against her that was personal. So I wouldn't put that on all WNBA players the same way I wouldn't say all WNBA players is targeting Caitlin Clark. But apparently, as Stephanie White stated in her post-game interview, they just played each other. There was some altercations in the first game, so emotions led over into the second game. And so things like this happens. So, you're Gamble. What up? What up? What's good? What's good? What's good? If you watching me, and I see some of y'all watching me, just hit the like button. You ain't gotta, if you don't want to let me know you here, if you don't want to acknowledge yourself being here, because I do get it. I'm a must watch. I am must watch TV. I get it. But if some people don't want to admit they here, that's fine by me. It's no bad blood. Just hit the like button for me. That's all I ask. It's still anonymous. You can still be anonymous. Just hit the like button. Pharaoh, what's going on, bro? Some of these people funny. I know, like, people don't want to admit they watch you, right? There's people hating. Like, it is what it is. The hate don't bother me. I'm from New York. We get hated on all the time. But you can hit the like button. You ain't got to be that much of a hater. Gamble says, I didn't see her react to the fist near her throat. So I'm in the looks worse than it was. And that's exactly what it was, Gamble. That's why my take is my take. I'm going to always be honest, and I'm going to say that was unnecessary. I got to keep it real. But at the same time, I do understand that some of us is outside, and some of us play rougher than others. Some people never had anything rough happening to them in their life. So they'll look at something like this and be like, oh my God, it's not that serious. Was it wrong? It was wrong. Yeah, she had a little fist by her neck. It wasn't enough pressure. She wasn't like putting all her weight on her like some people want to. It was, if anything, let's just say, because like I said, I do believe it was intentional. If anything, it was a warning. Because sometimes you ever had the little kid that will play too much, and sometimes you just gotta let them know how strong you really are. Like I chill, relax. It was more that. It was more just letting Caitlin know, hey, you over here playing with the big boys, because she do that a lot. Remember I said she threw Angel down last year. She do all these things, but she always protected. One of the things I've noticed that anytime she's in an altercation, You have the enforcers that get into it. You have everybody else get into it, and she gets to walk around free, hyping up the crowd. Well, this time you ain't get to walk around free. You was in the midst of it. This time you had to kind of hold your own, right? Even though it wasn't an altercation, it was more just again a basketball play, right? Y'all was falling, but you get to see the players that you poking. You poking these bears, and these bears is a lot bigger and stronger than you. That's why everybody don't play those games, right? Some people play the games of getting into it with people. Some people just say, hey, listen, I'm just here to play basketball and that's it. So Caitlin Clark needs to know if you go outside and you start playing, you know what I mean, with the defensive backs, and you start playing with the, you know what I mean, somebody might run you over on the field. If you go out there in the field with, you know what I mean, where they playing, you might get ran over. And that's what happens sometimes. She ended up getting ran over. The girl is fine, is okay. Um, I don't feel like the league should have reacted this harshly to it. I'm okay with it. It don't bother me. I'm not one of those people that's upset. Hey, you decided to react like this. This is what I'm expecting now. From now on, I'm expecting this type of reaction. Right. So that's why I feel like it's an overreaction, because they haven't reacted like this in the past. And I don't think they're going to react like this in the future. Now, the issue I have is with the refs. The refs should have prevented this. You get what I'm saying? Because if the refs would have did their job, right, and protecting the players and keeping everything, keeping the tensions out, then maybe we don't get to this point. But the refs did a bad job, and so now you got players taking things into their own hands and whatnot. Let me check the comments and see what the people saying. Terry Teller, what's good? You look new. I don't remember seeing your name before, so if you're new here, welcome to the channel. You know, we talk women's basketball over here, and I appreciate you for tapping in with me. Make sure everybody hit that like button for me. Run my likes up. I'm disappointed for real, because I ain't used to this. I'm spoiled. I'm used to my likes being, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to really be on top of that. Let's run the likes up. If I could say so myself, I think I do a good. I think I do a really good job, and I think that my content is good enough to warrant me to get, a certain amount of likes. If people don't want to support me, that's fine. And people, because there's a lot of channels you can support out here, so I have no issue with that. But as far as like the content and respect, respect is respect. You gotta respect people for doing good work. You get what I'm saying? And I feel like to be new, like I am, and to be one, the opinions, and I feel like I'm one of them. I feel like I give some of the best takes and some of the best opinions, and not even be a big dog on here. So I think people gotta at least respect the work ethic. No? Am I bugging? Holla at me in the comments and tell me, am I bugging? Tell me if you agree or disagree. Now, I do get a lot of comments of people telling me, yo, where you at? We missed the lives and all this, that, and the third. Well, here I am. So if y'all really miss it like y'all say y'all do, I need y'all to show me some love. You dig me? And the only way you're going to show me love is by subscribing to the channel, is by liking the channel. That puts me in the algorithm. Hype the channel up. Hit that hype button if you on mobile. Holla at me in the comments. I need the engagement, all of the things. You get what I'm saying? And send your boy a super chat, right? Send your boy a send them super chats. That's how you show love. So all the love that I do get from the people who do show me love on a consistent basis, though, I appreciate all you guys. You dig me? But yeah, let me get back to these comments, see what the people saying. Reddit Milky Way always show me love from day one. She's been in here. I'm always showing love. Shout out to Reddit. Reddit says, hey, Brooklyn in chat. Facts. Run them likes up, people. Hit that like button. Yes, Reddit says, hit the like button. Yes. Please. Okay. Well, nice to see you again. I don't remember the name, but definitely nice to see you again, Terry. Says she's been here before, and then she also says respect. I'm trying to get this off the stage. I could put that on the stage. Sometimes, we have trouble with technology. All right, so I got a few people in there. Let me get to my topics. I'm trying something new out. Normally, I have my topics in a whole nother tab this is all new for me. First of all, I like my equipment. I don't have my equipment yet. Hopefully, Lord willing, I have my equipment soon, so I could really get comfortable. But right now, I'm doing everything mobile. So I usually have my notes in another tab, in the notes tab, and I have to switch back screens. So it'll freeze my face on camera sometimes, all of the things. Terry says, in upstate New York. Okay, that's what's up. What part of upstate? Where you at? Where you at upstate? So it frees my face. It takes me a while to go back and forth, but now they got something on here that I haven't used yet called the teleprompter. So we're gonna see how that works out for me. Maybe the teleprompter make things work smoothly where I could get into my notes. And sometimes I do this, I don't even get into my notes. I don't feel like doing the whole thing. But let's get into the notes. So I got a question. I got a question for the chat. This is also a question for the people who watch this on the playback. And the question is, I kind of posed it. I answered it myself, but we're going to pose it for the chat. I want to know, did the league overreact or have the correct response to the backlash of the altercation between Caitlin Clark and Alyssa Thomas? What's you guys' opinion on that? Let's talk about that for a second before we move on. Terry says, born in Buffalo, relocated to NC. Oh, that's what's up. I'm actually in NC right now. Where you at in NC? I'm at my grandmother's house. That's why I don't have my equipment. Where you at in NC? But like I said, let me see what you guys think to the question though. Do you think it was a correct response to the to what happened? Do you feel like it was intentional, unintentional? So you feel like it was a correct response, or do you feel like it was an overreaction to? Okay, cool. I'm on the other side. I'm actually by Greenville. You by Greensboro. I'm by Greenville. So on the other side of the state. So that's what's up. Like I said, you already know my opinion. I feel like it was overreaction. But I'm okay with the reaction. I just feel like it's overreaction, but I'm okay with it because I'm like, listen, let's start setting precedents. If this is gonna be how we react, then let's react like this, right? All the time. You get a flagrant 2 and a 1-game suspension, right? That's how this should be the standard, right? That's how I go. Or it's either that, which is another one of my topics we get into when we get into it, but it's either the standard or is CC does Caitlin get special treatment, right? Is she treated, does she got her own set of rules? Everybody got to abide by these rules. When you get thrown to the ground, maybe we call it, maybe we don't, maybe it's flagrant 1, maybe it's flagrant 2, or right, and then if it's CC, you ought to get automatic flagrant 2 and a suspension, maybe more, maybe worse. Like, does she got her own set of rules? Or is this a standard, right? We're getting to that question when we get there. But I feel like it's an overreaction, like I said. All right, people not responding to that question in the chat, so I'm gonna just get and move on because I can't type that slow. I got a show to do. I don't got time to be waiting. I need y'all like this. I don't know if y'all pondering. I don't know if y'all pondering or what. But like I said, definitely answer that in the comments for me. Answer that question in the comments section. All right, let's move on to the next question. I kind of like this teleprompter thing. It makes it easier for me. It's more seamless. My second question is this, right? And y'all already know there's been a lot of criticism on Karl Smesko, and I've been an advocate for not criticizing him on the things that has nothing to do with him. If we're going to criticize him, let's criticize him on things that's actually in his control. So this, I feel like, is something that warrants his criticism, right? In the past, I wasn't that hard on him, and I'm still not going to be. But I do understand the people who are. Shout out to my brother Mo3, aka Trending Sports, or whatever his channel is called. I gotta get his channel so I can say it the correct way. But Mo3 feels like this is something that he deserves criticism for. So shout out to Mo3. The question is this. Stephanie White's demand for action through the media versus Smesko's doing the right thing and sending videos into the league. Is it time for Karl to change his strategy? That's the question. That's the question I got for you guys in the chat. That's the question I got for you guys who watch this on the playback in the comments. I'm going to repeat the question. Stephanie White's demand for action through the media versus Karl Smesko's doing the right thing and sending videos to the league. Is it time for Karl to change his strategy? Are we criticizing his strategy of, you know what, we're not gonna call the refs out through the media, we're not gonna make a big fuss and yell at the refs on the sideline? What we're gonna do is we're gonna compile the evidence, send it into the league, and allow the league to do they investigation and get back to us? Or should Karl Smesko be in the media calling the refs out, pointing out when Angel is being wrongfully refed or wrongfully, treated by the other players, opponents, and should he be on the sideline more vocal, calling these refs out? That's what a lot of people would like to see from Karl. I'm more on the aspect of his personality. It's his personality. Everybody not the same. If he don't feel the need to be super animated, I don't think he should be, right? It's the difference between, if you know hip hop, is a difference between a Jay-Z and a DMX. Jay-Z is more animated. Jay-Z is more laid back. So if you prefer one personality, you can't then go to somebody else and be like, be more like this person, right? You got to allow the person to be who they are. That's kind of how I look at it. But at the same time, I'm not mad at, we've seen results is results. And we've seen Stephanie get results in one game for her player. Whereas Angel Reese been dealing with all types of stuff the whole season, and it's been getting worse, if you will. So maybe Karl's strategy isn't working. Maybe it's time for him to pivot and readjust his strategy. So let me see what the people saying in the comments. Like I said, you guys answer that for me as well on the watch back. Run them likes up. I'm gonna keep reminding y'all throughout this video. Run them likes up. Terry Teller says, honestly, I don't think it was intentional. They reacted because it was her. She feels like they overreacted because it was who she is. I kind of agree. Not to say that I don't think that it was wrong or harsh. Listen, in basketball, I played basketball my whole life growing up. Sometimes you're gonna get non-contact things happen to you, like just twisting your ankle, or maybe you step on somebody's foot, twist your ankle. Sometimes somebody's gonna bump you and knock the wind out of you. It happens. Sometimes somebody might fall on you. Physical things happen in sports. So I don't feel like she was. I feel like she got some level of hurt, maybe, but it wasn't. I think it's blown out of proportion. I felt like a bigger person just fell on her, and a lot of people a lot of her fans are just like outraged. One thing I got to give credit though to CC fans is at least they regard, because I don't really know, a lot of them don't watch basketball, because you could tell they don't. Some of them are real basketball fans, but a lot of them is not. But as you can see, a lot of them don't show up until something like this happens. Right? They be disappeared, going with the wind, and something like this happened, and all of a sudden they on the front lines. And they only do it for her because, like I said, I don't see them keep the same energy for Angel, who this just happened with a few weeks ago. Maybe it's because they hate Angel. In fact, I'm lying. I did see a lot of energy for Angel, but it was on the opposite end. It was people happy that she didn't have a good field goal percentage, and people didn't even care about her being how she was handled. And then she got thrown to the ground and she could have got hurt. People didn't care about that at all. They just cared about what she was shooting in a game that was extra physical. And like even now to this day, people are so worried about a field goal percentage, but they not worried about how physical people are allowed to play her, right? And she's not allowed to be physical back, because any little touch she do, she gets called the foul, right? People could bump her and lay on her all they want, and then still call a foul on Angel. So now she got to. So it's a whole. Again, this falls on Karl Smesko. What we doing, Karl? But good, great point, Terry. Great point. Let me see what else is. Chicago, what up? Chicago Cheetah has entered the building. You know what I mean? What's going on? What's going on? Let's see what Reddit Milky Way got to say. Reddit Milky Way says, yes, she gets special treatment, but I still feel AT likely didn't intentionally. They should have just let it go, because now it seems like they only review CC files the next day. That's a fact. That's a fact. Do I feel like they should have just let it go? No, but I don't feel like they should have did the 1-game suspension. I do feel like they should have issued a flagrant, because like I said, in Angel's case, at least what did happen positively is it was a flagrant 2 issue, because what Shorty did wasn't a basketball play. What Isabel Harrison did wasn't so at least they did something. In this game, they didn't do anything. So I think it should have been a response. But a response this harsh, I think, is like a little too far. It's like, why does she have to be suspended, especially in a season where this really going to hurt Phoenix, right? Phoenix ain't been playing well, so they need to be able to stack as many games as they can. So for you to suspend her for a game, even though it's 1 game, but still, like, I don't really understand the suspension. You know what I mean? I do understand it. Let me not say I don't understand it. I do understand it, and I feel like it was unwarranted. But great point, Reddit. Chicago Cheetah says, think you've got to call I think you got to call the officiating now through the media as well, because you have to show that you're actually doing something. Okay, so that's your criticism on Karl. You saying that the way Karl doing it, because remember in CeCe's rookie season, when she had the other coach, I forget her name, when she had the other coach before Stephanie White, what she would do is what Karl is doing, and it worked. So it's like, I don't know. It worked. CeCe had 2 different coaches who complained about how she was being I guess you could say, refereed. And the first coach did it through the way Karl Smesko was doing it, which is sending videos in, and it worked. They came back and they changed the way they officiated her. And now Stephanie White is, she's the man in action through the media, and it worked. So it's like, is it just working for CeCe no matter how you do it? Or what? Because Karl is doing it the way, because remember, the criticism at that time on Teaspoon was that she's not doing anything. And I think the reason why she didn't do anything is because she knew, people treat you different. Like if you the black woman that's loud and angry and whatever, people's gonna put that tag on you. Oh, the angry black woman, right? Whereas other people could do it and it's passionate. So I think Teaspoon kind of had that she understood that, so she didn't want to play into that. And with the other coach, I'm sorry I can't remember her name, but I know who she was. The one that disappeared. CeCe done ran her off. The one that disappeared. She decided to put some footage together and send it into the league, and that then was reviewed, and then they changed the way they officiated CeCe, and that's what Karl Smesko is doing as well. But maybe he need to change his approach, because it worked for CeCe, but it's not working for Karl. At least not yet. It's been a full season, and like I said, things may have gotten worse. But that's a good point, Chicago. I agree with that. Let's see. Chicago also says, I think that you have to continue to send the videos to the league. I think you have to make sure that they understand what's happening, and you have to use the media to. Okay, so you saying use both strategies. I ain't even mad at that. At this point, let's use all the resources we have available. So I'm not even mad at that. It's a great point. Terry says he should do both or nothing. Okay, great point. Another person who says you should be doing both. So Karl, they coming for you, Karl. It's time. Like I said, I'm a fair guy. I want us to be smarter fans. So we're gonna criticize the coach. Let's not criticize the coach for things the players could do better. Let's criticize the coach for the things the coaching should be. And this is a coaching issue right here. So if people, like I say, I see my brother Mo3 in the chat. He's the one who said this is his issue, and the people agree with you, Mo. I'm gonna drop the link for you if you want to join. I know you probably don't want to be on your camera today. Listen, let me put out this disclaimer. Anybody could join my panel, right? We, as long as everybody's respectful, we can have conversations. But I want two things on my panel. I just want your sound quality to be good because I want to produce a good sounding show, and I want your camera to be on. The reason why is I've noticed, or I just feel, just my personal feeling that when I watch these shows, I watch my shows back to see how can I be better. And when I watch these shows, it just looks better. Or even when I see other people's shows, it looks better when you actually see people on camera speaking. That's why I always try to be on camera speaking to you guys. They don't never see me start a show and I have my camera off. Or if I do cut my camera off, it's for a reason, but I don't have it off for like the majority of the show or whatever the case may be, because that just looks tacky. Like you can watch that, but I want to put together the best show I can that I possibly can do. And listen, y'all see I'm up here woofing. I don't have a haircut. But that's fine. I comb my hair before I get on. I make sure my face is washed and I'm on camera. You get what I'm saying? So it's definitely doable. In other words, what I'm saying is if you are going to get on camera, you don't have to look like, you're going to do a photo shoot. You could look like your regular everyday self and it's fine. So that's to anybody who want to join the panel. You could join the panel. But I'm going to drop the link for you, Mo. Because I feel like these some good discussions, and we need to talk about it. And you always have good points. So, and anybody else who want to join, like I say, you're definitely welcome to join the panel. That's the link. You are now rocking with your boy Brooklyn 80s. You dig what I'm saying? If you're new here, like I said, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the hype button. Drop a super chat. Show me you enjoy the content. You know what I'm saying? All of the things. But let's get back into it. Let me see what the people talking about. Mo3 says, let me get your name right. Trending news and gaming and tech. Okay. Trending news and gaming and tech. I locked that in. All right. Chicago Cheetah says, I want to say this about Stephanie White team. Her team is called for the most fouls in the league. They also give the opponent more attempts at the line than any other team. Okay. So you saying they the most physical, right? They're called for the most. Or you saying you either saying they the most physical or you saying they ref the worst in saying that, right? So you could clarify that for me. And you said they also give the opponents more attempts at the line than the other team. Once again, you either saying they ref really terribly or they defend physical. You basically saying they're a really physical team or they just ref really bad. So I don't really know why you saying that. You could clear that up for me. Okay, you watching the game right now. I got you. No problem. Be well. What's going on, Be well? You already know you welcome to the panel as well. I already dropped the link. Be well says, yo, Brooklyn. Be well was good. I needed you the other day, Be well. In fact, I need you no, this is not the Ace. I was talking about the Liberty and Aces. I know that's your team, so I wanted you on that panel particularly because I like to have fans of the teams we talking about, but you already know you welcome to any panel I do. Anyway, okay, you also watching the game. Got you. Not mad at you. I was planning on doing this by myself anyway, so I'm definitely, whenever you guys is free, I want to jump up. Either the link is there or you can ask me for the link. I repost it. If not, Chrissy Size, thank you. I just saw your post. I'm about to, Be Well says, if you think AT deserved a flagrant 2, then you have to agree with the suspension because a flagrant 2 is immediate ejection. I don't think so. I think, okay, I guess because she finished the game without being suspended, they have to suspend her for a game afterwards. Okay, if that's the logic, I could roll with that. I didn't think that was the logic, right? I figured you get the flagrant 2, right? It's on your because no, I think I might be messing up flagrants in text because I think with text you get a certain amount and then you get a suspension if you get a certain amount of text with flagrant 2. So I think so. What I think that she should have got was then a flagrant 1 and then a text. You get what I'm saying? The add to the but that wouldn't make sense because you need free throws in the text. Okay, listen, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with, like I said, I don't have an issue with the punishment. I just feel like it should be the standard if this the punishment. That's all. That's my only thing with it. I didn't have an issue with the punishment. I feel like it's an overreaction, but if this the punishment, it's the punishment. It is what it is. Um, Terry Tellis says Chrissy Sides. Thank you. That's the name I couldn't remember. Chrissy Sides. Thank you so much. That's why I appreciate my chat, man. Y'all keep me honest, man. B Well says it's no secret why it's not working for Angel. There's a double standard. That's a fact. That's actually one of my questions. I mean, that's how I feel, but everybody had a right to feel how they want to feel. So I don't, that's actually one of my questions. If we get to it, we'll see. I got a lot of questions, so I'm gonna try to get to them all, but we'll get to what we get to. Ain't no rush. B. Will says, facts, Brooklyn. Put the criticism where it belongs. Absolutely. Absolutely. If it belongs to the coach, we give it to the coach. If it belongs to the players, we give it to the players. If it belongs to the ref or the league, we got to put it on them. That's how that go. Let's not blame the coach for everything because that's just silly. Reddit Milky Way says, "Be well. Yeah, she deserves a flagrant 2 and an ejection during the game. CC shouldn't be the only player to get fouls reviewed the next day, and that's a fact." And I was on Threads to your point, Reddit Milky Way. I was on Threads before I got on, and I saw somebody post a video, and a whole bunch of people was getting thrown to the ground and fell on top of. They even showed Caitlyn threw Angel down. Right? This happens a lot. Right? It happens a lot. So that's why I feel like it's overreaction. I feel like who it happened to made people like look at it like, whoa, right? Ooh. They trying to hurt her, like we've been here before, and then Stephen A's back on ESPN with the same narrative of everybody resents Caitlyn. And listen, here's the truth. Do some people resent her? I'm sure. Everybody is not like that in this world. But do everybody resent her? No. You could just tell, like, most people don't care about her. And vice versa. It's not like her, just most people is doing them. Like, Kalia Kopp is not walking around thinking about Caitlyn. Chelsea Gray is not walking around thinking about Caitlyn. I can assure you. Who else? Jackie Young is not walking around thinking about Caitlyn. They're not. Even Alyssa Thomas, I don't believe, was walking around thinking about Caitlyn, but sometimes, we cross paths, we get into it. Like, but people will make it into something it's not to, all these girls hate her, they jealous because she's white and straight. And, they put all these things on and it's like, stop it. Like, we cut it out. B. Wells says, yeah, but Reddit, the refs didn't see any of it during the game. Since they reviewed it and upgraded it, suspension is the right penalty. But to be clear, I don't believe it should have been upgraded. B. Will gives thumbs up. B. Will says, I don't know if they have to suspend, but in my opinion, it's reasonable that they did. Okay, listen, I ain't mad at it. Like I said, my thing, if y'all been following me for the past 2 years, y'all know I keep things even. I don't really move the goalposts like that. My main issue with most of the stuff we talk about when it comes to issues across the board on here is let's keep the same energy. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with keeping it like this is the standard. Rules is the best. Rules is one of the best things we can have, as people, especially in sports, right? Because we know, like, especially as men, right? Men need rules to be governed by because it's like we like to know, like, this is what it is. Once those lines get blurred and start to become foggy, it's just like, what we really doing? It needs to be guidelines of this is why we do things. And everybody could abide by that and it'd be cool. So if this is the standard, if this needs to be the standard, then great. This will be the standard. Let me fix the camera real quick. The layout. Bomb. Was good, bro. Everybody welcome. Hold on. Watch this. Let me get in my producing bag. I haven't done this. It's also something new I want to try out. Let me see. Let me see. Everybody welcome my brother Be Well to the channel. Yeah, what's going on, brother? What you got? Now, I know you came up here because there's something on your mind.
Oh no, man. So of course it's something on my mind, but I just wanted to clarify because so you and I are saying the same thing. Is that
right.
I believe at the most it should have been a flagrant one. To me,
right.
At the most, if you're gonna review it and upgrade it, call it something that it was, it should have been a flagrant one because everything about that play was basketball.
Yeah. And another thing to your point, Be Well, I believe a flagrant 2 means excessive. You can't really prove that here because she was literally like even though I personally feel like it was intentional and we playing devil's advocate, right? And let's just say I believe it wasn't intentional. You could make an argument she was literally falling, trying to catch her body weight and then get up. Like you could really make that argument. So it was like it's hard to really say was it intentional or not, right? Because certain things you could look at and be like, no, that's clearly intentional. There's other things you could look at and be like, I feel like it's intentional personally, but it's an argument to be made. So I agree with you.
Hey, Brooklyn, not to bring up old stuff, and we don't have to revisit it, but that was my stance.
I don't mind doing that because my show is all about context. So yes, bring up old stuff, and yes, let's revisit. We're talking about. You already know. We talked about this the other day. Part of what we do is to entertain the people, right? So if this has context, because I already know where you're going. If this has and I already brought it up myself, so I'll be a hypocrite to tell you not to do it. But if this has context to what happened with Angel Reese, right? We got to bring that conversation back up. So go ahead.
Man. So to that point, then I feel the way you feel about this thing with AT. That's how I felt about Izzy. Right? You feel like it was intentional, right? I don't feel like Izzy was intentional. I think the result of the play turned out to be a flagrant 2, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was malice behind it in that moment. In that moment, I watched the replay multiple times, and what I could see,
she was fighting for the ball.
A very similar thing. She went for the ball, right? And it would have been a hard foul, right? Even in that moment, if they had stayed on their feet, it might have turned out there would have been enough for a flagrant 1 call. But what happened was Angel, in making her move, she brought her feet together. So she's moving toward Izzy, brought her feet together. So Angel now falls off balance. She makes contact with Izzy while she's falling off balance. So now what's happening? Izzy's falling off balance. So she's already making the play for the ball, and then she's falling backwards. So to me, she just reached out to grab to prevent herself from falling. It took them both down, and so that's how I see it. I understand how other people may not see it that way, but that's how I see it.
All right,
that's all I'm saying. Like, that's
cool, and I got it. Now let me rebut what you're saying, right? I don't have no issue with what you're saying. You know how I am. Your opinion is your opinion. But I think the clear differences with this, and I'm gonna be transparent and honest and say I didn't watch the game, the Fever Phoenix game, so I could have something off. And if I do, if you watched it or anybody else watched it, please correct me. Right? I like to hold myself accountable. I ain't like these other people on here that just be acting like they always right all the time. That's not me. I could be wrong about this. So if I'm wrong, correct me. Hold me accountable. With that said. In the Toronto Tempo game and the Dream game, we see, to your point, even if you want to see it from the beginning of the game, at some point we seen some fire brewing in that game, right? And we seen it come to a head, to a boiling point. And in that play, we seen Izzy was beat, and we seen Izzy try to recover and didn't want to be beat. So she, like you said, she went for a hard foul that happened to have to be because she was beat over Angel's neck and pull her to the ground. So because of everything that led up to that point, right? But in hindsight, we could use this as well. Because again, remember I said nobody had that on their bingo card that, oh, Izzy and Angel going to be this great matchup today, right? But in hindsight, we could use the history between the two players because there's history there. We can use the temperatures rising throughout the game, and we could use the actual foul on what Izzy did. All for me to say a flagrant 2 was warranted in that situation. In this particular situation, I know they had the issue from the game before, but from what I understood from watching the clip that I saw, now I could be wrong because I didn't watch the whole game, but in watching the clip that I saw, it looked like a basketball play where it wasn't nothing going on before that. It looked like Alyssa Thomas was going for the ball, right? Caitlin kicks the ball out. So that's really what people got upset about because they like she wasn't even going for the ball. Well, that's because Caitlin threw the ball away. Like who could react that fast, right? Caitlin had kicked the ball. Like I guess she wanted her teammate to get the ball or whatever. Anyway, Alyssa Thomas' momentum was pulling her forward. She had to somehow stop her momentum, which had to be on top of Caitlin Clark because Caitlin Clark was there. And then she got up and ran the other way. So it wasn't like no elongate thing. It was just like an altercation that happens that some of us as basketball players know that when these things happen, it's like a slam dunk. It's like, oh, I get to get my elbow off right here, right? So I think that went through Alyssa Thomas' mind. Like, okay, I get to like nudge her a little bit. I get to put my weight into her a little bit, right? So I think that went through her mind, but it wasn't like a full follow through like the Izzy Harrison thing. So I do think it's a difference, even though it's similar. I do think it's a difference. Once again, not matter how you feel about it, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, so for me, it's they're similar, but there is a difference. You're 100% right. I don't think they're so. If I gave the impression that I think they're the same, that's not what I meant. They are similar to me in assigning malice, right? To me, in assigning malice to both of those situations, they're similar because you're assigning what happened in that moment and connecting it to things that have happened in the past, right? And so I'll tell you that I did. I literally just watched the game, the Fever and Tempo game.
And did you see both, or you just saw the one? Because I know it was an altercation in the first one too, with the one like where everything started at.
I saw the first one a couple of days ago.
Okay, so you familiar with both games? Because again, it's all context. All this is context.
Yeah. I saw both games, and there was a lot of contact that in particular in the second game, because of everything that happened in the first game. In my opinion, the ref should have been calling this game closer.
That was going to be my next question to you. Okay, I want you to finish, but my next question, I'm going to just say it so you can hear it. My next question is the refs, should the refs be getting more, be being held accountable more because of, what I mean? Because this is really a ref thing that the refs is not, and this is a league-wide thing. Every team, everybody that's a fan of every team in the WNBA have ref complaints. So it's a league-wide thing. Should we be holding the refs more accountable for this altercation than we are holding, because right now we're holding Alyssa Thomas accountable, or we're saying that Caitlin is overreacting or the league is overreacting. Should the refs be getting more blame is my question. But finish what you're saying and we'll get into that.
Yeah, I mean, so again, and your point is valid. But what I was saying is they're similar in we're assigning malice based on things that happened previously, right? And for me, on both of those plays, what I can separate out what happened, what I see with my eyes happening on the play and on the review from multiple angles, and I will say this: you can't find nowhere. It's very few. It's very few videos that actually show the wide view and in real time and slowed down. Very few videos that show that. All of the videos show the slow motion replay. Very
which I find, not to cut you off, but I find that very common in CC, like altercations. There's always a specific video they want you to see, whether it's so you could see how she's at fault or not how she's at fault, so you can see how the other player either did something or something she did, and they cutting it out and not showing what she did, if that makes sense. But yeah.
Yep. And because it's Brooklyn, for me, it's dishonest. It's dishonest, and people show these clips as if they're showing some kind of factual event. And if you're gonna, like, there was one brother who I like his channel, and I even said to him, bro, much love to you, bro, but that's this being dishonest, because he called it a film study, but all he did was show the same zoomed in view, and there's a wide angle view that's available out there. You can see it. If you want to, you can just go back to the game and video capture it yourself, right? So you can see what actually happened. People talking about, oh well, it wasn't a loose ball because Caitlin, the ball was 10 feet away. No, it wasn't. And I'm not even sure that Caitlin kicked the ball out as much as the ball was loose, and when they were on the ground, I think honestly, from the wide angle view, it looks like when DB landed, she is the one who kind of kicked it out. But it's possible.
I just know that's. Thank you for clarifying that. All I know is from what I've seen and from what I heard people say is people are saying things like it's not it wasn't an on the ball play because the ball was out, but that's because the ball got hit. Originally, the start of the play, to your point, the start of the play, CeCe had the ball. Now, what happened when she hit the ground, whether she kicked it out or DB kicked it out, the ball ended up getting kicked out. And then so that's why people was like more mad at Alyssa Thomas. They trying to make it like, oh, she clearly just went after CeCe, like she didn't have the ball. No, she had the ball, and then the ball got knocked out. So thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, when DB and AT went down to the ground, the ball was still very close to Caitlin. They were going for the loose ball. It's clear, dude. It's clear when you look at it from the wide view. It's clear. The ball didn't get kicked out until they were both on the ground. Right. And so
Real Money. Let me say this to Real Money. I forgot to tell you last night. I want you to continue, Beware. I'm not cutting you off. Real Money, for the future reference, if you're not prepared tonight, it's cool. Future reference, I want everybody that comes up on the panel to have their camera on, only because it's better like production. I meant to tell you that last night, but we was having a conversation, we never got into it. So I wanted to make sure I get it in now before I forget. But yeah, Beware.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and land my plane on this. So just to wrap up again, what I saw in the replay. So the people are saying that AT did three things, right? She landed on Caitlin. She kneed her in the groin, and she stumped on her. She used her fist and punched her in the neck, and she stumped on her when she got up. None of that is true when you look at it from the wide view, especially when you run it.
Yeah, it's all clickbait.
It is because AT.
Even when people, the worst one, not to cut you off, but the worst one I see is people saying that Alyssa punched her in the neck. Like, yeah, he had a ball fist, but she didn't punch her in the neck. Come on, but it's so people could click. I get it. I understand.
Her fist clearly slid off her arm onto her neck. Nothing was that part. There was nothing intentional about
anything. She was bracing herself. Like you could tell she was doing that. Now, whether you feel like she did it intentionally or not, because we all know we could be doing this to, you know what I mean? So you could say whether it was intentional or not, but it was clearly a brace.
Yeah. And then two, the fact that they say that AT stumped on the girl, when you look at it from the wide view, once AT got up, the ball was still in.
I didn't see that. I seen Caitlin move, but Alyssa just got up and ran the other way. Like she didn't stomp on her.
Well, Brooklyn, that's not even accurate. Like what actually happened is once AT got up, the ball was still in play. AB shot a shot, and the rebound was coming off. AT got up, the ball was in the air. AT looked down at Caitlin to step over her, looked back up at the rim as the ball was coming off, and then proceeded to again intentionally not step on her. Like she deliberately avoided stepping on CC. Like, and
right.
people are making
And I
it seem
saw
like
that. I saw she was trying to see where she was at so she wouldn't step on her. I saw that.
All of this is the imaginary version. All of this is the imaginary version. This is the plea for AT. This the imaginary.
Okay,
plea
listen,
for AT
listen,
version.
real. You know, everybody got a voice on my channel, real. So if that's how you feel, just let him finish, and then you tell your version.
Yeah, and the last thing I'm gonna say about it, again, back to my point, is assigning malice to both of those events, Izzy and AT. Again, if you look at it and just believe what your eyes see, well, when I look at it and I believe what my eyes see, I don't see intent, and I certainly don't see intent that can be proven. Right? Only people who know what their intent was AT and Izzy, in my opinion. Right? So to assign intent, I think that's a little bit. I think that you can assign intent based on your preconceived notions, but not based on what actually happened in the play. And again, Brooklyn, if that's how you saw it, I'm like you. I'm not gonna argue it because that's your opinion, right? I'm just saying that there is that aspect of bringing our own personal preconceived notions into a play and seeing how we.
I can't. You're right. I can't argue that. The reason why I'm saying intent is because of my years of watching basketball and knowing when things get physical. Like you know when you could get away with something in basketball. Like that's just it is what it is. So I just felt like this is one of those moments. I could be wrong though. I'm also one of the people who does not mind saying, "Yo, I might be wrong about this, but this is how I feel." You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying because I feel like Alyssa Thomas was intentional, that Alyssa Thomas was intentional. She could say, no, this is just how gravity took me. And I have to respect what she say. But for me watching it and having my basketball knowledge and knowing what I've seen over the years, I gotta say I feel like it was intentional. But I don't feel when I say intentional, I don't think her intentions was to hurt Caitlin. Sometimes players give warnings. Sometimes people give warnings. That's why the example I used earlier, just a few seconds ago, is like if you got a bad little kid around you and they playing with you a little too much, sometimes you might have to shake them up and just let them know how strong you are. Like, listen, relax. I'm not your mother. Relax. You give the warning out. So I feel like it was more that, in my opinion, but I could be wrong. Get be well.
I'm actually, this is the last thing I'm gonna say about it, and then I'm gonna give Real Money the floor. But the last thing I'm gonna say about it is, as far as like, I've actually seen people in comments talking about what Izzy did to Angel was worse than what AT did to Angel 2 years ago. If you say that and look at those two plays, I can't take you seriously.
Yeah, I can't take you seriously. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I can't take you seriously. Go ahead, Real Money. What's up, brother?
Real Money, really quick before you get started. Let me hold on, Real. Before you get started, Real, let me get to these comments real quick, and then you go after that. I just want to see what the people saying real quick. Reddit Milky Way says exactly, Brooklyn. You know how many flagrant twos would be thrown out if we got to review the next day? That's a fact. Because this one, B Will was still in the chat. He says facts. Everything about that play was basketball. That's why it shouldn't have been a flagrant two, in my opinion. All right. Reddit Milky Way also says, I feel they need to make a rule saying three flagrant two. Okay, 3 flagrant twos in 3 years means you are barred from something or a weaker suspension. Okay, I like it. Reddit coming up with rules. Be Will says, Be Will. Reddit Milky Way says, Be Will. Will go for the ball and intentionally hurt people to play it off. You think she might be talking about Alyssa Thomas? She said, be well, people. Oh, she said people. Okay, she's just saying in general. She said, be well, people will go for the ball and intentionally hurt people and play it off. That's a fact. I don't think that Alyssa Thomas, in my opinion, wasn't necessarily trying to hurt Caitlyn, but I do think she was sending a warning. I do. Red and Milky Way says, I believe that what Izzy did, you can watch how she pulled on the ground. She tried to be slick. Now that's a fact. You can even see it in her face, her intentions. You could tell it was something there. And plus, we saw it in the game. Something was brewing. Red and Milky Way says, I use the history with AT. Yeah, you got to use the history. This ain't AT's first offense. We know that. BJ, what up, BJ? BJ says, what up, brother? What up, brothers? BJ in the chat. BJ is in the building. BJ is in the building. BJ also says, "Be well. I'm following you. I think AT was going for the ball. Yeah, no, I think everybody knows when the play first started, she was definitely going for the ball. So I think she was going for the ball, but I think she was also sending a message, in my opinion. I could be wrong. BJ says, I see the exact same thing. Gamble says, if you see the wide view, you see AT was not paying attention to anything but where the ball was. I do agree with that. I do think she was going for the ball, and while going for the ball, she got a little get back. We do that sometimes. Red and Milky Way says, I didn't see her stomp over. I didn't see her stomp over her. I saw AT step over her. Okay. I'm almost done. Let me just get to the rest of these, and then you got the floor. Let me see. Where was I? See a stop over. Gamble says exactly what I seen going for the ball. Someone shot the ball and rebound. AC across. She could have stepped over. All right. No. Okay. You good. Real money.
For anybody to be sitting here saying,
and I appreciate you really quick. I appreciate you for turning your camera on too, real money.
Oh yeah, cool. For anybody to be sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, it's wrong for suspension," or it's wrong for the league to look back on this because they ain't look back on nothing else, bro. We literally just seen. I don't care if people saying it's in frozen time, in real time, in past time, in dinosaur time. You fouled a player. You literally need them in the crotch and leaned up off their neck with your fist. Whoever got up off the ground with their fist?
I have.
Who literally ever gets up off the ground in a basketball game with their fist like, oh yeah, this is how
Football.
I get up.
Football.
Then you step over me. You step over me to show like you do a 2K move on me and step over me to show like, yeah, this is dominance over you. You know what's going on, yeah. And they ain't gonna call nothing right now, neither. Yeah, they ain't called nothing for you either, did they? Like this was she was. I'm telling you, I told you in real time last night what I tell you. I said the league gonna look back at that. She getting suspended. I'm telling you, I seen it. The way CC stayed on the ground and sat there for a second, like what the fuck? Y'all literally just let her do this. Then she didn't go back in the game. We already knew she was hurt when she went back in the game for the little while. She was already hurt then. She was just trying to play through it to make it seem like, oh yeah, y'all didn't hurt me with that little shit. But she was really already hurt, bro. Like she just had to play through it a little bit and was over there scratching out.
Also, I was right because you told me yesterday. You said that's what she had left the game. So she did play a little bit after that, though.
The coach literally Stephanie White was trying to make it seem like it wasn't no big deal. So she wasn't going back and forth to her, trying to like talk to her and stuff. She was sending the defensive coach to her to talk to her, like back and forth. Brienne January were going back and forth, relaying messages from CC back to Stephanie White. What Stephanie White saying back to CC, like. And then that's where she went over. That when Stephanie White, we seen a little clip when she broke from the little huddle that the coach was having and went over there and told CC like, yeah, just get up because I got to try to game plan for the rest of the game, which you literally gave away. And they called an egregious, weird call on Kelsey Mitchell, like an offensive foul. When she tied the game up and hit the bucket like from the free throw a little midi. They called an offensive foul, like on because Khalil Copper threw her head back the whole game. Like we don't see no other players flopping in this league. We just seen Khalil Copper flop like 5 times in that game. They put on a long ponytail so their hair can move every time their neck move. They put that long ponytail on so they can get their flop on.
You saying the ponytail strategy?
Yeah, it's a strategy so they can flop. I'm looking at it. I'm seeing it. Bro, she
Who's the
got hit by Lil Boston.
most
Her
famous
head didn't even
ponytail
go
wearer
back that
in
hard
women is
at first.
Caitlin Clark. So you might be right.
She
You might be onto something.
I'm telling you, she double clutched her chin and flopped her head 2 times. I done seen it in slow motion from all type of angles. Leah Boston elbow didn't even hit her in the chin that hard. We done seen these players just literally flop and fake grab a little spot. Soon the referee make the call, they ain't grabbing the spot no more. They running back down, getting on defense or offense now. Like, come on, bro. We see this in every game.
Hey,
As
real
far
money.
as
Can I
that,
ask you a question?
as far as what's going on with, as far as what AT did, bro, we already knew she was getting suspended, and now
Well, let
we
me
all know
just say
this.
this to both
But
of y'all. When y'all finish saying whatever y'all got to say, I got questions today. So when y'all
okay,
done and y'all get out
look,
whatever y'all got to get out, I'm gonna go through the questions and then y'all chime in more because I got questions about
okay.
different things.
Listen to this though. Did I not say that she getting suspended last night? Yes, we
Absolutely,
okay. Yeah, we came up
I
with that.
didn't disagree with you.
Now, guess what? But guess what now though? Guess what now? Now she on notice. She on notice and probation now to like you do one more thing. And Nate Tibbetts, the Suns organization, the Phoenix Mercury organization, nobody ain't gonna be able to save you. The next time you do something to that girl, yes, that little white girl who the league, who all y'all don't like that. Well, I ain't gonna say everybody. A couple of selected players don't really like that. Yeah, next time you
That's
do
actually
something
one
to
of my
her,
questions.
you
We're
know
gonna get
that
into
girl
it.
who on every commercial, who on a commercial right now. You know that girl right there who on that commercial right there right now. You know you do something to her one more time, and we ain't gonna. You might as well be getting your series packet together, because it's over with. Like I'm telling you, I'm trying to tell you, boss. I'm trying to tell you what I know now. Brooklyn, I'm telling you, that's what's going on.
Can I
She
ask you a
do one
question,
more
real money?
thing, she out the league. It's over with.
Can I ask you a question, real money?
Yeah.
So, what has the fever said is the nature of Caitlin Clark's injury?
What kind of what?
What has the fever said is the nature of Caitlin Clark's injury?
You said what? I ain't hear you. What you say? You said what?
You said, what did the fever say is the nature of Caitlin Clark's injury?
What did they say? The nature? They already said it's a back injury.
Okay, so what happened to Caitlin Clark's back in that play? Because I'm gonna tell you what I saw, and Caitlin Clark didn't go directly out of the game. She didn't get up limping. She didn't get up gimpy or holding her back.
That doesn't matter.
Sure it does. Because I'm gonna tell you why.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
on the subsequent play, I think it was like one or two plays later, one or two Indiana possession later, she got fouled on a 3-pointer, which should have been a reckless closeout. It should have been upgraded. It wasn't, but she got fouled on that reckless closeout. She fell to the ground and immediately held her back. Right. So to
We
me, that's
literally
that's that's the play
guess
that
what the
she got
thing
hurt.
is. The thing about that is, it don't matter when she got hurt. It don't matter who hurt her. We
Why?
see
You
AT,
just
a
said it
player
did.
with history of doing these flagrant fouls on all type of players, dirty player. We know she know how to do all the little positions to try to hurt a player. We done seen her do this too much. It's over with. I'm telling you, like, this
It
suspension
matters
is
because
just
it
she
matters
never
because
been suspended for nothing she done did, right?
she has. Well, she's been ejected.
She's
So
never been
it does.
suspended for nothing that she's done, right?
So she got suspended because they ruled it a flagrant two, and the game was
She's
over.
never okay, but
The
she's
flagrant
never
two.
Really
literally
quick. Hold
been
on, really
Let me
quick.
suspended for
finish. Let
nothing
me
I
she's
wanna,
finish.
done,
I
right?
wanna, hold on, really quick. I wanna apologize as I didn't welcome Real Money up here the right way. I wanna welcome Real Money to the panel.
I'm
I'm
telling you,
producing.
what we just seen. We just seen a new chapter of a new book get opened. Where the old guard, you're not gonna do this anymore. No. What you just did to her is not okay anymore. No, that's not okay
Listen,
anymore.
everybody hit the like button. Run the likes up for me. Subscribe to the channel.
That's not okay. What she did, they're putting it on notice that that's not okay to do anymore. Like you used to
Real
be
money.
able to do that when we didn't have 1,000,000+ people watching us every day. You could do that because nobody cared. But now that we actually got people watching us, and a girl who literally is on every commercial, every other commercial when our games is on, who got all the crazy biggest endorsements, you're not gonna do that to her because AT, just being real, we don't care about you like that. Like, just
So
being real, the WNBA letting her know, like, we don't care about you like that. We will put you out as Will Tamika catches you. We'll goddamn Tina charge you. We'll Tina charge you right now.
So real money. So I don't disagree with you said. A message has been sent by the W. Okay, fine, no problem. You can feel how you want to feel about the intentionality behind the play. But what you said was, and the reason I brought up my question, what you said was that's when Caitlin Clark got hurt. I didn't say that's when Caitlin Clark got hurt. You said that's when the Caitlin Clark got hurt, and I just brought uh I don't want
What
to say
do when she
evidence
got
because
hurt got to do with
I'm not trying to
anything?
prove it. I'm not because you said it. You said it. So you can't now
What
say
does when she got
I'm
hurt have
being
to
with
do
it.
with
I'm
anything?
speak on that, and
you
right.
brought
Listen,
it
I'm just
up.
happy they got their cameras on, Ghost. But yeah,
You,
in the
you
future,
brought it.
everybody's gonna be in a well lit. Like I said, we're gonna put on a good show. But right now, it's
I'm
cool.
sorry.
Nah, y'all
I'm
good.
sorry
Y'all
about
good.
that.
I'm trying to figure
Y'all
But
out
good. Y'all
what
good.
does
it
I'm
matters.
trying to figure out what
It
does
matters
when
Also, to both of y'all,
because you
please
brought
she
it
got
up.
hold
hurt have to
really
You
do
quick.
with
This is to both of
anything,
y'all.
MSF?
Please do me a favor and wrap this up because, like I said, I want to get into these questions where y'all will be able to go back and forth.
oh,
And
go
even
ahead, man.
once we get into those questions, my request to you guys is this: if y'all are listen, y'all could just answer it without challenging each other, right? Y'all could just say, "This is my answer. This is my answer." If y'all are gonna challenge each other though on the answer, keep it short so we can move on to the next question. You feel me? Because I got questions I want to get into. But get and wrap this up. We're gonna get into the questions and then let's keep it flowing.
I'm done. That was again for me. It was you brought up when she
Dirty
got
player,
hurt.
dog. Dirty player. Dirty
All right.
player. Period.
I bet we're gonna get into the questions off of that. Let's skip that one. All right, we're gonna start with the one that I already asked you. I wasn't on the panel, so we're gonna start with that one to get both of y'all opinions. And I think y'all kind of already answered it, so y'all could just really be brief and then we'll move on. My question is: did the league overreact or have the correct response to the backlash of the altercation between Caitlin Clark and Alyssa Thomas?
They had the right response, bro. They responded.
I think they overreacted.
Y'all
The
want to
biggest,
elaborate? Y'all can. If not, I'm going on to the next question.
the biggest star. She's arguably the big. She's arguably the biggest thing that ever happened. Got 2 games. But go
Mm.
ahead, MSL.
So
Oh,
if
that's B Will. MSL not on the chat. It's B Will you
I
talking
mean,
to.
be well, damn, be well. I'm tripping. Go ahead, be
oh, you
well.
good, bro? You good, brother? But so here's what I'll say to that. Real money is if Caitlin Clark is the biggest star, then Angel Reese is certainly the second biggest star, and there was
Hey,
no, there was no, there was no, there was no message sent after the flagrant foul was made on
hey.
Angel, right? So
I want
like the
this.
league didn't send a
It's just
message.
like
The league
it's
didn't
just
send a
like
message on that.
you remember you, and then this that's the correct because know why they did that because they trying to do the separation thing like hey every time we say CC just broke this record, yeah, but she needs to acknowledge the people that came before her who broke their record before her. We got to keep we that's why they doing this. They telling you to stop saying that now. Don't say that anymore. We're
They've been
letting
saying
you know she's important, but we're letting you know she's important. She's important, but we're letting you know she's important.
Okay, that's
You
actually
get
going
the
to be one of
difference
my
between
questions. We're
how I'm
going to get
saying it?
into. That's actually going to be one of the.
Between how I'm saying it though.
MSL get brought up.
So what you're saying is Angel Reese is not important.
He's saying his levels. He's saying Angel Reese is important, and Caitlin Clark is more important.
What'd you say?
I said
say it again,
Angel Reese is important. Angel Wilson is. I said Angel Reese is important. Angel Wilson is important. But when they see CC, it like they turn to some cartoon characters with the dollar sign in their eyes and they light up and say she's
just to let you know, real money. I don't know if it's a better spot you can move to in your house, but every once in a while your internet gets shaky when you're talking. Just letting you know, giving you a heads up. It wasn't like that yesterday. Yesterday you was clear, but today is like it's going in and out. But I'm gonna move on to the next question because some of these things y'all talking about is questions I have anyway, right? So my next question is this: is Caitlin Clark officiated the same or differently than the rest of the league? Also, let me say this. When I ask these questions, it's to my people on the panel, but if y'all want to answer it in the chat, feel more than welcome to answer it in the chat. And the people who watch this on the playback, definitely write in the comments what's your answers to these questions. We want to know in the comments, if you're watching this on the playback, what do you think as well? So these questions are also to you in the comments. Also, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, hit the hype button, all of the things. I'm going to repeat the question for you guys. The question is Caitlin Clark officiated the same or differently than the rest of the league? Anybody can go first. I can give my opinion if y'all want. I could go first, last, however y'all wanted to go.
Whatever you want, man.
It's up to y'all. It's up to how passionate y'all feel. I thought I was gonna be up here by myself. I was gonna answer them by myself, but I'd rather have a panel anyway. So
we know. Look, we know she's not officiating the same because of what reason? Because
you tell me. This is your opinion. You tell me.
I didn't hear.
We just look. You know it was the head referee who missed the call, right? The head, the Angelica Suffering, the head of the referee committee. You know that's the one who missed the call, right? Angelica Suffering, the one with the shaved head, who been officiating the girl since college. This the same one been officiating her since college.
Real money.
Oh, we lost him. Yeah, give your opinion. He probably come back. Give your opinion on you want me to repeat it? You got it.
I got it. So for me, I think it's hard to say because the officiating is so inconsistent, period, across the league. I feel like sometimes they call bogus fouls on Caitlin. Sometimes they don't call obvious fouls committed against Caitlin, right? Sometimes they don't call obvious fouls that Caitlin commits, and sometimes they call, so it's back and forth, right? But I personally don't believe. I don't have enough evidence via the eye test to believe that she's officiated egregiously different than the rest of the league. I think the league, unfortunately, the refs are inconsistent, period, across the league.
Okay,
any reckless closeout supposed to be reviewed. We done saw reckless closeouts not even be reviewed when it comes to this girl,
man. And so if you watch enough games, you see the same thing in other games, real money.
Man,
that's what I'm saying.
No.
Do you watch enough games? Do you watch enough games?
Yes, I'm watching the game right now. I just watched another game earlier. Marina maybe just scored 53.
This year, Ghost.
Huh?
Now I was responding to Ghost.
Nah, Marina Mabry just scored 53. I just watched that game. I watched the game the other day. Yeah, I watched the one the other day when they didn't call all the calls for it. When they cheated when it was tied up, when Kelsey Mitchell hit the goddamn game winner, the center. If CC would have been in that game would have been over anyway because she was on a heater. She had 19 in the first half, and 9 assists in the first half, on some otherworldly stuff, just doing whatever she want to do to them. They couldn't stop her. Alyssa Thomas took that opportunity to fall on her and just do something to shake her up right then. She knew she had to do something to shake her up, or they was finna be a meme. They was about to become a meme.
We've also seen CC go crazy in the first half and do nothing in the second. So okay,
What did she?
So
She
my
didn't
take,
play
hold on,
nothing.
y'all
She
gonna get
didn't
in. I
play
don't
the
want y'all to
second
argue
half.
because we're gonna get into more questions. My take is this.
go ahead, Brooklyn.
My take is this. Do I feel like that Caitlyn gets ref? Let me make sure I got my own question right. What did I say? Is Caitlin Clark officiated the same or differently than the rest of the league? I do feel like she's officiated differently. I feel like for the most part, Caitlin Clark gets a superstar whistle. And where do I get that from? Because Caitlin Clark is the only player, we spoke about it yesterday, Real. She's the only player I know that could go into the ref's face and clap at them and tell
That's
them
true.
what to do and curse them out and nothing happens. Right? With that said, do Caitlin Clark get missed calls sometimes? Of course. I think that's more of a ref thing because, like I said, one thing that we all can agree on every team, no matter who you are a fan of, we all look at the refs. Like I said, even in the game when we play Indiana Real Money, I was looking at calls that they called against Indiana, and I said that's not a call. So it's like I think the refs is just bad. But do Caitlin Clark get a special whistle that nobody else get? I think so. I think she get officiated
Do
differently.
she deserve it?
Do I feel like she? I feel. This is my opinion.
Nobody deserves it.
I must. No. That's not how I feel. This is my opinion. Yes, I feel like superstars deserve a superstar
Yes.
call. So is she a
Yes.
superstar? I do feel like
Yes.
she's a superstar and she deserve it.
Yes.
But I don't feel like she's the only superstar. I feel like she's the only one that get that whistle. I feel like Paige should get it. I feel like Angel
Paige ain't
should
no
get it. I
superstar.
feel like
Paige
yes,
not
she
a
is.
superstar.
Okay. Well, we not gonna argue. I'm gonna get it to the next question.
Let me give you an example of let
Yeah,
me give
yeah.
you
You
one
give me the
example.
example, and we're gonna get into the
I'm
next
just gonna give
question.
you one example of why she get that whistle because what she just did, she just literally gave Sydney Colson more goddamn clout than she ever had in her whole life being a bench player for Vegas, and she got trophies with them and everything. She just gave Sydney Colson more clout than she ever had. Ari
Cut it out.
McDonald, when she come off
Cut it out.
injury, when Ari McDonald come off injury, she gonna be able to get on the team with somebody.
Cut it
We
out.
Listen,
just
man. Let me get to
seen
the money.
Aaliyah
That's
Boston
actually not
who
true.
been doing her thing ever since South Carolina, doing her thing. I'm talking about since South Carolina was rookie of the year and everything. Did you hear about her being rookie of the year before any of that? Did you know she was rookie? I mean, you probably knew she's rookie of the year, but you didn't hear it ostracized like it is. Like
Did you?
just countless stuff, bro. Sophie Cunningham. Now
Listen,
you got
listen.
a
Let me get. Hold
podcast.
on,
What's
hold on. Let me
going
get
down?
to the money. Let me get to the money real quick.
Like
BJ,
all type of
shout out,
shit.
shout out to BJ for the $2 super chat. BJ says Angel Reese has the worst whistle in a W.
That's a fact.
I tend to agree. I was gonna say no because I feel like there's other people in that category, Aaliyah Boston being one of them. But I think Angel Reese does have the worst though. She get the worst whistle. It's crazy. So shout out to BJ for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Real money.
I'm telling you, like, bro, we sit here and we cry about her having a whistle. We don't cry about the whistle Stewie got. We don't cry about the whistle Asia got. Sabrina got. Know why we don't cry about them who get that whistle and they get it all the time? Because we're used to them. Their household, their names that we used to, we're comfortable with them having it. We're not comfortable with CC having that type of whistle. We
So
don't
look, let
want
me
her
stop
to
you
have
right
that
there.
type of same whistle that Asia
Real,
got, that
real.
Stewie got.
I'm gonna actually stop you right there only because my next question is like an add on to this question, so you can keep going. All right. My next question is this, and it's kind of you kind of pertained there to it already. My question is this for the chat, for the people on the watch back. My question is this: should Caitlin Clark have a special whistle because of the money and attention that she's bringing to the league? Okay, real, because
So
I know you want to elaborate what you
You
was saying.
said shit. Should she had a
I'm gonna
special
repeat
whistle
it. I'm gonna
just
repeat it.
cause?
Listen,
No, I'm
listen.
saying
This
I
is
know. I'm saying
no,
I
but
heard
I
the
just want to
question.
repeat it anyway for the chat for everybody. I want to repeat it for the chat and for anybody on the watch back. Should Caitlin Clark have a special whistle because of the money and attention she's bringing into the league?
No, she not having no special whistle because of money and attention. She having a special whistle because all players of that caliber get that type of whistle. Like when you got that high ball usage, you drive into the paint that much, you get that type of physicality on defense played against you, you get that type of whistle. That's just period.
So I respect what you just said, Real Money, but that's different than the question that Brooklyn is asking. Brooklyn is asking about
He
a
asking why
special whistle.
because of the fame and the money.
No. So a special
It's not
whistle.
that. It's not.
So for me, again, like I said, I respect what you said. For me, a special whistle is not, getting more foul calls because of how you play, right? A special whistle is getting foul calls on non-existent fouls, right? That's the difference. And so, like, I 100% respect what you said because that's a real basketball take, and I don't think nobody could argue with that take. But I think Brooklyn is asking a different question. Am I wrong, Brooklyn?
I don't know. I'm not asking about phantom calls. I'm saying when I say a special whistle, it could
No,
mean different. When I say a special whistle, it could mean different things, right? So a superstar call. We know certain superstar might get a whistle that a role player won't get. You get what I'm saying? So it's more that type of stuff. Whereas, like, if you a superstar, to B Will's point, I mean to Real Money's point, but I feel like it's different in a W, right? Because a W is trying to also stay afloat. Like, to give you an example of what I'm saying. The NBA is not worried about losing a team next year, or the NBA is not worried about losing money. So they can make certain decisions with their superstars that maybe the WNBA can't make. Maybe the WNBA, regardless of how good she is or is not or is showing, the WNBA needs Caitlyn to succeed. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, what I'm saying is because of that, because of the fact of the money she's bringing in, because of the fact of the attention she's bringing to the league, allowing the league to grow, right? Is it warranted for her to now have a special whistle, a superstar whistle that she should have over everybody else? Because, like I said, Paige don't have I don't see Paige getting the same leeway she get. I don't see Asia maybe, but I don't even see Asia getting the same type of whistle she gets. Like, I feel like she gets a special whistle. Like, they hold the whistle a lot on her. Not to say they won't call nothing, but I think somebody in the league said we need her in games. So, you know what I mean? They could easily blow the whistle and get her out of there. But that's going to bring ratings down. That's going to bring, that's going to bring things down because a lot of people tune in because all they know is her. They might not know nothing about WNBA. She's a superstar. They know who Caitlyn is. They tune in to see Caitlyn. So she might get a special whistle because of that. Meaning she might get extra foul calls. Not necessarily saying there wasn't no foul there, but it might be minimal contact. And you get what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
She had 5 fouls in the last game they just played against them. She had 5 fouls the game before that. She was on the verge of fouling out both of those games.
But I think, again, we're not going to get into it right now because that's one of my questions. But I think that's a reflection of how bad the refs are. Because I do think two things could be true. I do think they do have an agenda of let's promote our star and let's keep our star promoted. But then they also have bad refs that before you know it, they calling. Because, like I said, sometimes it be calls where somebody can carry the ball, dribble over their shoulder. They don't call it. Sometimes you see the walk call where they travel. They don't call it, or they do call it. Like, they call it inconsistently. Sometimes you see touches it's terrible refs. They just inconsistent in the refereeing. But I think that's separate than what I'm saying about the special whistle. So can she end up with 5 fouls one day because the refs was just terrible? It could happen. But I think two things could be true.
I don't think so. To answer your question, I don't think any player should get a special whistle because for a couple reasons. One is because number one, a ref's first job is to be impartial and objective about calling the game. He's supposed to call the game the same on both sides, right? Two, that impartiality, that special whistle, has real life consequences and impact on games and winning and championships, and that is playing with people's livelihood. So I don't think anybody. Asia Wilson, my favorite player, and people always haters always complaining about Asia's quote unquote special whistle, right? I don't think she should get a special whistle. I don't think anybody should for the reasons that I just said. So Caitlyn is not, to me, immune to that. Nobody is.
I get you, and I don't disagree or agree with neither one of you guys. I feel like both of you guys have points, but I will say Jordan was my favorite player growing up, and I knew probably not then because I was younger, but Jordan had a superstar whistle. Like we know that. You get what I'm saying? So when you are who you are, whether you Kobe, whether you LeBron, whether you whoever, you're gonna get the benefit of the doubt sometimes. So even though I understand what you're saying, be well, you right in the integrity part, but we know sports is you're gonna get a special whistle depending on your stardom.
Asia she done tailored her game around her whistle.
That's smart, right?
But you see what you're saying about that though? That's smart.
Yeah. If you
do that for her,
smart.
That's smart. But for Cece to do it is not smart, is it?
I think it's smart for her too. I think it's smart, but the problem is what Cece does that's a little different than what Asia does, and it depends on how you feel about it. Is Cece, it don't even be a foul sometimes. A player could not touch her. We've seen it in the preseason. We seen it in the preseason. Her ponytail hit her in the face, and she was like throwing her head back like she got hit. She was so used to acting like she got hit, she didn't realize she hit herself. So it was like, if Cece did it and it was like a natural thing, then I wouldn't have no issue with it. But what you saying what Cece does is flopping. Like she flops and look at the ref. Like that's different. She been doing that since high school. I mean, since college. Probably since high school too.
Players do this same thing, bro.
I disagree.
Damn near every guard does the same thing.
You're right. It's a lot of guards that do it. I'm not. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next because I got interesting questions and y'all gonna be able to have some good takes on all these questions. Let's move on. So my next question is this. Again, this is to everybody who watches on the playback, to everybody in the chat. Y'all can give y'all opinions as well. If you haven't, hit the like button for me, please. Hit the hype button. Holla at me in the comments. You already know. You holla at me, I'm going to holla back. My question is this. Was Alyssa Thomas' fall on top of Caitlin Clark intentional or accidental?
Well, you know where I stand. I think you know where real money.
Like I said, you could reiterate. You could be short about it. If you feel like you already got it out, just reiterate it and keep it nice, short, and concise. We'll move on to the next question.
If your wife, and the one who y'all possibly having a threesome with is all around her at one time, and you fall on her near in the lips, near in the bottom lips, and you got your hand on her neck at the end of the play. We can't call that. We can't call that no coincidence.
So you gotta listen. Yo, hold on, be well. Hold on, real. Be well. You gotta listen to people when they talk. Real money sound like he got some experiences with this around the way, where he just so happened to be around one of his ops, and his man was on the corner. You know what I mean? Just so coincidence.
Three of us just so happen to be right there, and you trying to fake like you breaking it up, but you kick him in the head 2 times. You kick him in the head 2 times, and your other man just happen to be going in his pocket at the same time.
You can't make this. You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, you just happen to be going in his pocket and kicking him in the head at the same time. But no, I was trying to straighten him up, man. Get him up off the ground.
So now AT and DB allegedly trying to do a threesome with Caitlin Clark.
I ain't say no threesome. I didn't say a threesome. I said
I'm taking it too.
I said the other girl who it was another girl standing on the side of her too. The little flunky that they got on their team. The little flunky, she was standing to the left side. AT was in front of the one Bonner was right behind her trying to get a slick knee into the head. You didn't see that. See, y'all, you weren't looking at the game like
you didn't see that either, real money. You didn't see DeWanna Bonner barely touched Caitlin Clark. You didn't see that either.
Knee into the back, a slick knee to the back of the head in.
No, she did not. That's a bold face lie.
It was a slight little,
So wait a minute. First, she was intentionally in her head. Then there was a slight little contact. Come on, man. Come on, man.
AT intentionally knee her in the crotch, bro. AT intentionally fell down on her crotch, and she pushed up off her neck with her fist. Like, who does that, bro? Who
She
actually
didn't. She
really do
pushed up
something?
off her. She pushed up off her shoulder with her fist, and Caitlin Clark, in reasonably, in trying to get up, moved her arm and lifted her arm, and her and
Yeah.
AT's hand slid from her deltoid to her neck. That's what happened. Anybody that's trying to say
Could have
that
took
something
her
happened
hand off
different
her
than that
completely
is
and put her hand on the
crazy.
ground. She could have took her hand off her completely and caught herself with the ground too. You know that, right?
I understand. I understand. You never played sports and never
No,
ended
I
up on the
definitely
ground.
played
If
sport. I definitely
you
played
know,
basketball. I
so you
definitely
never,
played enough
you never
basketball to
gotten off
know
the
that that
ground.
was
You
intentional.
never gotten off the ground and pushed off somebody else while they were on the ground because of how you landed.
Man, hell
That's never happened.
no. Cause
Okay,
guess what would have happened if somebody was really doing that? If Caitlin Clark was another player and the list time would have did that, they would have got up and tried to charge that AT ass.
maybe they would have.
But just because
Maybe
it's
they would
little
have.
old CC, she
Maybe
ain't gonna
they
get
would
up and try to
have.
charge at you. Cause guess what you gotta think about? I gotta think about the
You
league
should
on my
have.
back. I gotta think about all these endorsements I got. I gotta think about all these my shoe finna roll out. I gotta think about all this type of stuff. AT is a 50-year-old who mad because she ain't got a shoe. She ain't got nothing finna roll
Yeah,
out.
dude.
Her
Brooklyn
team
because
5 and
she's 50 years
14.
old. No reason
One of
to let her.
y'all, I don't know who. One of y'all got a little background noise. So when the other one talking, just mute up for
Bro,
me so
I'll
that
stop.
the background don't come through.
AT is mad. She's a 50-year-old player, bro.
50,
With no
right? 50.
shoe, no
That's what we said.
clout, no shoes, no none of that coming out right now. No endorsements. She just a player who plays hard. Everybody know her because she play hard. She in the MVP race, the conversation every year, but everybody knows she ain't never gonna win it. She's in the conversation every year, but everybody know, nah, you if it come down to you and anybody else it can be you and Paige Beckers, you know you ain't winning it.
All right, let's move
That's
on.
what the
Let's
reality of
move
it.
on. I got another question
That's
for
the
you guys.
reality.
Another question for you guys. All right, so this one is: should the refs be held accountable for missing calls since it's their job to diffuse tension and keep the players safe?
Um, so if you're talking about missing calls, like literally not seeing a call,
The reason why I said missing calls is because in a particular game, apparently this was a no call.
so
That's why they had to review it after the game and see like should it have been a call, but they didn't take care of this. It was a no call. It wasn't even like it was a foul call. Then it was a no call.
Brooklyn, because in real time it didn't look like anything.
Right.
That's the whole.
I'm just the
So
question. Hold on, let me just restate the question. I'm not sitting here saying like, I understand. I said that on the last live. I said maybe things happen so fast where you just miss it. I said that, so I understand that. But the question is specifically about the refs, right? And it's should the refs be held more accountable? Because right now we holding AT accountable, right? And then a lot of people was questioning intent on AT side. A lot of people was questioning how hurt was CC. Was she really hurt? Was she? Everybody's questioning everybody, but the refs. Nobody's questioning the refs. So that's really what my question is pertaining from. Saying should the refs be held accountable for missing calls since it's their job to diffuse tension and keep the players safe?
so
You
for
guys,
me,
you guys say what to that?
so for me on this particular play in real time, I honestly believe there was nothing to see. Right? We see players going for loose balls all the time, and refs could or could not, based on what they see in their judgment, call a foul because you landed on somebody, right? You see it all the time where you get a tie up where on what could have been a foul, right? And or you get a foul on what could have been a
Hold
tie
on,
up. We
really
see
quick, B.
that.
Well, let me get to the money, and then you continue your point. BJ says, "Thanks for the $5, BJ. I appreciate it." He says, "Angel made Cece in a championship game ring finger and woke up Whitey in the White House." Let me read that again. Angel made. Oh, okay. He's saying Angel made Cece in a
Mm.
championship game ring finger and a championship game ring finger and a wave woke up Whitey in the White House. That's a good point. Yeah, be
So to
well.
finish, yeah, to finish my point, like I don't think in real time there's anything to hold the refs accountable for in that particular moment. Now, because it's something that happens so quickly and looks so, innocent, right? Just basketball, right? Players going for a loose ball, getting up, whatever. Everything happens so quick, right? So I wouldn't hold them accountable for something like that. Now, what you can see in the wide view replay is that Caitlin actually tripped on Lexi Hill's foot. So that should have been a foul call, right? The fact that Caitlin went to the ground, that actually should have been a foul because she tripped over Lexi's uh, foot. I don't know if they saw it, right? So I don't know. What they should be held accountable for, though, is the reckless closeout that they reviewed and said it wasn't a reckless closeout. That don't make sense to me. That don't make sense to me. You should hold them accountable for that. That's what they should be reviewing, that reckless closeout, because that's by every letter. That was a reckless closeout.
So yes, right? Okay.
Get real.
Did we not just see in the Atlanta game where Sophie Cunningham and Ryan Howard were going for a loose ball?
And Sophie held the shoulder.
When Sophie just put her hand on her shoulder, it was a foul call, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why are we so baffled about this being a flagrant 2?
Mm-hmm.
Why? The refs should be held accountable every time they miss a weird call like this. Yes, they should be, bro. Like these are, like you just said, this is the livelihood. This is these people's lives. This is how they make their money for real. Like you out here making us be into it with each other and making it be so much tension because y'all missing calls. Like I said, the head ref was standing right there. She was standing. If you get the angle from the baseline, from the behind CC head, the head ref, Angelica Suffering, was standing right there, kneeled down, looking inside of it. That's real time. Well, she can see everything that's happening. It's three Suns players standing. I mean, Mercury players standing right there around you. It got to be a foul. Why wouldn't it be a foul? That would have been a foul on any other player that happened to.
I disagree.
It would have been a foul on any other player. She threw the ball out. You dived on me after I threw the ball out.
The ball was still with Caitlin again.
The ball was going out to the ball had been out to the 3-point line. Man. The girl was shooting the shot by the time she was falling on her. She was getting up off her when the shot was going up.
Factually not true. That is factually not true. Just look at the video, man. It's factually not true what you just said.
My opinion is this. And my opinion is more so with Alyssa Thomas in mind. I feel like the refs absolutely should be held accountable because had they did their job in the moment, Alyssa Thomas wouldn't be suspended for a game. And I feel like that suspension is going to really hurt Phoenix because they're already struggling. Right? Who knows? Of course, I don't think this is going to happen, but I'm just giving you an example. Who knows that this win right here don't allow them to win their next 5 straight or something? To propel them. They struggling right now. So you suspend her, and now you just make things that much harder for Phoenix. And this all could have been rectified had the refs took care of it right then and in that game. And then Alyssa Thomas wouldn't have had to wish no time. So I'm going to say absolutely. I feel like, and we really being honest, that's who Stephanie White was talking about, whether she gets fined for that or not. But in that press conference, Stephanie White was calling the refs out. She was saying that something needs to happen because these refs knew going into this game, after the last game, that they had what they had, and they allowed some no calls to happen, regardless of you feel like they was no calls or not. They allowed it to happen, and they should be held accountable. And not only should they be held accountable, I feel like they should be held accountable more so because if you do call them out on their job, you get fined, right? Everybody is like, I can't say nothing about the refs because I'll get fined. Well, somebody need to hold these refs accountable because it's like they get to do whatever they want and then go home fine. No, their pocket should be hit. They should be getting suspended. They should be getting replaced or something because these refs, there's too many people complaining about the refs. But we're going to get back into the refs because that's another one of my questions.
If AT gets suspended, they lose that game hands down. I mean, if she gets ejected, they lose that game hands down. That's why they wouldn't. That's why they didn't do that right then, bro. They knew it. If she gets ejected right now, this team wins this game hands down without a doubt. AT is the engine. She leads that. She is the head of the snake.
So I agree with you 100%. Well, 99%, Brooklyn. Again, we talked about it earlier. They, whatever you think happened in that moment, before and after the game, it was too chippy. They allowed too much, right? They should have made a statement before that. They should have made a statement before that. So that particular play is the only thing
that entertain. They want to entertain. They want to get people.
Listen, we're gonna land the plane on this question. I got another question that's entertaining. So this is getting back into the popularity and everything of Caitlin Clark. So we're gonna revisit that, but it's a different type of question. My question is this: does Caitlin Clark opponents, because I've been hearing this in the media too, so that's where this question came from. Does Caitlin Clark opponents resent her for her popularity and the money she makes? In other words, people were saying that, her opponents is attacking her and targeting her and trying to hurt her, right? I'm hearing that a lot in the media resurface now because of this. Okay. So is that actual facts from people who watch every day? Or because also the one thing that we have the people, because most people who let's just say Stephen A for an example, right? Most people who comment on this stuff on big time media, they don't watch the games and day in and day out. They might watch a game here and there. They mainly watch highlights, and if a clip like this hit the media, they see a clip and they make an opinion, but they're not watching every day like we are. So we have the ability to say what we think, and I'm not going to challenge nobody's opinion because it's your opinion, right? But we have the ability to say what we think as avid watchers that watch day in and day out. So in your opinions, in the chat, and also people who watch us on the playback, does Caitlin Clark opponents resent her for her popularity and the money she makes?
Brooklyn, if you've been working a job for 14 or 15 years, doing your thing, you feel like you've been the best on your team in your position for 14 or 15 years, and a rookie who comes straight in off the street, they put them in the same position that you in, but they give them $30 million, a shoe deal, and talking about them every day on TV. How, just put yourself in their shoes. How would that make you feel?
Mm-hmm.
How would that make you feel?
I'm different. I don't care about people, bro.
I'm just saying,
me.
From their perspective.
I'm big Brooklyn from
their perspective. If you've been at a job,
I don't know if y'all know what the I'm about to answer your question. I don't know if y'all know what this means, but I'm really like on my SMD. Like SMD. I don't give a fuck. Listen, that's how I would feel.
We talking real talk. We talking street talk, real talk. Guys who ain't on all that old, I'm trying to answer the politically correct way, and no, you seen something. You've been at your job 15 years, and a guy comes hired straight in through the door off the street, comes in, they put him in the same position that you in, but they give him a big bonus of $30 million. And you still getting paid your regular salary. And they talking about him at the in break room all day. Oh yeah, he do a good job. Yeah, he know how to whoop the whoop around the workplace. Oh yeah, everybody pat him on the back and talking about how good he is.
So I could answer your question for how I would feel. To answer your question, how I would feel, but I'm different. I'm not expecting most people to feel like me. I'm not gonna really care. Because I'm not a hater. But the only thing that would bother me, to your point, is if for whatever reason, it could be somebody coming in new or just a hater person at the job. It don't matter. No. If anybody, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. I'm answering your question. What the person that's gonna make me feel away is the person that's trying to block my blessing. Because what's for me is for me. I don't worry about other people, right? So I'm the type of person like if I have the right to get a promotion, or if I have the right to, get a new whatever, new office, new job, whatever is for me. If somebody's trying to block it, so if that new person you talk about is coming in and is blocking my blessing, I will feel away. Because I'm like, yo, I deserve this. I just, that has nothing to do with me. But if that person is, hold on, listen, I'm answering your question. You asked, I'm answering. If that person is coming in and is they getting all these accolades or money or whatever, and it has nothing to do with what I'm doing, I'm not gonna care, bro. I'm not a hater. I'm gonna wish you the best. I'm gonna wish you more success. That's how I give it up.
But
So,
Brooklyn,
but to your point,
person,
to your point, I'm gonna land my plane with this. To your point, I can see other people being resentful though. So I'm saying I wouldn't feel that way, but I can see that happening to a person like that.
So this person who getting all of this stuff, literally asking the league to do it for everybody. Can the money that I'm making off these games, can it go to the teams, can it go to the teams arenas that I'm playing in? And get what the boss man say? No. But nobody don't care about that. Only thing they care about is
MSL
what she could be
to
doing
MSL.
more.
Hold on, really quickly to MSL and anybody in the chat who wanted to join discussion, you're more than welcome to join the discussion. I only ask two things: please have your camera on. Secondly, have your audio right, and then you could also join the discussion on the panel if you want, or if you want to stay in the chat, that's fine too. If you want to stay in the chat, answer the questions, that's 1000% fine. But I just dropped the link in the chat in case anybody else want to also answer these questions. Get real money.
The answer is yes. It's 1,000,000% 1,000,000% resentment. 1,000,000.
I have 100% resentment for that 1,000,000% resentment because I think it is crazy. I think it's crazy to make a blanket statement like that, right? So to me, what I'm responding to is that would make it seem as if every player in the league has resentment toward Caitlin Clark, right?
We not saying every player. Get what B Will. We can't even say every player because every player. We just gonna keep it real. Every player don't even. Every player should have a voice, but every player don't even have a voice, man. Like we just got to keep it all the way 1,000. It's just some players that you don't even know them. You don't know their name. You don't know what position they play. You don't know nothing about them. But you see them on a team bus and suited up every game. Like we don't. It's only a certain amount of players that even have a voice in this. Like being for
that's
real.
true. But what I'm saying is, I think it is. First of all, if you wanted to say it, her first year, okay, sure, it was all brand new, right? But at this stage in the game, I think it's irresponsible to blanketly think that there's a significant number of players that have resentment towards Caitlin Clark. I think there are absolutely sure there are some. More than likely, yes, there are some. Just playing, probabilities, right? And understanding human nature. But I think the vast majority of players in the league could care less.
And to my point is I kind of lean towards what B Will is saying. I watch these games every day, and is it people in the league who I don't want to use the word hate, that's a strong word, but I'm gonna say resent, don't like Caitlin Clark, annoys them and get on. Yes, I believe is a few people who she might bump heads with. Do I believe that's the league as a whole? No, I think most people don't really care about Caitlin Clark. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think most people is living their lives and don't really think about her. Even AT. I don't think AT actually thinks about Caitlin Clark and care about her. I think what happened was just like what happens with all of us is sometimes you bump heads with somebody. They playing and it's physical and they got into it. And I think people is gonna write a storyline into it as, oh, this is some overline of resentment. No, I just think that you get into it with people sometimes. If you, to your point earlier, real money, and we being real and we having outside conversations, sometimes you go out your house and you don't be having a particular person on your mind, but you might bump heads with somebody at the supermarket. It don't mean you've been resenting them all day for the rest of your life, but it's like today you got on my nerves. So I think that happens a lot with Caitlin Clark and people put storylines on it. But is there some people who may really just have a problem with her. Like, let's just say a la Tiffany Hayes because they have
A
history.
whole lot of
Yeah, her and
coincidences.
Tiffany Hayes might not like each other. Her and Angel might not like each other. Her and certain people might not like each other. Is it like hate and they really like think about each other all day, every day? Probably not. But it's people that she get into it on the court. Not just her, anybody. It's people Skylar Diggins get into it with on the court. It's people that you get into it with on the court, and it's just that. It's not no extra storyline. So I do believe it's more so what B. Will is saying. Saying that there's some people just like all of us, we got a group of people we don't like, right? You might have a certain people where like this person get on my nerves. I can't stand them. So I think it's more so that I wouldn't say that that the league as a whole resents her and all that. That's not my opinion, but at the same time, I'm not mad at your opinion. Real, that's your opinion. I ain't mad at it. Let's move on to the next question though.
Whole lot of coincidences, man.
So the next question is this.
She's an asshole.
So the next question is this. Is Caitlin Clark the only player who should be protected in these type of plays? Because these type of plays happen to other players without a response like this.
No.
Absolutely not. We agree on that.
All three of us agree on that. So we can keep that one short and sweet if y'all want. We can just move on. The next question I got is, why was there no response from the league when Isabel Harrison pulled Angel to the floor around her neck?
We know why. We know exactly why. And for the record book,
portraying
for
herself
the
as the
record book,
Angel
for the record,
percent.
for the real money, I believe that Stephanie White absolutely did what she was supposed to do. 100% she did what she was supposed to do. I ain't mad at that at all.
All right. So I'm gonna just give my opinion if y'all both quiet. So I believe it was no response because it goes back to what I was saying about the special whistle, right? Like I feel like when these things happen to Angel, but as well as other players, that is not like an outrage. It's not a big backlash. Like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the response I saw was nasty because the response I saw was almost like happy it happened to Angel's response. Oh, let's Isabel is our favorite player now, right? Like let's glorify Isabel. Let's act like, oh, it was Angel's fault. She got pulled. You know what I mean? It was like a lot of people just flipping it and looking at it from a different narrative opposed to Angel was a victim in that situation, and the league needs to do something. The same way they looking at it in this situation, right? So I feel like and that's why, and that brings me back to why I do feel like, again, even though I feel like it was intentional, and I do feel like something should have been done, I feel like what they did was an overreaction because this is not how you handle situations that happened prior to this.
This is what lets you know.
And hold on, let me land my plane. Let me land my plane, and you can go.
Okay.
This is not what happened prior. This is not the response, and then what happens after this. Even though this should be the standard now, because you coming out and saying this is how you feel like it should be responded to. We know if it's not Caitlin Clark involved, they're not going to take the time out to respond like this. So that's my opinion on that. Get it real.
This just what lets you know the different cachet of superstar. Yeah, it's all good shits and giggles. They want to make the rivalry be the rivalry every time they play each other. Yeah, they gonna try to rage bait Caitlin Clark fans and say Angel Reese name 100 times. Every time the camera come on, they gonna say Angel Reese this and say, well, Caitlin needs to work on this or do that. They gonna rage bait and do all that. But in actuality, they already know. Just like we all know. Like you gonna say the machine. Bro, she got a mega stupid crazy machine behind her, bro. This is the biggest machine I think we ever seen. Bigger than anybody ever had. She trying to build a whole league up. They trying to get this league up out the basement, bro. Like they'll do whatever it takes to get this league up out the basement. If that means every time somebody sneeze on this girl, they gonna call her flagrant too. That's what they'll do, bro. It's just crazy, but that's what they'll do.
So do you
They
think
don't
that's
give Angel that call because guess what? Angel go in the press conference and say when AT slammed on her neck. Guess what she went and said? I'm not looking for no special whistle at that point. I know it. I know it. I know I gotta get welcome to the W and this and that and that and this. That's why she didn't get that type of response from everybody else. We might have been saying it, but guess what the officials in the WNBA was saying when she did that? Oh yeah. Oh, she thinks she tough. She don't need our help. She don't need us to be behind her and try to go and
so?
say something to AT or whatever. No, she
So as a
backstabbing
professional,
AT up right after that happened.
so as a professional organization, do you think that's proper?
It doesn't matter if it's proper. Guess what? The
No.
WNBA
I'm asking you.
after that,
I'm asking you what you think.
the coach answers to the GM. The GM answers
I'm asking you.
the head of
I'm
basketball operation.
I'm asking you what you think.
No, I don't think it's right. But guess what?
Okay.
What I
So cool.
think right,
So
what me and you think right doesn't matter. I'm trying to
I got you. I got you. I just want to know
tell
where you
people
stood.
this the whole day. I've been trying to tell people this all day. What we think doesn't matter. We can say stuff till we blue in the face. We can argue with each other till we blue in the face. We can say what we think matter, what this and that. I'm trying to tell you, we don't matter to them. What we saying don't matter to them. They gonna go right in their meeting with their coffee and they Starbucks in the morning and say, what can we do today to shake this shit up again? Let's put a list out here. Let's put us a list out here and put CC at the bottom of it. Or let's put us a list out here and put Angel in the middle of it. Or let's bring these all-star votes back and
I agree with that. I agree with
all
that.
of a sudden we'll put anybody at the top of this motherfucker right
They've been rage baiting all season with their little
they
list
just
and
rage
stuff like
baiting every community. They rage bait any community they want.
that's a fact.
Just being real.
All right, look, we're gonna move on to the next question then.
Yeah.
This question is, why is Angel Reese called for every single contact she makes, but something like this could be missed by the refs?
I'm not educated enough to answer these questions. To answer that question.
That's all right. That's all right. You don't have to answer every single one if you don't want. Be well. You got something for
that particular one. I'm not educated enough because I look at it and I just see.
What was your question? What was your question?
So the question is this: once again, for the chat and also the people who watching this on the playback, you can answer this in the comments. Is why is Angel Reese called for every single contact she makes? But something like this foul with Alyssa Thomas falling on top of Cece could be missed by the refs. So in other words, Angel Reese get called. In other words, Angel Reese could get called for just having her hand on a person, right? She get called for ticky-tack fouls, but apparently the league thought this was a flagrant 2. So a flagrant 2 could get missed, but when Angel Reese get refereed, they blowing the whistle for everything. A screen, a rebound, everything. Angel can't do nothing on the court without them blowing the whistle.
Yeah, because on any given night, a referee can come out there on a period and just call whatever they feel like calling.
That's a fact.
It's a CON conspiracy, and and MSL, the brother MSL, laid it out perfectly on multiple platforms. So I ain't gonna.
No. But MSL was not on the panel, so how would Be Well state it?
It's conspiracy, Brooklyn. It's conspiracy against her. But when it comes, it's not no conspiracy on the other end, but it's conspiracy against her.
That's your take.
So please tell me, Real Money, if there's a conspiracy against Caitlin Clark, then how can what you said earlier?
I didn't say it was no conspiracy against her. I said you saying it's conspiracy for Angel Reese, but it's not one on the other end. Like when people say it,
nobody said it. But hold on. Let's be fair. Nobody said it was a conspiracy. You said that, Real, because I didn't speak in Real. And B Will ain't speak yet.
B Will just said it's a conspiracy.
Oh, okay, but if B Will said it, I missed it.
No, it's a
I
conspiracy against Angel Reese. Yes. Yes. by the WNBA, right? Against Angel Reese. But everything we talked about with CC's special whistle and how y'all feel about it, everything that has been said, the last 4 or 5 questions regarding how CC is officiated and perceived by the WNBA, everything points to a conspiracy in Caitlin Clark's favor.
Yeah, B Will.
There's a difference. There's a difference. Like, how is you can't? We haven't been talking about things that have been against Caitlin Clark, right? We haven't been talking about none of the evidence that's been presented has been demonstrating the league being against Caitlin Clark, right? So, at what point have I mentioned the league having a conspiracy against Caitlin Clark, or the league doesn't have a conspiracy against Caitlin? There's no evidence for it. There's no evidence for that.
All right, my opinion is this. Wait, let me get back to because I don't want to go off what y'all said. Let me go off with the question I asked. Why is Angel Reese called for every single contact she makes, but something like this could be missed by the refs? And that's because Angel Reese is being targeted. It's clear. Angel Reese has been being targeted from day one, and I said my opinion on it. Shout out to BJ because he agrees. I think it's simply because they want to diminish her stats, right? I think by diminishing Angel Reese's stats, you make an argument on why she doesn't have the most games, because she is the most popular, whether you like it or not. You can say Caitlyn is the most famous. You can say people like Caitlyn the most. She the most like. Angel Reese got the most followers, right? She's the most popular, right? For you to take the most popular and diminish her and convince people that she's not the most popular, you need a reason. So the reason that you come up with is, one, she's just a rebounder. That's one of the things that they tried to put out there on her. It didn't work. 2, you say, well, she only gets so many rebounds because she only get her own. You're trying to devalue her. That was debunked. You can't say that no more. Another thing you do is you say, oh, well, in season 2, the rebounds will come down on their own. And that didn't happen. So it was like, okay, well, what else can we do? And I think the other thing they could do is by trying to make her look like this role player, especially with her going to a team like Atlanta. And you know what everybody was going to say? Oh, this one is better and that one is better. And then Angel Reese get there and hold her own. So it's like, oh, shoot, she one of the stars in this league. So she keeps showing you she a star, regardless of what people was trying to make her out to be. So I think the next step is, well, let's diminish her stats, right? Because she never traveled this much in her career, not in college, not in her first 2 seasons, but all of a sudden she's traveling so much. And because you call her for traveling, that's turnovers. So now her turnovers are super high, right? And then if she leads the league in rebounding again, just by doing that, she probably would be on the all WNBA list, and she's doing more than that. You know what I mean? She's getting high double, 17 in this, and, 17 and 18, 15 in this one, 20 and 11. She's getting these types of numbers that the league is like, I feel like it is a conspiracy against her, that the league is like diminish her numbers so that we now have a reason to say, to forget about her, to stop talking about her, because that's what people want. People want her just to go away. And the fact that she doesn't go away, it's now making people step in and try to make her go away, and that's not even working. So that's my opinion on that. Let me see what the chat say real quick, B Will, before we go to the next question. Reddit Milky Way says, yes, she is being targeted. They will call the most Mickey Mouse foul on Angel. They will let a player clobber her in the same play. That's a fact. We see it every day. Like, we don't got eyes. This is not made up fan talk because we want our favorite player to. We see what's happening with her, and there's no changes, right? BJ says exactly, and she get more money, and she makes the W, and she gets more money than she makes on her WNBA teams. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, he said if she makes an all WNBA team, she gets more money. She's eligible.
Okay, I read that wrong. My apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, making an all WNBA team, MVP, things like that. Makes players on rookie scale salaries eligible to get to renegotiate or get a bonus.
To get a max. Yeah. Gamble says, man, I just saw an AI of the clip where AT took down a grin. LOL. Oh my God. And people think it's real. Took down and grin. You know what? I didn't see that one, but I did see one where they did like some WWF stuff. Like they was like it was all three of them slamming her over and over. They having fun with that AI stuff. All right, let me get to the next question. We will. And next question is, what should be the plan going forward to protect Angel Reese after the response from the league on Alyssa Thomas?
I think the league needs to hold the officiating accountable. They need to take Karl Smesko's complaints seriously because they set a precedent now. They set a precedent. We will review things, right? And make atonement. So they need that's for me, that's the reasonable step.
Got you. And my opinion is I think there needs to be some type of I know Karl Smesko said he's been sending in a review, but it need to be some type of response on why the league is demanding the refs to ref Angel a bit differently, or B, why the league feels like the refs are adequately reffing Angel Reese, right? It needs to be some type of explanation for the fans so that we can know, like, okay, this is how the league feels. The league feels like this is excessive and that Angel is not being called for calls, or the league feels like there's nothing to see here. Like there's no issues here. And the refs is doing a fine job. I think they need to put out a statement for that because Angel Reese fans have been complaining all season and we ain't see nothing. You know what I mean? So let's see. I see a couple comments here. Let me get to these comments, see what they're saying real quick. All right. Red and Milky Way says, they know Angel is bigger than the league. Angel fans will follow her whether she plays basketball or not. That's a fact. That is a fact. MSL says, Gamble, yeah, fake video or still on AT from the racist brigade. Meanwhile, the alleged law and order people are not concerned about a player that disobeys their coach, gets benched, then walks out. MSL is funny. Real Money, you back. So the question that we on right now, Real Money, is what should be the plan going forward to protect Angel Reese after the response from the league on Alyssa Thomas?
Maybe go review it. I don't know. Go review it and see was it some more or an issue of verbal warning, because now it's been so many games that they can't do nothing now because it's been so many games, I guess.
Right. All right, let me Pro Fan Talk. What's going on? I'm gonna drop the link for you if you want to come up. We talking about you see the title. We talking about this Alyssa Thomas stuff. I got a few questions for the panel. So if you want to join, that's fine. Only ask it that you be on camera, have good audio. If you want to stay in the chat, that's fine as well. So it's up to you, buddy. But welcome to the chat, Pro Fan. Coach is one of the he got some of the best takes on here, you know. He a CC fan as well. But he a CC fan I respect though. What'd you say?
I said some of them be capped though, but I look. I'm a pro fan. I'm a pro fan talk fan as well.
Facts. Red and Milky Way says that's what we've been asking for from the beginning. We want Carl to send a tape and speak in the presser. Exactly. That's going to be one of my questions, Reddit. We almost done. We almost at the end of my questions, and one of them is about Carl, so we could definitely get our Carl stuff off in that one. Pro Pan Talk says was good. Brooklyn was good. A coach. All right, so we're gonna go to the next question. And the next question is, this is kind of similar to the one I asked already, but I feel like it's slightly different, so I'm going to ask it anyway. Is Caitlin Clark being unfairly targeted by her opponents?
No.
Okay, elaborate. Give me a little, it don't got to be long, but something short and sweet on why you feel like no.
Because I think the footage is out, and if she's going to be the primary ball handler, the primary engine for the Fever, if you want to beat the Fever, then you got a game plan for her. And I think the footage is out. Everybody can see what her weaknesses are, and so to attack those weaknesses is just basketball.
Got you. What you got on this, Real?
I'm about the same, but it's really like I really don't know how to respond to that question because it's what was the question?
The question. Hold on. Let me. I'm producing, right? Let me introduce my brother, Coach Pro Fan Talk the right way. Welcome to the panel, brother.
What's good?
Hey, not much. So the question for Coach and also Real Money that we on is Caitlin Clark being unfairly targeted by her opponents?
Hold on for a sec. I'm getting nasty reverb, and I think it's on my end. Hold on for a sec.
Okay. You sound great over here, just to let you know.
Yeah, you do.
But Gabriel, you can answer that while he's getting his stuff together.
Exactly. You know it. I know it. Everybody around the league know it. She being super duper guarded. Like, just look at the difference between how they guarding Olivia Miles right now and how they guarded her rookie year. They're not. Nobody's picking her up, even though they know she's a threat from three. From the driving perspective, she got the stupidest, craziest AI handles in all of the game right now. Nobody's guarding her 94-50. Nobody's face guarding her. She's not getting doubled. So that
Yeah, but I
answers
think
my
you guard
question.
Caitlin like that for the shooting ability. Olivia Miles don't have that shooting ability.
Olivia Miles has scoring ability.
Exactly why you don't pick her up 94 feet.
Yeah, but where Olivia Miles hurt you at is the weak side pass that you helping, like you might be helping, and you don't realize Olivia Miles see that. That's what you got to guard with Olivia, right? Because she's going to make the pass that you don't think she's going to make. And then you also got to keep her away from the rim because when she's going downhill, she'll get to that rim. So those are the two things where CC is different. CC is going to come up, and if you ain't on her, she letting that three ball go. So I think you got to guard them differently. I'm not saying you wrong in your take, Real Money. I'm just saying they're different. I just think they're different in how you have to guard them, in my opinion.
That's 100%. That's exactly what I was going to say. They're very different.
Can you hear me, bro?
I respect your opinion, though, Real Money.
Yeah, I get it. But you do have to guard them different because if you try to guard Olivia Miles, the way that you can guard Caitlin Clark, Olivia Miles can get through that. She got the handles and the IQ to get through that and make the right play.
All right, so just to reiterate for Pro Fan Talk, the question is Caitlin Clark being unfairly targeted by her opponents?
I wouldn't say unfairly targeted. She let me put on my nerd hat. She got the #1 headband, bro. She the main target because she got the most eyes on her, and that's natural. Anybody that comes in and get that type of hype, it's always going to be like that. I think, in my opinion, what's unfair is what's not being called. And to me, this goes all the way back to her rookie year. Angel is the same way. All of the swallow calls, and it's just no consistency. I think all of this all of this would be not a problem if the refs would just be consistent in their officiating. Period. You're gonna have you gonna have a level of I ain't got no problem with people being physical. If she talking trash to you, I ain't got no problem with people giving her the business. None of that. What I saw from AT the other night, I knew what it was when I saw it, and that's why if you saw my video, everybody crying about the fist on the neck, and I'm like, that ain't got nothing to do with AT kneeing her in the groin.
Right.
That's where her problem is, her back. So it's not that she's being unfairly targeted. I just think that the officiating sucks across the board.
That's actually one of my questions. I don't think we got to it yet, but I think we're going to get to that. So you can elaborate on that more when we get to that. But that's a great point, Coach. So the next question is this. Once again, everybody.
I don't believe that at all. I saw that story by JTL and other Whitlock fools. I don't believe that at all.
Once again, everybody do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. Like the channel. You haven't liked the channel. Hype the channel if you on mobile. And holler at me in the comments. You already know. You holler at me, I'm going to holler back. All of the things. I appreciate it. And if you feeling generous, send your brother a super chat as well. And this question is for everybody on my panel. It's for everybody in the chat and everybody who's watching this on the playback. Please give us your answers in the comments. So the question is this. Are some of the younger players just not strong enough to handle the physicality of the league? So it looks like targeting when they really just need to hit the gym. You want me to reiterate it? You want me to repeat it?
No,
and this is not.
I don't believe
this
that.
question is not just about Caitlyn or Angel. This is about the younger guard. That's because if you notice, there's been a bigger spotlight, obviously, since that championship game, right? There's been a bigger spotlight on the younger players coming in the game. So that's Olivia Miles, that's Flage, that's Juju when she comes, that's Paige, that's Angel. So that's all of them. This is grouping all of the younger player versus the older vets. So this question is more pertaining to because maybe, we wouldn't know, right, Coach, because we new fans, but maybe this has been an issue before we was here, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just the rite of passage, right? So we don't know, but we here now, and we know what we're seeing now. So my question is this to everybody. Are the younger players, again, not just Caitlyn and Angel, all the younger players pretty much, let's start from the let's actually go past it, because we can even use Aaliyah Boston's draft. But so we could say, like, maybe since 2022 or 2021, right? Since that time to now, are some of the younger players just not strong enough to handle the physicality of the league, like some of the the older grown women are? So it looks like they being targeted, or it looks like on the court that they can't handle the physicality. And do they just need to hit the gym and get stronger, or on the reverse side of that, are they being targeted by the older players that's stronger? And it's not a they just need to get a stronger problem. They're literally being targeted.
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest with you. I don't think it's I don't think it's anything new. Giving rookies the business is like a rite of passage, regardless of what sport. It was like that for me in the NFL. It's like that MLB.
Like that across all sports.
Across all sports.
You gotta.
However, you getting the same injuries to vets as well. So Kelsey Plum went down, Brittany Sykes went down, and nobody touched her. So injuries are going to happen. That's part of the game. I do think when you're just talking about targeting, I do think they give rookies a little bit of the business a little bit more. But again, that's standard practice.
Right.
They were giving Olivia the business. She was giving it back. So even when you go back to going back 2 years ago when Angel and Caitlyn were rookies, didn't nobody expect neither one of them to do the things that they did.
Exactly.
None of them. And it was every excuse in the world. Everybody had a problem with Angel getting rebounds. And I've said this a million times, man. If I'm coaching a team and Angel Reese is getting rebounds and getting second and third chances on rebounds, I'm cussing somebody out, because she ain't doing that by herself.
Right. Somebody not doing their job on the other team.
Correct. And of course, with Caitlin Clark, she needed to be, granted grace and all of that kind of stuff. And both of them, they came out and lit everybody up. And I think people were just mad about it.
Yeah.
But they've been playing hard. In my opinion, I again, it goes back to the refereeing thing. Like prime example, because everybody's talking about the CC incident now with Alyssa Thomas. But go back and look at when Alyssa Thomas slammed Angel Reese 2 years ago or 3 years ago now, right? And then you remember when Alyssa Thomas got ejected, that was the second time she did it in that game. So I didn't like the fact.
It was actually 3 incidents, but 2 of them got highlighted. But yeah,
I agree.
It was like back to back. I remember.
My problem with that situation was, and I'm looking at it because now I'm looking at it as a former player, and I don't care who you like, dislike, whatever. There's some players that I don't like for whatever reasons. I do not want to see anybody hurt. And I got a problem with somebody going after somebody and intentionally trying to hurt them. I said the same thing about Kelsey Plum. When Kelsey Plum kicked, what's the girl for the Valkyries last year? What's the guard for the Valkyries?
Veronica Burton.
I can't remember who it was.
Well, I don't know.
She was trying to get the ball, and literally she kicked the girl in the knee.
She did. Yep, I remember that.
And I was like,
it might have been Carla Lake.
I'm like, I'm done. I'm done on her. I like Kelsey Plum. I like the way she played, but I do not respect you if you trying to hurt somebody. And to me, she was trying to hurt somebody. To me, Alyssa Thomas tried to hurt Angel when she slammed her on her head. Because if you ever had a concussion, she about 3 inches to the left or to the right, she could have got jacked up for real, like career-ending stuff.
A neck injury, a back injury.
Yeah, and I'm like, that stuff is serious, man. And what made me mad about Angel kind of keyed it off, like, yeah, that's just veterans giving it to us rookies. I'm like, nah, she almost took you out of here, and you got to look at it like that. She almost took your livelihood. That's how I see. But
and I'm not mad at that take, Coach. You already know on my show, everybody's perspective is respected, but I see it a little differently, Coach, and this is why. And this is actually my not to compare them to, but this is my issue with Caitlin, right? With Angel, even though I do agree with you, and I didn't like Alyssa Thomas for a long time after that. I got over it now, but for a long time I didn't like Alyssa Thomas, and I still respected how Angel handled it, because then you're gonna appreciate this as a player. Some things y'all keep if you want to fail, right? You play football. If you want to fail and you got a rivalry with somebody, it's a personal rivalry, and y'all getting into it, it ain't everybody's business. You ain't involved in the refs. You're not involved in the media. And I think with Angel's popularity, she knew she could have took that a different way. And I think Angel said, "Let me diffuse this." And she wanted to diffuse it and keep it basketball so nobody would talk about it. And that's what she did. With Caitlin, and I made a video about this, and I stand on this. With Caitlin, what annoys me so far her career, she might be changing now. I don't write the book off on young players as if they can't grow and get better, right? So if Caitlin changes this, I'm 1,000% fine. But so far in her career, every time she's gotten altercations with people, not as bad as this one. This was, I'm on a record for saying I thought Alyssa Thomas was wrong for this. But what I'm saying in general, when she get in altercations with people, she usually start to turn to the refs and the media for support, which I don't like. And a lot of those times she initiate the problem. So we could go back to the Tiffany Hayes one, right?
Yeah.
People think that people will look at that play and say, oh, she just made the shot on Tiffany Hayes and Tiffany Hayes got upset. Tiffany Hayes ain't get upset until Caitlin ran her chest into Tiffany Hayes, bumped her and pushed her, and then started backpedaling. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you do that, you asking for the smoke. We go back to the Kennedy Carter situation. Everybody remembers when Kennedy Carter, she was yapping. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody remembers when Kennedy Carter hit her, but nobody is looking at what happened before that.
Right.
So it's like, my thing is, if you're gonna do all that and it comes to you, cool, keep it between y'all. I'm 1,000% fine. I don't mind Caitlin's fiery attitude. What I don't like is when she involves the refs and she involves the media, because she'll go to the media and say things like, oh, I don't know why. They just, why. You did something. You antagonized them. So that's what I don't like.
My biggest criticism
Barbie night? when Diamond DeShield ran into her full speed and just throwed her down and
Diamond
act
was
like
wrong for that. I
Yeah.
keep the same energy, bro. You already know. But real money, you know, you been on my channel you long enough. You're gonna know I'm not gonna hate. Diamond was wrong for that.
Here's my thing.
Point blank, period.
And you know I'm a Caitlyn fan. My biggest criticism, and this is me with my little experience coaching and stuff like that, I got a problem with people that bitch to the refs a lot. Never in the history of ever
Me too.
have I seen a player change an official's mind because you bitching at him.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like about her.
Not only that, I'll take it a step further, coach. Not only the bitching, what I get mad at is the complaining. Like I could use Camila Cardoso for an example. This gets on my nerves. Every time something happens, just go. You're not gonna get every call. Just go down the court.
Yeah.
you're a superstar.
But here's the flip side of that.
Game.
Here's the flip side that I understand. Because the refs are so freaking bad, I understand the frustration.
And that's one thing every fan base can agree with. I've been saying it. If every single fan base got one thing in common, we don't like the refs. The refs is terrible to all of our teams. And I said this just before you got on, coach. Even against the Indiana, when we played y'all a few weeks ago, last week or whenever it was times where they call fouls on Indiana. When I'm like, that's not a foul. Like
you got 6 inches of space between them. I don't get, even when when Caitlin Clark crashed out at Portland. When I saw Stephanie White, because first of all, both of them were right.
Yeah.
If your player ain't doing what you need him to do, get him out of there. Raven, get in there. The problem was Raven gets in the game and then she fouls out in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm like, clearly the ref was going, and if you watch the game, and what I said about that situation was, I ain't got no problem with Stephanie White taking authority as the coach and doing what she got to do. Yeah. However, she had to watch tape after that game and then realize, like, yeah, it was pretty fucking
maybe Caitlin had a point.
I understand you're frustrated because you can tell Caitlin was just like, listen, all I'm doing is putting my hands up. Yeah. So, but
I understand to your point, I do get that. I'm sorry, coach, not to cut you off. To your point, I get that. But I also get in the heat of the moment. Coaches do this sometimes. Coaches, and this, again, I said a story in one of my other lives. I'm gonna say it again really quick. I got one of my older OGs, one of the older dudes in the neighborhood I'm cool with, way better basketball player than me. There was times where I used to go to the park and I would complain because I got fouled, and you know how we all know you fouled me, my ball, and he would tell me, "Yo, shut up, give him the ball, shut up," and that would make me mad. But he's building character in me, saying you might have got fouled, but everything's not gonna go your way. Number one, and number two, you good enough to still win this game, giving him the ball. So give him the ball and shut up. You ain't got to argue over every call. So sometimes coaches, in Stephanie White's defense, know that this is a hostile environment, but to your point, we're not changing none of these refs' minds. So I need you to ignore how the refs is reffing you and go out here and win this game. So I see it from both sides.
Yeah, and I think she's getting a little bit better. I think her defense is getting better. I don't think her defense is as bad as people say it is. I think when you get her isolation, she gonna get cooked. But by that same point, did you see Olivia Miles cook Asia Wilson twice? Anybody can get beat on isolation. I've seen Caitlin Clark run by people on isolation. It's hard to guard somebody one-on-one when they running by you and you trying to back them.
She'll run by any player on isolation. She going by any player on isolation.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Brooklyn, because you know more about basketball than me. But to me, basketball defense is about hustle and angles.
Yeah,
you get the right angle,
and
you get
effort.
in that line of sight, you get in that passing angle, and you can make something happen. If you get the right angles, you can keep somebody from the basket, you can make them change their shots, and then you just got to out hustle somebody, outwork somebody in the paint. But
it takes a little bit. It takes exactly what you said, but it also takes a little bit of. And this ain't up to nobody. It takes a little bit of God given. You gotta be blessed with long arms. You know what I mean? Blessed with some type of laughs. That's why you got certain better defenders than other people because they just blessed with certain things. Yep. You know what I mean? But that's a great point. Let's move on to my next question because this next question is pretty much we already touched on it. And this is like I said, this is one thing that all of us can agree with. Every fan base. How can a league address its officiating issue?
I mean, do it any. Here's what I'll say, and I can only give my NFL.
Listen, I was about to say you probably got the best take on this because you actually played professional, so you have idea as a player what you would like to see anyway. So
this is what they used to do in the NFL. This happened a couple years ago. At the start of the season and preseason, like the first 3 or 4 games, they were calling offsides on the offensive linemen because it looked like the offensive tackles were jumping the gun just a little bit.
Yeah.
So they started watching it more and they started calling it, and it went overboard. But they do that to let the players know we are going to call it this year. I need you to get used to it.
Be aware of it.
We're gonna call it, and then they back up off of it.
Yeah.
I thought that the W refs were gonna do that this year because they was calling everything at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, the freedom of movement.
Right.
That's what they did with that one.
Now, honestly, it looks like we back to 2 years ago where they just letting everything go. And I'm like, just be consistent.
You want to know why I could tell you?
And just call it. If you're going to do ticky-tack, do ticky-tack. If you're going to let them play, let them play.
Yeah.
But number one, be consistent. And number two, don't ignore the obvious stuff. That's the problem with me. Don't ignore the obvious stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what it seems like they do.
You'll let games get out of hand if you do that.
Yeah.
Angelica Suffering hasn't called not one Caitlin Clark game this year. She ain't called not one Caitlin Clark game this year. Her and the other two ladies, them three always called this. They always call the game together. Angelica Suffering, the one with the shaved head on the side. She's the head official. She over all officials in the WNBA. Everybody don't know that, but she over every official in the WNBA. She ain't even called not one game this year. All of a sudden, when AT and DeWanna Bonner, who been in the league for 17 plus years, and that's the head official who been in the league for all these years, when it been bad, when nobody was watching, she been a head official since then. Now all of a sudden you come to call this the second game that we're playing a double header. The second game we're playing back to back. And the game just happened. You just happen to miss that call. Like, come on, people got to see this type of stuff. You happen to miss that call, but you're right on the baseline, bent down, looking right into us while all this going on the ground. You're looking right at us. How can you miss that call? That's why I bet you she was the one who went back and was like, well, I don't want them to try to come at me, so y'all might as well go on and do something. Because if y'all don't do nothing, every time I go to ref a game up there, it's gonna be ugly.
So because it's easy to miss that call until you
got to bounce, bro.
What's that?
A knee to the crotch, coach. You seen a knee to the crotch over everything. A
Yeah,
player who coming off a groin.
I got to bounce, brother. I got one question before I leave, though.
It's easy to isolate things.
Hold on, B. Will. Coach said he got to go. Let Coach get his question off, and then you go, B. Will.
Yeah, just one question. Y'all can answer this now or later on, but the refereeing is god awful. Who would you want to replace him? Because the only other option is the NBA, and that's not any better.
No, right.
So they stuck.
So the thing is accountability.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got an answer. I mean, I feel like some of the coaches might overlap though, but when I watch the college games, I don't really be mad at the refs that much.
I agree.
The refs didn't get bad. The refereeing didn't really get bad until like the final fours. It was like weird. It got a little weird then. But like when I watch just like the regular season of basketball, I don't really see too much egregious stuff. Not to say that they don't make mistakes too, but it don't seem too egregious like it does when you go to the WNBA. Now you like really like confused on what you're watching. So maybe they need to talk. I don't know where those college coaches coming from, but they probably need to speak to them and work something out because even the players like we can use Angel Reese or whoever for example. They get confused because they get used to the way the college refereeing system is, and they come to the league and they like, wait, what? You heard AZ Fudge say it in the beginning of the season. She said, I thought it was a more physical league, but you can't touch nobody. So it's like
they back and forth.
They need to talk to even if it's the same ref, they need to ask They need to figure out how to get the same referee in as college, because I like college referees.
Facts.
I don't be complaining about them. Who
All right, Brooke,
now?
I gotta-
Why?
I gotta
Hey,
bounce,
coach.
brother.
Now watch this
I'll
next
let you-
upcoming year. They're gonna be the worst referees in college just because I said that.
So if I,
All right, Brooklyn, I gotta bounce, bro.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
peace out, pro fan.
All right, get ahead. Be well.
So to answer that question, they have to hold them accountable, right? So for me, let me just preface it by saying this, right? To do the job of a referee in professional sports is incredibly difficult, right? And you can't see everything, right? So as the league, you have to hold the refs accountable for the things that they should catch, right? And the only way you can do that is by reviewing the film and you have to take isolated incidents where you can clearly see that the referee should have had a vantage point to make a call or no, and they didn't. Something that's tangible and that you can use as you can use the footage as evidence of, hey, you missed this one. Why did you miss this one? You know what I mean? Or you saw it, but you didn't call it. Why didn't you call it? We can clearly see that you saw it. Why didn't you call it? Or you made this call, and based on the video evidence, there's no way possible that you could have seen what you called. That's my biggest problem with refs, when they make calls that they couldn't possibly have seen. Right? And then there's no accountability on the floor when a different ref that has an actual better vantage point doesn't step in and say, no, this was actually clean, or no, this was actually a foul. So, you know what I mean? So there's very little of that. Sometimes you see them get together on like out of bounds calls, deciding what player touched it last. Sometimes you see that, but you never see them confer over a freaking foul call and overturn it because one ref had a better vantage point and say, no, that's not what they call. Because again, when they go back and review and then see what they called, and then you see that what they called wasn't actually there, and you look at their vantage point from where they called it from, why are you calling that if you couldn't see it?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense to me. You can't. That's my biggest pet peeve with refs. Don't call something that you couldn't see.
They're literally in an NBA arena with all the high-tech cameras that can zoom right into their pubic hair up their nose. They literally got the cameras that can zoom right into up their nose. They got those kind of cameras in there.
Yeah,
they act like they can't. They act like they can't use them when they need to be used. But when they don't need to be used, they'll focus right in on somebody's toe and say, "Well, that toe was on the line."
Well, that's
a good point, Real Money.
I agree with that point, Real Money. But for me, I don't think you can only hold a referee accountable for what they could actually see, right? So it's unreasonable to hold a referee accountable from some obscure angle that a camera caught, right?
The angle wasn't obscure. Go look back at a couple of those videos, Go look back at a couple of those videos of the incident. You'll see a referee standing at the baseline at the corner. They was right in the paint. They was right there at the bottom of the paint when that incident happened. The referee was standing on the right side corner of the baseline, bent down, looking right into the play, trying to see if something's going on. It's three players standing around.
And if you think that a ref could see that knee that y'all talking about,
she can't see the knee, but she can see a fist right into once your arm is on me, it's a foul right then. We fight for the ball and your hand is touching something other than the ball, you know that's a foul, right?
So again, the ball was loose.
Do you know that's a foul, right?
A player, the referee on the baseline anywhere on the baseline could not see the ball. The ball was loose. All you can see is bodies going for the ball,
You can't see the
right?
ball. The ball was she fell to the ground with the ball. She fell to the ground
Again, you
and
said the
clutched the
ref.
ball.
You said the ref was on the right hand corner
The
of the
ref was on the
baseline.
right hand side.
How could the
Yes.
ball? How could that? How could
She
that
was
ref
on her
see?
back. She was on her
So
back.
again, we talking about the ball,
She was on
right?
her back throwing the
Peace out,
ball out
BJ.
as soon as she hit the
Appreciate you.
ground.
Appreciate you for
Soon as
rocking
she
with
hit
me,
the
BJ. Make
ground,
sure
she
you hit the
threw the
like
ball
button
out.
before you go. Have a good night.
Again, for me, the ref you talking about should have been able to see Caitlin trip over Lexi Hill's foot. That's a foul. That's what should have been called, in my opinion.
They
They
ain't
should have been
calling
able to
that
see that.
foul for her. That's what I be saying. They got to select the whistle.
They
They
call that
swallow
foul
it
for her all the
sometimes.
time.
They not calling
They
that
they
foul
call
for her. The
they
game
call
was
that
too
foul all
close
the
at that
time.
point.
That's cap. They call that kind of foul all the time
The
because it doesn't
game,
matter.
not for
It doesn't
her.
matter.
The game was
It
too
doesn't.
close.
Oh my God! It was the second quarter, man.
The game was too. That's what I'm. Look, the game was too close. They was still attacking. They was still going neck and neck. That's what I'm saying. If either team would have been up big, then they would have made that call. The game too close. You see, at the end of the game, I'm telling you, they still had to call an offensive foul on Kelsey Mitchell for no reason. For something that Cece do every play. Cece do this same exact play every play that she shoots a jumper. They call offensive foul because Khalil Copper fake throwed her head back when Kelsey Mitchell just nudged her a little bit with the elbow just to get off, to get off me a little bit while I'm shooting my jumper. She got called for an offensive foul. That would have tied the game up, bro. They didn't want the Mercury to lose again. Cause they already know it was gonna be bad. That happened to CC already. Then they win the game. Oh nah. No.
All right,
They
let me
couldn't
get
let
into
that
my
happen.
next question. This is gonna shake things up a little bit because this is gonna swing things back to the Atlanta Dream. My question again for everybody on my panel, for everybody in the chat, and anybody watch us on the playback. My question is this: Karl Smesko is being criticized for his approach to protecting Angel Reese. Is the criticism fair?
I'm going to plead the fifth on this because I don't know what he has or has not done.
Well, I could tell you. He's been asked in post game coverage what he's been doing, and he said that all of the footage that they have of refs either missing calls or making calls that they don't think is calls, or people like people hacking her, all of the things they're putting together footage of it and they send it into the league. They send it into the league office so the league can see it. So that's
You
his
know how many
approach,
players
opposed to what people. And let me tell you why I asked this question. People have said to me, and I've heard people say to other people that they wish Karl Smesko would be more fiery about Angel. They want him to be more getting into the refs on the sideline, which is not his personality. He's more laid back, and they want him to be more kind of what Stephanie White just did in the media. So calling out the refs in the media, they want that approach from him, opposed to his approach, which is a more laid back approach. So again, the question is, Karl Smesko is being criticized for his approach, right? More laid back approach, and sending the videos into the league to protect Angel. Is the criticism fair? Is the question.
why would he be more fiery for a third option on offense?
Come on, man. That's
No,
the
but
type
that's
of
his
stuff.
opinion. I ain't mad at him. You could
I'm
arguably
just
look at
saying, B
Angel and
Will.
say
Hold
she's
up,
a
B
one or
Will.
two
Let me
option.
finish. B Will. Why would he be more fiery for a third option on offense? Bro, we gotta keep it real,
See
bro.
that
Like
laugh? That laugh
she came
that
to a
lets you know
team
he's
that was
dealing with what
already
he is.
structured and solidified. They don't need her to do nothing but play defense. They literally need her to play defense. She's not a scoring option like that. I don't know why people acting like they don't understand this. She's not
So
literally a scoring option like that, bro.
what you're saying is by not calling fouls that are clear fouls when Angel Reese has the ball, it's okay because she's not a scoring option.
I mean, it's not okay, but why would he be out here just?
because
Because
it
when
impacts
they
the game.
when they
Because
started
it
looking into
impacts the
stuff,
game.
look, everybody want them to look into stuff, right? Look, everybody want them to
That
look
wasn't
into
Clarky
stuff.
answer, Gamble.
Everybody want them to look into stuff. We want them to look into everything, don't we? When they literally start looking into stuff and seeing all these travels and seeing all these double dribbles and all this stuff that's really going on, that's when it's gonna backfire on everybody. Because when they start really calling double dribbles and travels in 3 seconds and carries and 8 seconds and all this, when they really start calling everything that these people do every single game, I'm talking about, I can look at 5 or 6 calls on every play and be like, that was a legal screen. Well, she been in
So
the
Brooklyn,
paint 3 seconds.
so Brooklyn, I just want to call
She
you.
just double dribbled.
I just want to call your attention to how he hasn't actually answered your question. So
Bro, we already. Why would that? Like I just said, why would he be? He fiery enough for. They not doing it for Ryan Howard and Alicia Gray. Those
because
are the
they're not
scoring
being
options on that
they're not
team.
being targeted like England. They're not being
They're
refereed
not.
officiated
I'm,
like
I'm gonna tell you
England.
why they're not being targeted. Cause they vets and they already know how to get their points
Stop
and do their
it.
thing, and they don't care about all of the. Well, they
Cut it out.
pushed me. Somebody pushed me down. Well, this happened. They just get up and next play mentality. When CC get that next play mentality, when Angel Reese get that next play mentality, and I'm not trying to make a highlight reel, and I ain't trying to be the number one trending, and I don't want to go hang with this person to act like I was doing this. When they get that mentality, bro, they gonna be dangerous. When them two get that mentality of what they really are right now to this sport, they gonna be
I
super
just dropped the
dangerous.
link for you, Miss D, if you want to join.
They gonna
So
be super dangerous. I'm telling you. When them two get that superstar, real superstar mentality, and not just the ego of a superstar, because both of them now just got the ego of a superstar. They don't have the games of a superstar yet. If you get my drift, if you get what I'm saying,
so
they don't know how to compose themselves as superstars yet.
so I'm gonna answer the question. Do I think he's being unfairly criticized? For me, I'm not. I don't know. Again, I'm gonna stick to my answer. I can't really say it that way. I think he's doing what he's. I think if he's sending in the footage and filing complaints, that should be enough for the league to take a look. Getting fiery
I didn't
about it,
notice. My bad, bro.
getting fiery about it may not be his style, but he maybe he if he looks at closely at it, maybe he should get a little fiery if that's what's seeming to get results from other places. Um, so is it unfair? I don't know. To me, I think he's doing he's doing his job. Could could he do more? Could he get fiery? Sure, probably. But I don't know if that people who criticize that part of it, I don't know if it's unfair. It's just it's a perspective. That again, I'm not invested in the Atlanta Dream like that. So I don't, you know, it's hard for me to really weigh in on that because I don't think it's
It's all
unfair
right. I
that
think y'all both.
Atlanta Dream fans would have that perspective.
I think y'all both gave great perspective, right? Whether I agree or not, I think y'all both gave great points. I would say my opinion though is I feel like he is being unfairly criticized because your personality is your personality, right? Everybody's gonna handle things different, and you don't have to handle things like another person does. So as long as he's taking care of it and handling it, I think that's fine. The way he decided to do, like I said, and Coach Stephanie Sides, right? Um, Coach Stephanie Sides and Caitlin's first season decided to handle it this way, and it worked. So who knows? Maybe it'll work
Man,
for Angel
Christy
too.
size. That man.
Christy, thank you, thank you. I knew something sound wrong. I'm like, no, I don't think it's Stephanie Sides. Christy, my apologies, Coach. Thank you, Real Money, Coach Christy Sides. That's how she handled it in the first season for Caitlyn when they had some things they didn't like with how she was being officiated. Well, but what I will say is this, and this is me being devil's advocate, and also me understanding that maybe I'm wrong, right? Because for whatever reason, people be afraid to be wrong on these things. Like we all can be wrong. And the people who do criticize them defense though, like the title of this live, Stephanie White was able to get results in one game, and Karl Smesko was still waiting for results. So hey, sometimes you got to readjust your plan if your plan not working. Right? You can have a good plan, and you can say, hey, this is a great strategy, but that person's strategy is working a lot better. So maybe I need to switch my strategy. And Stephanie White. It wasn't just the logo though. It was also the way
the logo we talking about though. We talk about
no, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I agree with you that Caitlin Clark had influence, but what I'm saying is also on top of that influence, the way Stephanie White demanded something happen in the media is also part of it. Right? She demanded using media and using public perception, so everybody got fired up and made their videos and put pressure on the league. All of that had something to do with this response happening so quickly. So yes, Caitlin Clark was part of it, but it was also Stephanie White's response to what happened as well. So what I'm saying is Karl Smesko may need to change how he's doing it, because if what you're doing ain't getting results, maybe you should switch it up. But I don't feel like he's being fairly criticized by those people. I feel like his personality is his personality, and people want him to be. It's almost like what's happening with Stephanie White, right? People want Stephanie White to coach how they want her to coach, opposed to how she want to coach. People want Karl Smesko to be how they want him to be, opposed to the person he is. So I think it's a little unfair.
Why you think Draymond Green don't go after star players?
He did. Him and Blake Griffin wasn't. He used to go after Blake Griffin.
What in these days, in these eras, this era right here, the new era, the real era, not Blake Griffin era when it was still almost just anything going on. Now, why he don't go ahead and start players in
I
this
don't know.
day and
You
age?
tell me. I can't. I don't know.
Because they done told him you're not that important, Draymond Green. We will erase you. We will erase you like Thanos in one snap. We will erase you out here. You will go ahead, go at SGA if you want to. Go do one of them stupid fouls on SGA. Go do one of them dumb fouls on
So you think it happened after LeBron? Because he got suspended after that. You think after he hit LeBron in the nuts, they said no more star players?
Man, I'm telling you, like anything like that, bro. You go after one of these. Go do something stupid to Wnba. Go do something stupid to Wnba and see what happens to you. See, don't we suspend you for a whole season?
Mm-hmm.
Like being for real, like that's the difference between this and that, bro. Like what happened with Izzy and Angel, I ain't saying it's right. I'm never saying that's right. I'm still not saying it's right.
Mm-hmm.
But when Angel personified herself as the Poison Ivy and the villain, and I'm coming out here with the Joker shoes on, I'm the villain. I'll take that role. If you want to give me that role, I'll take that role. They looking at it like, oh, you'll take that role? Okay. Yeah, when your coach come here crying about you getting your ass fouled hard for 50 games next season, we'll see how much you like it.
Mm-hmm.
Cece never did that. She been crying since the beginning, and she's still crying now.
All right, that's a great point. And we're gonna move on. It's the very last question. So we got through all my questions. The very last question. And the question is, this is for everybody in the chat, everybody who watches on the playback, and everybody on the panel. Is Caitlin Clark less talented than she was advertised and being exposed, or is she as good as advertised and being targeted by less talented, bitter women? I'm gonna say that again because it was kind of long. Is Caitlin Clark less talented than she was advertised and being exposed, or is she as good as advertised and being targeted by less talented, bitter women in the league? What's you guys' thoughts on that?
She's scoring the third most. She's teetering between second and third most points in the league right now. She's first in assists in the league right now. They advertise her as a shooter, scorer, and as a player that can pass the ball. Don't that fill both of those boxes? Don't that check both of those boxes?
Okay.
She's
She's
been getting turnovers since college. Nobody
she's also
cares.
she's also has the highest turnover rate.
I just said that. Nobody cares. Nobody cared about it then. Nobody really cares about. That's just an argument for the other side to have.
Mm.
She been leading. She's leading in. She's leading in assists, like I just said. And you teeter between 2 and 3 of the most scored and most scored points in the WNBA. You're up there with the best. So that means you up there in the top 5 with the best, right? In both categories that they advertise you in. How can
So
you not be living up to what they say you was gonna live up to? Just because you ain't scoring 30, nobody's averaging 30. Asia Wilson not averaging 30. The best player in the world, arguably. She's not
so
averaging 30, is she?
so repeat your question, Brooklyn.
Got you. So the question is for everybody in the chat and everybody watching this in the playback is Caitlin Clark less talented than she was advertised and being exposed? Or is she as good as advertised and being targeted by less talented, bitter women?
So Real Money was finished. Hasn't answered the second part of that question.
Or is she being what? Is she being targeted?
Yeah, it's really one question, but it's like, what side do you lean to? So the question
Bro.
is Caitlin Clark less talented than she was advertised and being exposed? So that's one part. You believe that. You believe that she's really not as talented as advertised, and now she's just being exposed, right? Or you
No.
believe that she's as good as advertised and she's being targeted by less talented, bitter women.
if you're co- if you're at the- if you don't if you now hold the record for the most assists ever in a game in the whole league in the whole 30 years that it ever been played, you hold that record. You, as this player that's supposed to be a bad passer and the most turnovers, you hold that record for the most assists ever in a game in this league ever. You've been scoring in the 20. You scoring 20 plus every single game that you touch the floor. How am I not living up to what? No, and she's not targeted. She's not targeted by them. She's got them really like it's a targeted thing, and it's a resentment thing. I gotta look at you again. You coming out here, you about to score 25 and 10 on me again. Damn, I hate this shit. I can't stand this. What can we do to stop this shit? Like, they got players like what just literally happened. They got players and teams that okay, yeah, she gonna get. We ain't got nobody on these teams that's gonna foul her hard. But when she go play Western and them, yeah, I'm been already put that call in for one of them to black eye. We need a black eye when she come out of that game. Like it's little stuff like that. You know they
So
can't
she is being
blatantly
targeted.
target her. They can't blatantly target her, but she's you know what I mean, a little soft target type thing. Like, oh yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I can respect that because there is nuance to it. I can respect that because for me, my answer to that question is I don't think she is as talented as advertised, although I think she is very talented. And I also don't think she's being targeted, and I certainly don't think she's being targeted by less talented, bitter women. So
Okay.
in fact, I take exception to that.
Revenue, it's been a minute. Revenue, what's up? Peace, peace, peace.
I take exception to that part of uh, that segment of the question or that side of the question, because I feel like she's less talented than advertised, but I think she is very talented, and I think that players, because she's very talented, again, and has a high usage, like I said before, you have to game plan, right? She has to be a part of your scouting report, and the footage is out on how you can slow down Caitlin Clark. And so I don't think she's being targeted by bitter women. I think she's being uh, uh, I think teams are looking to expose her weaknesses.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But I can't argue with the fact that she's putting up a lot of points. Now she is a lot of times putting up a lot of points on very very low efficiency,
Mm.
but sometimes she has high efficiency games like this last game. She was being the last two games. I think she was scoring points and on good efficiency, right? And so it's going to be that up and down. For me, the issue with Caitlyn is that she's supposed to be this generational point guard, and they call her that because of her passing ability. But what I see is that she's exceptional in the transition game, but when you slow it down into the half court game, she's ordinary as a point guard. She makes some good passes, she makes some good decisions, right?
Yeah.
But you have when you're looking at a point guard, you can't have a conversation regarding assists without having a conversation about turnovers. And for me, if she had 10 assists in a game, I think it's reasonable that she would have 3 turnovers, 4 turnovers, maybe even 5, because then your assisted turnover ratio is 2-1. Problem is, that's not Caitlin Clark. Her assisted turnover ratio is less than 2, is generally less than 1.5. It has been as low as under 1, right? So that's the problem when we're talking about generational talent. Yeah, anybody that can shoot a logo three can score points, and because of that, you get some advantages when it comes to driving the ball, and you have high usage. Yeah, you can score a lot of points. For me, do it efficiently, and if you're a point guard, your assisted turnover ratio should not be less than 2, right? It should never be less than 2.1. Your average should not be less than 1.
You know who got high turnovers? Steph Curry, LeBron James, R.I.P. Kobe Bryant. Who else handled the ball a lot? AI. Every player that handles the ball all the time got super high turnovers.
Understand? I'm not talking about total numbers. I'm talking about assist to turnover ratio. That's to me, that's the key. Assist to turnover ratio. You're gonna there's somebody as a point guard.
Nobody ever went and said they had 29, 15, 7, and 5 turnovers. They never started doing this. Nobody was ever putting the turnovers up there on the screen. Nobody ever put turnovers on the screen until 2024 when this girl came into the fucking league. That's when turnovers started going up on the screen then. That's when they started acting like, oh, we gotta count every single turnover now.
So
that's not true. That's not true, real.
It's not true. It's not
that's
true.
Not true, real.
Let me set a real WNBA example. Let me put a real WNBA.
Go back and look at this game when it got to the end and they put the player stats up there.
Alyssa Thomas, triple double queen, right? Heralded for her high assist rate, right?
Triple double queen, still never won nothing. We don't care about her never won nothing though.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Because if we talk about that, Caitlin Clark ain't never won nothing either. But you don't want to talk about that. But anyway, Alyssa Thomas.
Comparing a 3-year player to a 17-year vet. Okay, go ahead.
Led the league in assists, also led the league in turnovers. But the difference between her and Caitlin is the assist to turnover ratio. That matters. That's what matters, right? So if you have significantly more higher usage and higher number of assists, for me, it's reasonable that you should also, if you lead the league in assists by such a great margin, it's reasonable that you also lead the league in turnovers. Yeah. But the assist to turnover ratio is what's important when we're talking about somebody as a point guard, point forward.
Ain't nobody gonna go back and say, well, her assist to turnover ratio was this. Nobody ain't gonna care, bro. Ain't
So real
nobody
money.
gonna
Don't you
care,
know?
bro.
Real
Nobody
money.
but the
Don't you
people
know?
on YouTube gonna care, bro. I promise you. I
Real money.
swear to God. When she
Real money.
get inducted into the Hall of Fame, they not gonna go back and say, well, she led the league in assists and this and that, but her assist to turnover ratio was.
If th- if that's your barometer,
Sue Bird. Go back and look at Sue Bird
if
turnovers.
if
Go
individual
back and look at
accomplishments,
Sue Bird's turnovers.
if individual accomplishments is your
She leads
barometer,
it.
then okay. But let me
She
tell you, let
sits
me
at the
give you
top.
another stat. Let me give you another stat, real money. Don't you know that in her first year, I haven't looked at it this year because to be honest with you, I really wasn't looking for this stat when I was looking at when I found it in her first year. I wasn't looking for it. It was I saw it was an advanced stat that I wasn't even looking for. I just like, oh wow, that's crazy. Don't you know that Caitlin Clark averaged 15 points to the other team per game based on her turnovers?
Don't you
So
know
for
that Caitlin Clark was
so
responsible for
so
damn near 75% of her points, her team points
again,
in her
so
rookie
again, we're
year,
talking about so
every game?
we're talking about winning. We're talking about winning. Don't you know 15 points per game gives your opponent an advantage? And if we
Do
look
you?
at how the Beavers season played out, don't you know
How
that's
did they
impactful?
season play out?
They got swept in the opening round of
They
the
went
playoffs,
the opening round of the playoffs went number 3 games. It was 3 games. Nobody
and they
cared.
got swept. They didn't win a game.
The Dream just got swept by the same team last year. Guess what?
Nope,
Nobody
nope,
want to
not by
talk
the
about
same
it.
team. Not by the same team because Caitlin Clark wasn't a
They
part of
got
that.
swept
So
by the same team. Nobody
you're not
wants to hear about it.
you're not arguing
This
honestly
is not
because
the
it
same
wasn't the
team
same team.
that y'all dick riding and root for this year. The Atlanta Dream not the same team that everybody's dick riding and rooting for this year.
So
They have a whole different asset now.
so again, let me be clear. It's
Yeah,
not the
be
same team.
clear.
The, the 2024 playoff Indiana Fever team is not the same
The Dream didn't
2025
even make the
Indiana.
playoffs that year. The
They
Dreams, I
didn't.
don't even
You're
think they
right.
made the playoff that year.
You're right. I ain't talking about the Dream. I'm talking about Caitlin Clark in the Fever. Why are you talking about the Dream?
We talking about players. We talking about people that didn't even make the. I'm trying to figure out what are we talking. We talking about a team that was 5 wins the year before with 2 generational talents that they say them generational talents too. Aaliyah Boston and Kelsey Mitchell. Kelsey Mitchell been sitting on this team on the shelf for 9. She been sitting on the shelf for 8 years on this team, bro. She haven't carried them to the playoffs not one year. She was
So
averaging points, but
so she didn't
so
carry
was
them to the
everybody. So
playoffs.
was Sabrina Nescu. So was anybody averaging
So she didn't carry them
17
to the
points.
playoffs and into the semifinals in 2025. That's what you're saying?
I mean, we can't say what she would have did or what she could have
No, I
did.
didn't
You
say what
know,
she
she
would have
was
did. I
hurt.
said what
She
she
didn't
did.
do it. She was hurt.
I said what she did. I was talking about Kelsey
She
Mitchell. You
was
said
hurt. She
you said
couldn't
what
do
Kelsey
it.
Mitchell didn't do, and I said you said Kelsey Mitchell ain't carried the Fever to the playoffs nan
Kelsey
time.
Mitchell didn't care.
And
We had
and
Ari McDonald. We had Ozzie Sims. We had goddamn we had Howard. We had all type of players. We
yep,
had all type of different
yep.
players. Why is
No, who you
Kelsey
didn't
Mitchell
have?
not carrying the team when CC go out every game this year? Why is she not able to close games and score 35 points and win over bum teams like the Sun this year? Like they just lost to last night this year. Why is she
Well, if
not
you
able to
ask
do
me,
that?
he's barely able to get into a rhythm.
No, it's
But
not barely able to get into a rhythm. She's scoring 20 plus points. She out there competing with her own team instead of competing with the other teams. That's why
oh,
y'all
so
don't like to talk
Kelsey
about this.
Mitchell is
I'm a real
selfish.
fan. I watch it. When you're
So
competing
Kelsey
with your own
Mitchell is
team, you
selfish.
can't beat another team because you out here trying to make sure you stay in the top 5 scoring with your
So
own team. You
Kelsey
trying to make sure you do
Mitchell.
that.
So
You
it's
got to come
Kelsey
out here and
Mitchell
play
that's
against the
selfish.
other team, not your team.
So
When
it's
you
Kelsey
dribble,
Mitchell
dribble,
that's
dribble, and
selfish.
never look for nobody until it's 3 seconds on the clock,
So
that's
it's Kelsey
bad.
Mitchell that's shooting all the shots?
That's bad.
Got you. Oh, okay. It's Kelsey Mitchell that's shooting the most shots.
All right, so I'm
Okay.
gonna
That's
answer the question.
bad.
I'll let y'all have your little back and forth. I'm gonna answer the question from my point of view, and I
Cause
think
Nothing but love to you,
it's
Rich. Nothing but
bad,
love to you,
Brooklyn.
real
Like
money.
he
Nothing but love to you, real money, for sure.
I think the answer to the question is pretty clear. So I'm gonna start from the beginning first, and is CC as advertised and being targeted by the league. So I'm gonna say first of all, I don't think she's being targeted. Like when you watch every game, you could clearly see that she plays basketball. Paige, whoever you want to name, they play basketball, and they're not being like beat up. They're not being beat up out there by the other players, right? You can say what you want about the refs, but as far as other players go, everybody's just playing basketball.
you
So
think Paige is
that's the bump. I listen to your answer when
go
you said
ahead,
that
Chris.
Angel was the third best. You gotta listen to mine. I don't think that there's no targeted going on, and I don't think she's as good as advertised. To be honest, the way she was advertised was the best player ever. Right, she's better than everybody else, and is she gonna come in and dominate these women? That didn't happen yet. And I think she was just advertised wrong, because had she been advertised as what she is, I think she would have been received a lot better from people. But when you advertise her as the greatest thing ever, better than everybody else, better than everybody else on the floor, and everybody need to bow down, I think that puts a target on your back, honestly. And even though I don't think she's targeted as far as like people trying to hurt her, but yeah, it's definitely a target as far as, okay, you walk on this court, I walk on this court, we're going to compete. It's going to be competitive. So I do think there's that. Now the first half of the question, is she being exposed? And let me read the questions. I don't want to misread what I said. Is Caitlin Clark less talented than advertisement and being exposed? So is she less talented? You got to listen to the words. Yes, I do believe she's just talented than she was advertised, but that doesn't mean I don't think she's talented. I think she's one of the top players in this league. I just don't think she's better than everybody. I don't think she's that talented. She was marketed as the Michael Jordan. I don't think she's the Michael Jordan. I think she's just one of the top players. Just like her cat. It's almost like what Real Money just said. You notice how he got upset when I mentioned the word Paige, right? But if you think about it, when did she become so much better than Paige? Think about it, right? And when they got recruited from college, they was in the same class. Regardless of who you Paige was ranked higher, but regardless of who you thought was better, they was in the same they was around the same group of talent level, right? They go to
Paige
college,
last
they both hold on, let me make my point. Yeah, I heard y'all points, I'll listen. They go to college, right? They both go to their respective teams, and regardless of how you think they turned out, one got a lot of stats, and one got a championship out of it, and had a great career.
one
But
stayed 6 years.
Real Money. You can respond to me when I'm done. Let me finish. Both had great college careers though, right? Both went to college and both had great college careers. CC wasn't considered better than everybody when she was a high school recruit. She wasn't considered better than everybody in college. She just had better stats and better numbers than a lot of people, because the team she was on, she was able to take a lot of shots. She was able to make the passes and get all of the stats, right? Get all the assists, score a lot of points, get all of the points, right? So you could arguably say she was the best scorer or best passer because she had the best stats, but nobody looked at her as the best player. At least I did, right? Then because of the hype she develops in college, and started to be a machine put around her, especially once you get to the Angel Reese game, right? Especially when you get to the South Carolina game. Those two games I think was crucial because not all of her fans. We know some of her fans is cool. We just had two of them on the stage, Real Money and Pro Fan Talker, both CC fans, both cool as fuck, right? Regardless of what you think of Real. I told y'all if y'all round Real Money up, he start wilding. I told y'all that already. But with that said, because of the two predominantly black teams, regardless of people want to admit it or not, Caitlyn gained a racist fan base. She gained the white fan base. She gained the whole fan base that just cared about her being better than black people for whatever reason. I don't know. So that portion of the fan base and the machine started to build her up like she's above everyone else. And I think that's where the problem lies. If she was just allowed to be another player, great. That's not what happened. So I'm explaining this so y'all understand my less talented point. I'm not saying she's less talented to the point where she's not a top player. I'm just saying she's not better than everybody. She's not the Michael Jordan of the sport. That was false. That was false advertisement. But is she one of the top players in the sport? Whether you want to say she's top 5, top 10, wherever you put her, of course. She's definitely one of the best players in the sport. So I don't believe that she was advertised the right way, in my opinion. I feel like she is misrepresented, misadvertised, but still a great player, still one of the top players. And do I feel like she's being exposed a bit? I think she is, because if she was just Caitlin Clark, one of the greatest shooters ever, Caitlin Clark, one of the top passers, and Caitlin Clark, offensive machine, whatever you want to call her, a scoring guard, she would have been received a lot better, right? And because she was advertised as the Michael Jordan or the Steph Curry, right? These top players who I don't think she's as good as, I think that's kind of made her get exposed a little bit, because now, especially in year 3, her weakness is that nobody wanted, because they act like the girl is perfect. Nobody want to talk about the fact she turns the ball over more than anybody, right? You just had the argument about the turnovers. I didn't say nothing on purpose. I let y'all have that. But the fact of the matter is, no matter who you name, she turns the ball over more than them. That's alarming. You get what I'm saying? And you can, if people want to compare her to men, it's worse because the men play a longer game than the women do. And she, on a assist to turnover ratio basis, she turns the ball over every man you just mentioned. She turns it over more than them, and she plays less time than them. So that shows how egregious it is. And then we also knows about the defense. She can't play defense, right? And then when certain defenders get on her, we start to see her look human. So my point is, the only reason why that's so alarming is because she's supposed to be better than everybody. But if she was never marketed like that, if she was just marketed as an offensive machine, a good player, she would be able to just go out and play her game and wouldn't be criticized as harsh as she criticized and what people want to call as hate. It ain't hate, it's called accountability. People, if you hold Caitlin Clark accountable, you hate her for whatever reason. Why is Caitlin Clark the person I'm choosing to hate in this game? I'm just choosing I'm gonna hate her, and I don't hate nobody else. I just want to hate her. Cut it out. So I really, in my opinion, to land my plane, so y'all could respond to this. You could respond to this. Real money is that she is being exposed and she's less talented than she was advertised. But that doesn't mean that she's not talented. I do think she's one of the top. Let's say 5. She's one of the top 5. Let's say 10. I'm not gonna say 5 because I don't want to be disrespectful. She's one of the top 10 players in this game. So me saying she's less talented is not saying she's like has little talent. I'm just saying she's not as talented as she was advertised to be. And I hope I was I did it on purpose. I was long-winded so I could explain myself and be clear so nobody could misconstrue me. So I hope what I said was understood. Even if you disagree, it's fine. But I hope what I said was understood. I just want to be understood. That's it.
Yeah. Paige had a chance to test her star power. You get what I'm saying by this?
Yeah, break it down. I'm listening. Break it down.
Paige had a chance to test her star power. Paige was supposed to lead the same year Angel left, CC, everybody left that year. Paige was supposed to leave that same year, but Paige was like nobody talks about this. We just had heard Cheryl Swoop say, "Yeah, I know you look superhuman out there 25 playing against 18-year-olds."
Mm-hmm.
Nobody talks about that. Paige, Paige was 24. Paige was 24 out there when she won that ship. Yeah.
So let me ask you a question based off what you're saying. You saying that you penalized Paige for being injured, because we all know she took that year off because she was hurt.
We don't care if she was injured.
I mean, she took that extra year.
Everybody penalized CC for being injured, don't they?
No, come on, stop.
I don't see the comparison. I don't see the comparison.
She was injured.
That's dishonest. That is dishonest. We talking about Paige, and if you're gonna compare Paige and Caitlin, if you're gonna talk about Paige in college, you have to compare her to Caitlin. You got to compare the two in college.
I'm talking about Paige had her chance. Paige had her chance to test her star power by coming out of the NCAA the same year. Paige didn't want to do that because Paige was put up on a pedestal and she wanted to go number 1 too. She didn't want to go number 2.
I mean, that's a good argument.
Paige,
She could have. I took it more. She wanted
Paige
to
would
win a
have went number
championship,
2.
but that's a no. I'm saying you probably maybe I don't know, but maybe that was her motivation
Yeah,
to go
it's
number
a
1. It could
fact.
have been. I don't
These
know.
are
I
facts.
always took it. She wanted to win a championship. The same
These
reason
are
why I
facts.
feel like
Yeah, she
Juju.
wanted to win.
Hold on, really quick. The same reason why I feel like this year Juju might do the same thing. She may just take an extra year, even though she could come out this year. So we'll see. But that's a good point.
The
You never
same
know.
way I'm sitting here trying to tell y'all all of this stuff. People don't understand the narratives are being built around players as we don't even see them in real time. Narratives are being built. Paige
I
didn't
agree with
come
that.
out because they couldn't have had that argument. They could have said this about CC for 2 years. They could have never. That
That's not
argument would
true,
have
and I'm gonna
never
tell
been
you
able to
why.
been in chats for 2 years.
That's not necessarily true. I'm gonna tell you why.
The can
Jordan
I
was a
can I
number
tell
3.
you why, Brooklyn, first
Hold on, but
before
Jordan
you
was a
get
number,
your trash?
bro. Jordan was a number 3 pick. He wasn't a number 1 pick. So my point is,
Okay.
you don't have to be a number 1 pick to
Yes,
be the greatest. You just got to be the
we
greatest.
get that. We gotta
Okay.
stop. We gotta stop comparing tomatoes to oranges because
No,
Jordan
but
was
what
a
I'm
whole
saying
different
is, to
thing in
your
a whole
point. Correct
different
me if I'm
league for
wrong.
men.
Hold on, correct me if
This
I'm wrong. To your point, I think you were saying that if Paige was number 2, right? She came out in that draft, then she wouldn't have an argument to be better than Caitlyn, correct?
I wasn't saying that.
Okay, that's what I understood. My bad. That's what I thought you were
Yeah, if
saying.
you let me I'm trying to explain what I'm trying to
My
get
bad. Do
to
your
it.
thing. Do your thing, brother.
I'm
My
trying
bad.
to
My
get
bad.
to it. Look, she didn't want to come out that year because she already knew her star power had no. I'm talking about had no comparison. We could talk about all the NLL, NIL, and all this stuff. Cece already know Nike. She was already talking to. I promise you. I bet you she was already talking to Nike about that little money when she was in college. No player ever got a 30 ball, 30 M's coming out of college. No player has done that yet.
20 to 25, but go ahead.
She got 28 million. She
So
got 28 million in the shoe deal, bro. What are we talking about?
Here's why Girl Money is being disingenuous in this assessment. Because he said Paige had a chance to test her star power if she would have come out in that 2024 draft, right?
Yes.
That's the whole reason, in your opinion, that's the whole reason she didn't come out in the 2024 draft.
Is
that
not.
correct?
Is it not?
Is that correct?
She didn't win a chip.
I'm asking you.
CC
So
put
I'm
her out
asking
of
you.
the Final
I'm
Four.
asking you.
She was the
I'm
one who
asking
put
you.
her out of the Final Four. Yes, that's the
I'm
reason.
asking you. Is that your assessment that
Yes.
the reason that she didn't come out was because
Yes.
okay, the
Yes.
sole reason.
The only reason.
Okay, so here's why that argument is disingenuous. Because it's because there was a lot of nuance with that. Paige was coming off a year. That's her first year back from an injury, right? The injury that's serious, right? And impacts how you, the time it takes for you to get back to your regular form, right? Your normal
She
form,
was in the
right?
Final Four. She was one game away from the championship.
Again, if I can finish, it impacts you, right? She was one, then to your point, or to your statement, because it ain't your point, but to your statement, she was one game away from the Final Four, right?
From the
Paige,
championship game, yeah.
from the championship game, right? Paige had the privilege and, it was a blessing and a curse playing for UConn. Paige was a highly touted player at UConn, and she had not yet won a national championship. And everybody knows that if you play 4 years at UConn, the expectation is that you're going to win a national championship.
Gino
right?
had not won a chip since 2011, bro. What are you?
Okay, but so that's not an expectation. An expectation. Wait a minute.
Paige, it was
So
an
anyway,
expectation for Paige because she was so
2011.
highly
So let me just clarify that you're standing on the point that Gino had not won a national championship since 2011.
He wouldn't have won now. I mean, Paige, he wouldn't have. He would
So
not have won one if
no. That's
CC
answer
came back that
real
year.
money. Real money.
Iowa
Just
would have
answer my
won a
question.
championship if CC went back to college for one more year. Angel would have stayed in college, and
So
CC
you're
would
not
have
answering
beat
my
everybody that
real
year
money.
because she
Real
was
money.
that
I'm
much
not
more
under
better than
real
everybody.
money. Real money. I'm not understanding why you're not answering my simple question.
We don't got no evidence to say BCC would have beat nobody. She ain't never beat any. CC would have came through and kicked everybody ass.
Yeah.
I'm talking
So
about Superwoman style with the cape on,
again, real
motherfucker.
money. Please just answer my question. You're saying that you're standing on Gino hasn't won a national championship
Gino,
since 2011.
Gino won it. Guess what, Gino? Gino came up there. We just seen Gino have a breakdown over CC
So
because
so
you
you're
remember when
deflecting.
Gino
You're
came up there.
deflecting.
And
You're
it's the
deflecting, but you're
analytical.
not answering my
This is
question.
the most efficient player in the country right here. I
You're
have the
you're
most efficient
deflecting.
player in the country. You don't remember
You're
all of that?
deflecting. You're deflecting, but you're not answering my question. You said Gino hadn't won a national championship since 2011. Are you
Yeah.
standing on that?
Well, when the last time he had not won one since? I think it was 2011.
So,
I'm not
okay,
sure. When the last time he
because I'm
had
going to
won one
correct you
before
on that.
last year?
I'm going to correct you on that because Breonna Stewart won 4 national championships
No, I'm
with
saying, what was the
UConn.
last year she came
Yo,
out?
real money. You
That was
better
the
be
last
happy
time
Mo
she
3
won
not
one.
around because you know Mo 3 get excited every time you say something wrong. He gonna find the stats.
Yeah,
So
no,
here's
I'm
the
saying
thing:
that was the last time they won one when
Stewie,
Breonna Stewart was there winning.
what year did Stewie come out of
I don't
college?
know. Tell me, because
She
Stewie
came out
old
in
as hell
20.
too.
Stewie won 4 national championships, and she
Okay,
came out in
we
2017.
understand.
Right. So that means she won a national championship in 2017, 2016, 2015, and 2014.
14. Okay, so the
Right.
last time they
So
won
that's
2016.
so again, you made a statement as if it was true that
So
was
Gino had not
absolutely
won a
factually incorrect.
championship since 2016, and we were in
You
2025.
again,
Yo, do me a
you
favor.
made a
Anybody
statement
who's
that was
watching this,
factually
hit the like
incorrect.
button for me. Hit the hype button for me if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Holla at me in the comments. You already know I'm going to holler back. All of the
what is
things.
your
You made a
point,
statement that
D-Will?
was factually incorrect because you were making the statement based on
Okay,
your feelings, how
2016.
you feel about it, right? But it
Okay,
had nothing to do with
2016.
what's actually factually correct. It had nothing to do with what's
2016.
factually correct. You know what I'm
You
saying?
corrected me. 2016.
Yeah. So Paige has an expectation. She
Why
is
her
Yo,
and
playing
by the
nobody
under
else
way,
that
from 20?
expectation.
hey, by the way, the both of y'all, these are closing arguments. We about to end the show. So y'all both get the closing.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Why
Yeah.
nobody
So
else? Why nobody
going
else
back.
from
So
2016 until 2025
so
was
so
expected to win one?
So going back to my point, which was about Paige and the pressure on Paige. Paige was supposed to be the player, if not the player, one of the players that was going to get UConn back to the
Hold on.
championship.
Really quick, let me get to the money. Gamble, shout out to Gamble for the $2 super chat. He says, I just read this. This nigga says, fake money nickname should be allegedly money. Fake money nickname should be allegedly. Shout
Hey
out to
man, I
Gamble
bet you
for the $2 super
guess
chat. I
what it is
appreciate you,
though.
Gamble.
You can't. I bet you one thing. I bet you these stats by CC. You can go look any one of them up, and I promise you they are accurate as a month. They accurate. Any stat I'm saying about her, I don't really care about them other stats because they really don't
So
matter. The
so
fact
there you go.
remains. The
There you
fact
go.
remains. Paige could have tested her star power and came out in that 2024 draft and seen where she went in that in what number she went, just like and tested it out. Then it would have she could have seen.
So
Are they putting you against CC or are they putting Angel against her? That's what
so
her stuff. She didn't want to diminish like that. She would have been somewhere on the. I ain't saying she would have never been good still, but she would have been somewhere on the team, just making it, just doing her thing.
so first of all, if that's the argument that I got to argue,
That's not
then
true. If she would have went, not to cut you off, beware. If she would have went number 2, she would have been in LA right now.
thank you. She would have Paige, no doubt, would have went number 2, no doubt. But The reason why is even a disingenuous comparison or a statement to say that Paige could have tested her star power against CC if she had come out in that draft. That is factually incorrect because CC's star power was artificially created.
Okay.
If you
All
compare the
right.
two players one
Mhm.
for one as players and forget about the stats because stats,
No,
the
you can't
10-year
forget
old
about the
ones make
stats.
a difference.
The stats are the
No,
only thing we have to go on. The
no,
stats are
that's
what
not.
we
That's
have to
not.
go
Not
on.
that. That is
We can't
stats are
forget
not.
about the stats.
Stats
You
is not
can't
the
say
only
that.
thing you
Hold
go
on, you
on.
can't because I can't
This
hold you accountable, real money. Because I don't know if you was the one that said this. It might have been somebody else, but we had an
no, I never
argument.
said nothing.
No, listen. I'm about to tell you, we had an argument the other day, and it was. I don't think you was on the panel. It wasn't you, but we was talking about Tina Thompson. Who's the leading? We was talking about Tina Charles.
Yeah.
And who's the leading scorers in the WNBA? It was names that's like
Tina
Dewana
Charles.
Bonner,
so. It
and
was you, real, but
Diana
you remember
Taurasi
this
and Tina
conversation,
Charles.
real.
Tina Charles, Diana Taurasi, and fucking Dewana Bonner are the leading scorers for
So
this
everything ain't
bullshit.
about stats, bro. Like, cause you don't look at none of them and say,
This
oh, they so scary.
Dewana Bonner was hot shit in '09.
She was as a
In
shooter, but she was
in
never like
'09, she
it
was
was. It
hot
was
shit.
tons of scorers better than her.
She
Tons.
was hot shit.
She was just
You talking about
she was just a good shooter.
she was playing with Tisa Pinachero and goddamn and the Rebecca Lobo and them. She was playing with all them, bro. Like
So you saying
the
that?
league
So
was
you
all
saying she was the
layups
best
back
scorer in the
then.
league when she was playing with
The
all of
league
them?
was all layups then. You couldn't to see somebody
That's my
shoot a
point.
3-pointer, it was
She
like,
shot threes
whoa.
and she had longevity, but nobody looked at her like no threat, like no
To see
no scary offensive player. She was a good shooter.
to see a player shoot a 3-pointer back then, the damn commentator would damn near jump out they see, oh my God, she shot a 3-pointer. It was like
Okay.
that back then, bro. Like we
Brooklyn.
come on, man.
All I ask in spirited debate is honesty,
Mm.
and I think it's a dishonest take to say that Paige could have
Yeah,
tested her star
he
power.
heartbroken about that Page statement.
No,
He
I
heartbroken
don't.
about that.
Listen. So just so you know my background, just so you know my background as it relates to these specific players, real money.
Yeah.
I've been watching Caitlyn and
Since all
Paige.
Iowa attack, I know, yeah.
No,
Since
no, no,
all
no.
Iowa
Since
attack, since
no, no,
Dalvin,
no, no, no.
since
Since
all
high
that, right?
school. If you let me finish, you'll understand where I'm coming from. I've been
Mm-hmm.
watching Paige and Cece since they were in high school because I got a glimpse of them on YouTube shorts, and they were back then when they were in high school. It was all centered around Paige. Paige was the generational talent, and for me, when I looked at their two games at that standpoint, because I found CC by I found both of them by accident, but I found CC as a result of uh, evaluating Paige, and I said, "Is somewhere in the ether there are comments on videos where I said I think Cece is going to be a better college player than Paige. I thought that people were in love with Paige because of her swag, even though she was very talented. I thought she was people were in love with Paige because of her swag, but I thought that Cece was going to be a better college player. Again, understand what I'm saying. I wasn't saying I thought that Cece would have a better college career. I thought she would be a better college player. There's a difference, there's a distinction if you follow me.
Big Will.
However, when it played out, if I look at their college careers again, and now I think Paige is the better player, even though I think Cece had a better college career, especially if we're looking at stats. But I think
Of
Cece
course,
didn't learn
anybody's.
how to become a better basketball player because she never had to adjust. She came, Lisa Bluter got her because Gino didn't want her. And Lisa Bluter got her because Lisa Bluter and Lisa Bluter allowed her to do pretty much what she wanted because she didn't really have the talent on her team other than CC to really do something, right? And so that choice in where she went to school impacted her college career, especially stats wise. Again, like Brooklyn, I'm not saying Caitlin Clark is not a very talented player. She's a super talented player, right? But I think that to say that when you look at how everything played out, when you look at how everything played out, as whatever CC was doing at Iowa, nobody was paying attention to it other than actual Iowa basketball fans. Nobody was paying attention to it, and maybe real women's NCAA basketball players. Nobody was paying attention to it until Angel Reese became the villain, right?
No,
and so once
no,
that
that's
happened,
not true.
then once that happened, then the narrative shifted, and then her superstardom took over. So it was manufactured. It was, I won't say it manufactured. It was artificial, right? Her stardom, her superstardom was artificial. So there was nothing that Paige could have done on the basketball court that would have superseded that. There's
If
nothing
she
she
would
could
have
have
left
done.
in 2023, if CC would have left in 2023, she would have left because she had won a championship. All of that stuff would have been over with right then. It would have been it would have been no her and Angel Reese talk. She was supposed to win a championship in 2023.
She
But
didn't know.
Angel won a
She didn't.
championship,
She
and
didn't.
that
So
glued them to that in everybody's minds glued them together for some reason.
she didn't win the national championship. What are you talking about? If she had won the
I
national
said, this
championship
is
in
what I'm saying.
2023.
She was supposed to everybody on all networks, ABC, which the game comes on. Go back and look at the ABC broadcast, how they were talking, how they were speaking. Like she was projected to win that championship. That's why Andrew Reese got up there and say, "What they gonna say now?" All that old shit. Like we seen
You know
all
why?
this. That's why she was. That's why she was so happy. People don't realize that's why she was so happy because she already knew what the talk was. Oh damn, we got to play them. They beat South Carolina. We ain't never beat South Carolina ever.
So before they
No
actually beat
team I
South
ever
Carolina.
played on beat South Carolina ever.
So when before they actually beat South Carolina,
Yeah,
were they expected to beat South Carolina?
it was that was the crazy game. Like everybody was thinking like, no, they weren't expected to beat South Carolina. Then they
Right,
beat South. Then when they
right.
beat South Carolina, everybody was like, well, whoa, hold up.
But
And
real
why?
money, let me
So
ask you a question. What's your argument to Angel Reese? Because Angel that championship game ain't the first time Angel beat Caitlin. They had nothing to do with LSU or none of that. Okay.
I'm not, bro.
Angel, hold on, listen to my point. Angel been beating Caitlin since Maryland. Like this ain't nothing new for Angel. It was new for all the new
And
fans.
Camilo Cardoso been beating Angels since goddamn every time they played. But do that
No, she
matter in the
didn't.
pros?
No, she didn't.
Yes, she has.
Mm-mm.
Angel has never beaten Camilo Cardoso in a game until the pros.
All right. I'm gonna take your word for it.
I
I don't
swear
think
to
that's true.
God,
I'm gonna
I
look that up.
promise you.
I'm gonna look it up.
I
Now,
promise you,
real money. We
Brooklyn.
know about your stats.
Brooklyn. She has never beaten South Carolina ever in any
there
team
you
she's
go.
played.
That's the
Okay.
thing.
That may
It's
be a
South
fact. That
Carolina,
may be a
not
fact.
Camilo
But you
Cardoso.
not deflecting. What does that have to do with Caitlin? Because Caitlin and Angel is the players we talking about. And you said
Caitlin and Angel.
that Angel was so
Go
happy
back.
to beat. Hold on, listen. You just said Angel was so happy to beat Caitlin because she knew what the talk was. But Angel been beating Caitlin for Caitlin's whole life.
None of the games. What do you always say, Brooklyn? None of them games didn't matter. They weren't
I
championship
knew you
games.
was going to say that, and that's why I
Yep.
waited for you to say it before I said this. They beat Caitlin in the championship game in AAU. So,
what did I tell?
so,
What have
so
I
Angel
been
already
telling you
beat
forever?
Caitlyn in championship games
What have I
before
been
this.
telling you forever? Go back and get that trophy out of mom's room. Don't nobody give a damn.
Listen, you can't keep moving the
She
goalposts,
can put
bro.
that trophy
You
can be
said
up.
Angel was gonna be so
She can
happy to
go.
win
She
that
can
game
put
because
that
she knew the
trophy on the front
narrative.
of
But
her Rolls Royce.
Angel was already used to beating Caitlyn. This is nothing new for Angel. All this winning Caitlyn is doing, this is the new part that the fans don't know. This is the
It's
new.
not new. It's not new. It's
Brooklyn,
not
Brooklyn,
new.
Brooklyn. What he's failing to even to mention is that LSU wasn't supposed to
She
be
sent
the
Angel to
national
the
championship
pros as a
game in the first
loser.
place.
She
Look,
sent her to the
LSU.
pros as a
You know what I
loser.
want to say though, really quickly. I want to commend Real Money because you need. Listen, if you want to have a good show, you need a Real Money. Real Money don't care. Like he 10 toes down. You feel
He
what I'm
sent
saying?
us.
The chat
Look
calling him
though.
crazy.
Can
Everybody,
we
he
be
don't
for
care.
real?
He
Can
10
we be
toes
for
down.
real?
You gotta love a guy like Real Money who just gonna hold it down for his favorite player, and that's why I don't get
Can
mad.
we
I
be
don't care
for
who you a
real?
fan of. As long as we can hold on, Real Money. Let me give you your props. Let me give you your props, Real Money. As long as we could be respectful to each other and have these conversations, I really don't care who you a fan of, who you like. Like I said, if you ever see me getting disrespectful in the comments about CC, it's because I'm trolling that a fan that's disrespectful. So it's not really about
I already
CC
know.
at that point
I
to me.
already know.
It's about I want to disrespect you because I don't like you as a fan. But I respect CC. I respect CC fans. I respect Real Money. I respect Coach Pro Fan Talk that came in here earlier. Whenever you can have these conversations respectfully, it's always fun. So I appreciate Real Money having his stance because it gives us this back and forth. This be will have a person to like ask questions. You get what I'm saying? So shout out to Real Money and his stance on CC. Let me get to the money real quick. You know, gamble on your head tonight, Real Money. Shout
Clarkies
out to
aren't real
Gamble for the
people.
$2
Hey.
super chat. Gamble says Clarkies aren't real people; they're bots. He's stupid.
Now, he didn't say they
Gamble.
bots. He
I
adding
know.
on
I
shit. Look,
realized
he get what? B Will. I gotta make B Will mad again. Look. Hey B Will.
it.
You know she sent that to the pros as a loser, right?
You said
Out
what
the
now?
Elite Eight. You know when they met in the Elite Eight, she didn't want to meet in that. I wish we were playing in the Final Four. I sure wish we were meeting each other in the Final
Listen,
Four. She
you
already knew
must
they finished
you
squad
got
they
some. I
beat.
love. Listen, CC fans got selective memory. You forgetting
She knew
Angel got hurt in that game
she knew she was gonna get her boot smoked.
Angel
No,
they was coming back.
man, she was superhuman out there. She was shooting over Angel face. She was shooting the HVL. That's the meme. You remember the meme
Shout out
HVL
to
with the two
shout out to
ponytails?
Gamble for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you, Gamble,
You
for the
remember the
money.
meme? You remember the meme HVL did? She just like, I
What did
can't
this? Where
guard
they
her. What
showed
I'm
they
supposed to do?
shoulders? Yeah, they showed their shoulders.
I
Hey,
can't
listen.
guard her. Shit. What am I supposed to do? She's
Yeah, but
shooting
all that
half court.
happened after Angel was on the bench. Angel got hurt in that game. She was coming. They was coming back.
We can't
Please,
blame injury.
But
What do we
they
say? We
lost.
can't
We
blame.
listen. We don't make excuses over here. They
Yeah,
lost.
we
Y'all won.
said we can't blame injury.
She still ain't getting no ring. She still ain't got no ring. It don't matter.
She got 3 Big Ten championship rings. She got 3 Big Ten championships.
That's like a commissioner cup ring.
Goalpost
She played
shit.
in the football field.
Goalpost shit.
She played on the football field. 55,000 out there.
The
Hey, B
goalpost is
Will,
on
read Henry Hurley message, B Will.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Look, the goalpost is on wheels right now. Really. He said, moment on social media 2 out of 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is the super. All right, the highlight come up. ESPN started covering CC at the beginning of the 2023. Page didn't play in 2023. Very few SEC fans was watching Big Ten games before 2023. So only Iowa fans and Big Ten fans knew CC besides a few viral.
False.
That's not false. So
It's
again, real
false.
money.
It's false.
Real money. Again,
Yes,
when I
it's
say
false.
this, when I sit here and confidently say, when I believe Caitlyn got all the hype and became the superstar that she is, was after the whole Angel Reese debacle, after Angel Reese became the villain.
It's because I was watching CC as a fan,
She
and
was dropping 41 on people's
know,
head as a freshman
I
and a
know,
sophomore,
I
man.
know who was around. That's what I'm saying. I know who was around back then.
You remember she was doing that to Ryan. That's why people don't even know that's why Ryan Howard don't like her. She sent Ryan Howard home at the Final Four a couple times when Ryan Howard was in Kentucky.
A couple times out the
What's up,
Final Four.
ADP?
I
Standing
ain't
on
say
that.
out that Final Four. I said
You,
Ryan
did say
Howard
that.
they wouldn't making it to the Final Four. She sent them home out of the Sweet 16 and
Okay.
the round of 32 and all that shit. They wasn't making it that far. Ryan Howard them was never making it that far. Ryan Howard was always a player like she is now.
Okay.
Just dropping a lot of points and her team never making it anywhere.
Again.
Facts, Reddit.
I get that. I get your point. However, at no point in this whole conversation, however long it's been, 2 hours, 3 hours, and at no point in this whole conversation has anybody brought up Ryan Howard.
I did.
So now when we're talking about what CC wasn't able to accomplish, now we're talking about Ryan Howard, what CC did to Ryan Howard. See how the goalpost is on wheels right now?
We talking about how all these
Look,
players
he
are
did that
trying to
with
get their
Camila
get back.
Cardoso, though. We was
All
talking
these
about
players trying to
Angel
get their get back
and
on her
Caitlin. He was
one
like,
by
Camila
one.
Cardoso.
The goalpost
No,
is
these
on
players
wheels
getting
right
their
now.
get back on a one by one, bro. I'm trying.
The
That's what it's
goalpost is
all
on
boiling down
wheels,
to.
man.
People don't understand this.
The goalpost on wheels right now. And then and so if we talk about year by year, how about y'all still there?
How about what? Yeah. How
Yeah.
about what?
Okay.
Real
Yeah.
buddy
We're
or
talking
real
about
Real
year
money,
by
real
year.
that real stuff. Caitlin Clark didn't
If
win
we want
any
to talk
championship
about
in college. She won the Big Ten championships, fool. She won
if we
3
want to
straight
talk
Big
about
Ten
year by
championships.
year, if we want to talk about year by year, why not talk about Raven
Real money.
Johnson?
I ain't gonna lie. Real money or real slow is funny, though. He's stupid.
Hey,
If we talk
you
about
said
year
she
by
ain't never
year,
won no
if,
championship. She won 3 Big Ten championship rings, bro. She
if
got
we
them.
talk about year by
They
year,
actually were on her finger.
if we talk
That's
about
what
year by
CC fans
year,
always bring up. So we're gonna give CC her credit. She got Big Tens, and then she won in the Olympics. That's what she got.
They made a
But
big
she don't
deal
got
out
no
of everybody
national
else.
titles.
After that year, bro, they made a big deal out of everybody else who won their title that year. Everybody who won they division titles, they made a big deal about it.
Really?
When South Carolina was
Okay.
winning, they was dropping confetti and all type of shit, trophies, because they knew Gino was finna beat their ass that year, and they wasn't finna hoist no national championship. Raven Johnson, y'all favorite defensive player, scored 12 points in 4 games in the Final Four. The last 4 games, she scored 12 points.
that's fine. But if we talk about year by year, and you're gonna bring up players who we hadn't talked about, and you want to bring up
Why is
Raven
she
Johnson,
the only player held accountable
bring up,
for
bring
not
up,
doing this or not doing that or
bring
not
up.
being able to do this or not being able
So
to do that?
yeah, if we talk about players we hadn't previously discussed, and we talking about year by year performance, bring up how one year CC waved Raven Johnson off, and then the next year Raven Johnson got her get back and shut CC down. CC went off when Bree
Every
Hall
year,
was
Tessa Johnson won them that championship. Raven Johnson had nothing to do with it. Caitlin
she
had
Raven
25
Johnson had
on
nothing to
Raven
do with it,
Johnson in
and
the
Raven
first half.
Johnson locked Caitlin Clark up.
Tessa
Caitlin Clark.
Johnson.
So
Thank
let me get
Tessa.
so
Thank
let me get
Tessa
this
for
straight.
that
So let me
championship.
get this straight. As a Caitlin Clark fan,
You
you
can thank
telling
Tessa
me,
for that
you
championship.
telling me
Paige
all
can
the
thank.
things.
Guess who
You
Paige
telling
can
me
thank for
all
that
the things.
championship?
See, here's the thing. We arguing disingenuously. So you telling me
The
that
young Maya Moore.
if
She can
CC
thank the
was
young Maya Moore for that
was
championship. That's
supposed
who
to
Paige can
lead,
thank for her championship.
if
Because Paige
CC was
damn sure didn't
supposed
win
to
it for him.
lead Iowa to the national championship in 2024, and Raven Johnson put the kibosh on CC once she got on her. So again, CC went.
She
CC
had
kind of.
24 dropped on her head in the first half. How the hell did
CC.
she lock her down?
So again, now you're being disingenuous because
She had
when
24 points
so
dropped on
let
her
me
hand in
finish.
the first half.
When
She didn't lock
on
her
Ravens
down.
head,
Tessa Johnson just
that's not that's
they didn't expect for a freshman to shoot all the threes that she shot. A
so fine.
freshman won them
So
that
if I can finish,
championship.
if I can finish
Go
my
back and
point,
look at the replay.
if I can finish my point, you respectfully, you go back and look at the
No, I
replay
seen the live game. I
because
don't need to. I
because
saw the
because
live game. I
because
was looking at
so,
it live.
so the replay clearly shows that Caitlin Clark scored
Raven
the
got two
the lion's
steals on her
share,
that whole game. Two steals. She got two steals. One poke at
two blocks,
halftime
two steals,
and
two
another
blocks,
poke
designed her to the
goddamn when she
basket,
was trying to
made
drive to
CC
the
change the
goal.
shot. So again, so we're being disingenuous
She
because
got two steals.
if you're being honest, because you're talking about how
She
many
still
points.
got 41. They got 41 dropped on them still.
Okay, so let's just be honest.
How the
Let's
hell
just
is
be
that
honest.
locking the player down with 41 points, man? What the hell is
So Caitlin Clark scored 41 points in the 2024 national championship game. That's what you're saying. She scored 41 points in the 2024 national championship game. That's the hill
She
you
done
trying to
scored
die on.
41 on South Carolina so many times. I don't know which year. Maybe it
Listen.
wasn't
The
that year.
hill you trying to die on because we're talking about the 2024 national championship game. The hill you
Was it
trying to die on
41 or
tonight.
39? I don't know.
You trying to die on the hill that Caitlin Clark scored 39 or 41 points in the 2024 national championship game. I just want to be clear because
Hey,
again,
man.
we got to be honest
Hey,
about these. We got to be honest when we're
look,
talking.
be
Let me
well.
finish real money respectfully. Let me finish. We got to be honest because never did I say that Caitlin Clark didn't have success in that game. What I'm saying is that once Raven Johnson got on her, her points totals and rate,
I'm finna look
scoring
it up
rate
right now. Hold
dropped
up. I'm looking it up
significantly.
right now as we speaking.
Wh-
Right now. I'm finna
When
tell you
when
right
Caitlin
now.
Clark
Hold up.
when Caitlin Clark scored the majority of her points, it was the first half, and it was
I
when
just said
specifically
that.
the first quarter when Bree Hall was guarding Caitlin Clark primarily.
Raven Johnson was
Once
guarding her the whole game, man.
no, she wasn't. That's factually
She was.
untrue. That's factually
2024 National
untrue.
Championship.
Again, Brooklyn. Notice how I'm phrasing my words. I'm not calling real money a liar. I'm just saying what he's saying is factually untrue because you can go back to the film and actually verify
I'm
what
finna
I'm
show you. I'm
saying.
finna tell you right now. Hold up. Watch this.
Verify.
I'm finna show you. I'm finna tell
I
you
don't know.
exactly how many points. 2024 National Championship.
I'm not.
Yeah.
So you can tell me you will be able to find a stat
National
that tells you how many points Caitlin Clark scored
Championship.
in the national championship game in 2024. I'm not
Yes, I
sure
will.
you'll be able to search
Yeah.
and find out who she scored those points on. What I'm saying
sure.
is,
I'm telling you. Man, look.
You find the
Caitlin Clark
point.
scored maybe 7
Also,
points while Raven
find the
Johnson
field goal
was the primary
percentage.
defender. So
Nah, I don't
Also
gotta find
find the
that.
field
See,
goal
you moving the
percentage.
fit.
yeah, when
That's the
Raven Johnson was
goalpost
guarding.
right there. That's the goalpost. That's the
No, it's not.
goalpost right there.
No, it's not because
How many what's the field goal
no, it's
percentage?
not.
You know who else won them that game?
That's not the
Who
goalpost
they
movement.
didn't have? You know who else won them that game? Who they didn't have? The girl who got them caught the little rape charge. The little girl who caught what's the name who caught the little rape charge and she couldn't play this season. Yeah, she was the reason they won too. That's what I'm telling you. Raven Johnson was on her this whole game.
Ashton Watkins. That's who you're talking about.
Ashley Watkins. Cece, I'm looking at Cece score on Raven Johnson right now. She just scored on. She drove to the goal. The score was 55-57 in the third. They didn't take. They
Again,
was on
keep
a
in mind a
9-2
single
run.
play. My point is how many. So since you in the stats, how many points did Caitlin Clark score during that game?
How many points did she score
Caitlin
during
Clark
this
have
game?
in the 2024 national championship game?
Let me see. Cause I can't actually. Cause I didn't actually. Let me see. I don't know.
Yo, listen, everybody do me a favor, like the channel if you haven't liked it yet. Subscribe to the channel if you enjoy this type of women basketball talk. Holla at me in the comments. You already know. You holla at me, I'ma holla back. If you on mobile, hype the channel for me. You already know. I appreciate everybody who came through and rock with us tonight.
Facts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't know the exact number, but Caitlin Clark in the national championship game in 2024 scored somewhere between 25 and 30 points. Right? It was somewhere between that. It was over 20 points. Right? But she
Yeah.
only scored 7 of those points on Raven Johnson. If that, it might not even be 7.
Man, you gotta be crazy. You gotta be crazy.
That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the stat that you can actually find. You can actually find that.
That's just like saying Sarah Strong, goddamn, she locked Sarah Strong up too. That what they were saying. You remember they said she locked Sarah Strong up?
I ain't gonna lie, she had Sarah Strong under pressure.
She was on Sarah Strong for 90 seconds. She was on Sarah
I know
Strong
she had
for
to get
90
off her, but
seconds.
while she was on her, it looked crazy.
It looks very different. So the eye test just shows when Raven Johnson
when you grabbing and holding the player, it will look different. But guess what Sarah Strong won that year? Most valuable player of the national championship.
When Raven Johnson guarded Caitlin Clark, it looked very different. If South Carolina had continued to allow Bree Hall to guard Caitlin Clark likely would have scored more points. But as you said, Raven Johnson got 2 steals on Caitlin Clark. One of them led directly to 2 points for the opposing team. She also, and this is just off of memory, dude, because I watched the game multiple times. She also got 2 blocks. She also got 2 blocks on Caitlin Clark.
We talking about the player who scored 50 and 13, man, in the Final Four game. Nobody ever.
We're not talking about that. We talking about
this type of player. This the caliber of player that we talking
about the 2024 national championship game.
I'm finna see how I'm right here on it right now.
I ain't gonna lie. This is every Caitlin Clark's like Achilles heel. Like this is like the spine. They hate when every Caitlin Clark fan, they hate when you start talking about national championships, bro.
Nah, nobody care about the national championship.
Nobody care about it. It don't matter. I guarantee you, if Caitlin Clark came out and won every year, it'll be all they talk about. But because she never won, nobody care about that. Why we talking about championships?
Nobody would care if she would have, bro. I'm telling you, ain't nobody screaming every time somebody say something about Paige. Well, Paige won that national championship. Will she beat we don't even remember who Paige them beat that year. I promise you.
Everybody remembers she beat South Carolina because they blew them out. I'm a South Carolina fan. Everybody remembers
the crazy part about it. Nobody's running around saying, well, Paige beat Raven and this and that. You remember Paige beat Raven? Nobody ain't screaming that every time they say Paige and Raven name, is they? Paige beat Raven and Paige beat Dunn Staley.
Paige won.
Nobody's saying that.
You know who lost to Raven?
Paige. You know who lost to CC? Raven. You know who lost to CC? Paige.
So,
Isaiah James. Every single player that done came out for the last 5 years, every single player that done came out done went up against her like a juggernaut and went down.
Brooklyn,
they came out of college with no national championship.
Brooklyn, this is where I'm really about to slice and dice because he was talking about.
If they would have had Molly, I forgot about her. If they would have had Molly, oh my God, that's where it fucked up at. When Molly got hurt, when she hurt her knee, that's where it fucked their whole team up. I don't know.
So we're talking about we're talking about other players being hurt and the impact on national championship.
Yes. Sarah Strong won Paige Beckers a national championship.
Hey, real money. ADP got a message for you, Brody. He said,
"Why you reading that message?"
She said, "If you think it's tough now,
it ain't tough now. It ain't even tough now. I'm telling you, it ain't tough now. It's easy as hell now. It's the same thing. She doing the same shit she was doing to these players in college right now. She's doing that to these players right now.
Yeah. Brooklyn, this is where I'm really about to slice and dice right now. I'm about to slice with one hand and dice with the other. because he talked about Caitlin Clark's. He made a big deal about Caitlin Clark's Big Ten championship. Don't you know that the year the LSU won the national championship, they did not win the SEC? What's the bigger accomplishment?
Get what she was doing. Get what Raven did when she won the championship. Hug CC because she knew what she had done just did. She knew what she had done just did. She hugged her because she knew she just had goddamn defeated Goliath.
She locked her up. And she respects CC. There's nothing wrong with a great player respecting another great player. Why is that a big deal? Anyway, so here's I just sliced with the Big Ten.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta welcome my girl to the chat. Y'all know I gotta produce, right? So I want everybody to welcome my girl Paige to the chat.
Hey.
What's going on, Paige?
Nothing
Paige,
much.
let me land my plane real quick because I already hit the national championship. But also, whoever Molly is, Real Money just said, "Oh, Molly was injured, and so lucky that Iowa didn't have Molly, right? Because players other than the superstar being injured matters, right? Don't you know that in 2023 or 2024, when Iowa put UConn out of the national championship, don't you know UConn was playing with like 6-7 players because they had some injuries?
Thank you, ADP.
Come on. But that don't matter when it's Paige versus Caitlin. Right? Again, I'm just using your own points against you. Paige, what's up? Welcome. I'm gonna leave it to y'all.
Well, kind of tell Paige what y'all going about so she can understand the conversation.
Because I kind of get it. But...
Tell her what y'all talking about, B. Will.
We talking about like the bluff of it is the bottom line up front. The conversation in the nutshell is about winning basketball and the fact that Caitlin Clark has not to date. Her style has not produced winning basketball when it comes to the championship level. No matter what her accolades say, her individual accolades and stats mean, like that's kind of where we are. It kind of got here kind of convoluted in a convoluted fashion, but that's kind of where we are. And so what we're on now is the 2024 national. Well, actually, we can take it to the 2023 and 2024 national championship games and how those played out.
I'll give you some insight as somebody at LSU. In 2023, we were not supposed to win. And I'll give you some more insight from what Kim Mulkey said to them before we even played Caitlin was all we had to do was stop Caitlin because she's just going to shoot, and she's just going to shoot. She doesn't really play team basketball.
Yeah, Real Money.
Guess what? Guess what the alternative to that was next year?
What's that?
I'm so glad you leaving this league, girl, so I can finally win again.
Kim, but you got to know Kim, though. Kim does that for the cameras. You can't always trust what Kim says.
That's what I'm saying. You can't always trust what she says. So why can't we trust what she said the first time?
Was it true, though?
It was true. I mean, shoot.
That's the thing. It was true.
She was leading the country in assists, bro. She leading the country in assists, too.
Yeah, his mic, am I bugging or his mic went out? It sound low to me. Is it me?
Who, me?
Yeah, somebody went low.
Nah, I'm saying you can't say she just shoot. Guess what? When somebody leading the country in assists,
listen, really quickly. Hold on, Real Money. I appreciate Paige for coming up here because Paige already know I like when we highlight women voices in this space. I want to say the same thing. ADP, you welcome. Red and Milky Way, you welcome. All my ladies in the chat, Revenue T, all my ladies in the chat, if y'all want to give y'all opinions, y'all welcome on the stage because I love to have women's voices in this space. So if y'all want to if y'all want to stay in the chat, that's fine. But if y'all want to voice your opinions, definitely come up and voice your opinions. Get real money.
Nah, I'm telling you we really weren't even talking about all these 2023 championships. All that stuff happened because it was orchestrated to happen that way. It was done to happen that way. When they seen that little rivalry going on, it was done to happen that way. They would have did that with anybody who won that championship that year. I promise you. They would have made that happen with anybody who won that championship that year.
Hey, Brooklyn.
We really on the AT thing. We really was on the AT thing and how that was really intentional and not just a
you know what that is? Y'all gotta see. I know how, you know what I mean? Real money.
The conversation.
There you go. Real money, a street nigga. He know how to get up out of there. He noticed he losing. He want to go to a conversation he could win. I see what he
Hey,
we really was talking about how AT slammed CC. Let's get back to that.
Slammed that damn baby. She choke slammed that baby girl.
Brooklyn, you can attest to this. The reason we came to the national championships, we didn't bring it here. Real Money brought it here, didn't he?
Yeah.
How did I bring it here?
Real Money brought it to this.
How I brought it here, Be Will.
Because of the question. The last question was about CC overrated.
He said it. He said it too. He said the last question was for to shake y'all up.
Yeah. I mean, CC is overrated though. I mean, her assist only happened because she got the balls in her hand like 99.9% of the time, almost 100%. So at some point,
she got a high usage rate.
Yeah, high usage rate. She's never off the ball, and she was never taught how to play off the ball or never wanted to play off the ball. So to be honest, that's really on her coaches at Iowa and her AAU coaches.
Right, never developed.
Never stepping in to develop her.
I ain't about to get into no argument about how she developed and all this. We talking about an arguably player who can stop right now and go to the Hall of Fame right now with no championship or nothing.
No.
This is the leading. Yeah, this is the woman who's still leading men's and women. You know, it's nobody ever led men's and women in nothing in college, right?
You know, Kelsey Mitchell was also the leading scorer on the women's side.
Yeah, I'm talking about she was also. She was until a player came along. Ponytail Pete came along.
Mm-hmm.
Who didn't have?
But guess what? She had the ball in her hands 100% of the time. So she was
going
to break the scoring record.
And a green light. And the green light.
Wait, somebody else? I heard somebody say, "Can y'all see me?" Somebody else up here?
No.
Oh, okay. I must be bugging. I thought I heard somebody say, "Can you see me?"
No.
Also, Caitlin shot 5 for like 18 or 13 from the 3-point line in that 24 game.
Yeah. She could have shot.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark could have shot. She could have shot 6 for 75. They still would have been saying she the best shooter ever. When she hit that,
which is absolutely what makes it.
This what I'm trying to tell y'all. It don't matter. You can say she didn't do this. Her efficiency wasn't high. It's ordained. You can't tell the people who to choose. This is the biggest argument that I be trying to get across to people. You can't tell the people who to choose.
I agree with that.
When they choose, they choose. When they choose you, they choose you. They don't say, "Oh well, I'm gonna choose them, and then next week I'm gonna choose somebody else," because they trying to right now put Olivia Miles. They want her to break a record every week so bad. Oh well, she tied her shooting and came out and shot a 3 in the first.
Don't do that. That's hate. That's hate.
She came
because if we being honest, be well. Hold on.
Brooklyn.
Real money. I got it. Finish.
She tied her shoe and did 10 dribbles and came out and hit a 3 in the first 45 seconds. That's a new record for the WNBA. Like, what the hell are we talking about?
Was you saying that in 2024?
Thank you.
She was literally breaking these are real records she was breaking.
All she doing is breaking all Caitlin Clark records she set in 2024.
She got to break by 57 more records, bro.
But
Not
so
to be.
that's again the dishonesty in your argument is that you had no problem when people were saying the same things about
Hey,
Caitlin
yo,
Clark.
hey, Mo3, come to the panel, bro. I've been telling him he happy you ain't around because when he give a wrong stat, you be the first one to point it out.
Yeah.
He been up here,
Nah, Mo 3. I'm
scatting.
in front of my computer now. I can pull up a stat now. Yeah, I
And
can pull a
also,
stat up.
Paige broke CC's 1,000-point mark also in the W's.
Paige,
She got it in a fewer games than Caitlin.
Paige. Paige had a chance to test her star power, right?
Here we go.
Oh, here we
Paige
go
had a
again.
chance to test her star power, don't you, Paige? She didn't want to do it. She knew she'll lose.
Hey, listen.
She knew she would lose.
Revenue said you got the honey on your chest.
She knew
Look,
yeah, I'm talking
Paige,
about honey and standing in the sun, shirt open.
Sister
Yeah.
Paige, please, Paige. I already cooked them on this issue, so he already cooked. But I want you to go since
You
you was
haven't cooked
you want her
shit,
to
B
burn them?
Will. What the hell?
She cooked already. You want to just burn them?
You
yeah.
ain't
I want
cooked
Paige.
shit, B Will.
I want Paige to cook her. I want Paige to cook real money on this issue because I already cooked them. And
Hey
go ahead and
Curtis.
cook them on
Hey
this issue,
Curtis.
Paige.
Shout out to you. We need more coaches. Shout out to you, Curtis.
What
Shout out to
issue
you.
that what issue you talking about, B Will? That she
And
didn't
make
get
sure
a chance
everybody
to
like,
test her
subscribe to
star
the
power?
channel, hit the like button, hype button, all of the things. Holla at me in the comments. I holla back. You already should know that. But make sure y'all subscribe and hit the like button.
Yeah.
That she won the MVP of the she's the MVP of the USA trials, whatever they supposed to been this year. You know, she was the
Go,
MVP of
go
that too.
hey, real money. Go ahead and break it down like you broke it down, and I'm gonna let Paige answer.
Yeah.
You talking about how she didn't want to come out in 2024?
Yes.
You
Yep.
know everybody knows she didn't want to come out in 2024 because she wanted to be CC.
That's a lie.
She want to be CC. She going around trying to act like she's so pro black. Oh, I'm this, I'm that because I do this and everybody should have a chance because I'm just saying she got her speeches down packed. She got her speeches down packed, but nobody calling her out on her speeches being down packed. But when Caitlyn get up there with her down packed speeches and oh, it's so disingenuous and
Yeah,
I
but
just
you
don't
gotta
like her.
realize
She's so
that the difference in that is the racistness, right? With Caitlyn, we want her to at least speak up against her racist fans.
how many
Paige
times she
don't have
supposed to
racist
do it?
fans that we asking her to speak up about.
How many times? How do we know Paige ain't got no racist fan?
Because we would see it. We wouldn't say,
How
hey,
would
your
we
fans is
see it?
racist.
I just wanna say for the record book, the goalpost is on wheels right now because that is not your argument. So give Paige the same. Give Sister Paige
I
the same
just told
argument
you
you
what my
had,
argument was.
huh?
She wanted to win it. She wanted to be the only. She couldn't be on it. She didn't want to be on the same status as Cece with no championship. So Paige at 24, going on 25, went back and played against 18-year-olds. What Cheryl Miller had considered. You remember what Cheryl Miller? I mean Cheryl Swoop said, "I know you would look superhuman out here playing against 18-year-olds." She went back and did that right there, and still couldn't really do shit in the final four games. Sarah Strong won her a championship.
Wow.
Man, she scored like 40 points against Oklahoma. She was fine.
I
I
said a
mean, we're not going
championship
to, like, that's
game
the problem with Caitlyn and with her fan base. They think she got to score 1,000 times
in
for
the.
your team to win. You're not going to score every game. You got to do other stuff to win. You
Talk
got to
about
let
it,
your
Paige.
teammates
This is
shine.
the double
Like, I
Talk
standard
don't
about
I
it.
be
get it.
talking about. When
Got to do other
when
things to
Cece
win.
don't score, they lost because she didn't score because she didn't produce.
Why is scoring so important to you guys as
When they
Caitlyn
lose,
fans?
they say Cece didn't produce.
No, it's not that Cece didn't produce. It's just that's all she does is score. So that's why we say she doesn't produce. If she was getting rebounds or going and
She was
moving and
getting
cutting
8
to the basket,
rebounds.
we might be able to see something
She was
different.
stat patting. She was still
Stat
in
She was
she
getting
pattern.
8 rebounds at
she's
that
still in Leah
time.
Boston rebounds. That ain't real rebounds.
She talking about them a little Boston rebound.
No, but
Hey,
she's getting rebounds when nobody's around her and they're not timely. That's the problem. She does not have
Oh,
that many timely
I'm talking about.
Steph
So a
can
guard
make
supposed to
it
be
look
down there
like it's
She
banging in the
don't
paint, trying to
rebound.
get
Listen,
rebound.
Caitlin Clark don't rebound like Olivia Miles. Olivia Miles go get she go get
You
real
see how
boards.
you comparing Olivia Miles to her now? But it's fucked up when I do it though.
Hey,
When I
Brooklyn.
do it, it's crazy.
Hey, Brooklyn. Just so we clear, for Paige's benefit, Paige's on the pattern, not Paige Baker's. For Paige's benefit, this is not number one. It's a false argument, but this is not the argument that Real Money
Oh
presented
yeah,
when
we
we were
know, we
talking about
know.
it originally.
Remember, he
Yeah,
said he trying to find a
What
new
I say, B
argument because that
Will? What did I
argument already
say?
cooked. So he's trying to find a different one.
he's trying to find a different argument.
What did I say, B Will?
You said that the sole reason that Paige went back to UConn for an additional year, which she was allowed, was because she didn't want to compete
That
with
is what you
Caitlin Clark's
said.
star power.
That's what you said. That is
She didn't
true.
want to compete with her star power, and she didn't want to have that art. They would have never been able to have the argument that Cece didn't have a championship because Paige would have never had one either.
You
If it
never
came out in
said that.
2024,
You never
Now they
said
would have
that.
still
We
had the
were not
argument
able.
because Angel had one. They'd have still had the argument.
Yeah.
then they would have had to include Paige in it too.
Yeah, she would have been included. It is what it is.
But again,
No, nobody wants to do that. Nobody don't
but
want to
that's
put Paige and Caitlyn on the same level on that.
so
Everything
again.
everybody else doing, Paige. I mean, Cece already done did except get a championship in college.
But
Everything else that they're comparing her to that they done, she done did all this shit before. Naismith player 2-3 years in a row. All
Yeah,
the
but
Lee
all of them
Leslie
got
awards, the
awards.
Don Staley awards, all that stuff.
They
She
All
all
of
did
got
them
all
got
that
awards,
way
bro.
awards
before Olivia
too. I
you're
mean,
Miles. She got
Angel
a
using
got
way
awards
more.
you're
in
using
college. So does Paige.
She
And
got a way
also,
more. She got more trophies in college than Paige. She got more accolades in
Paige was
college than
injured.
Paige.
Paige got more
Paige
trophies than
was injured a whole bunch
Cece.
of times. She was in college, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh my
Paige was
god.
injured one time.
listen.
Yeah, but
Paige
how
won.
long was she out for? She was out for a while.
4
I
years,
bet
yeah.
you. Hey,
Paige
Brooklyn.
was in
I bet
college 6 years, man. What are we
She was
no,
talking
she
in
about?
wasn't.
college for 5 years, not no 6.
So
That's But it's
listen.
okay when men do it though. They can go
Right,
back to college at the age of 27 and play against
right,
21-year
exactly.
olds in like baseball and basketball. So it is what it is.
And Paige,
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
I want you to know that Real Money is actually now trying to use me and Brooklyn's argument.
I know.
He's trying to use me and Brooklyn's argument because what we were talking about was the nuance of Paige wanting to win that national championship. That's what we brought up, not what Real Money brought up. Real Money, his point was that Paige only went back because she couldn't compete with the star power of Caitlin Clark in that 2024 draft.
I
We did
said the same thing. I said she wanted to go back because she had to win a championship in order. All of this stuff is mixed in the pot together. Y'all don't understand. All
did,
this
did,
media
did
stuff and
Brooklyn,
stuff is
Brooklyn, did he
mixed in the
Brooklyn,
pot together.
Brooklyn,
She
did he
had
say
to
that?
win a championship.
Brooklyn,
She
did he
had to
say
do
that?
that.
Well, what you just said, yeah, he said that, yeah.
She
He
had to
said
win
that?
a championship. If she didn't win a
I'm talking
championship,
about
she
what
would
you
have been on
said
the
about
same
the
level as Cece.
but that he's trying to use our argument.
Yeah,
She would have
exactly.
been on the same
We,
level as
we're the
Cece.
ones who brought up the
Efficient
nuance.
player.
We're the ones that brought up the nuance about Paige, the pressure of Paige to win a national championship. On Paige to
There was
win a
no
national championship.
pressure. Everyone knew she
It
was going to beat
was.
everybody. She was
But
25
listen,
years
let's
Oh
bring the
old.
She
argument.
was not
my word.
25. Paige is not even 25 now.
Oh my word.
She how old she is?
Look,
Oh my
everybody
word.
24?
exposing you.
Oh my word.
That
But
girl
look, let's bring the
25. That
hold
girl
on, look. Let's
24.
bring the
She
argument to today,
24 right
right?
now.
Let's bring the hold
She
on, let's bring the
24 right
page.
now.
Hold on. Look, let's bring the Paige Caitlin argument to today, right? I think this year is a big year for Caitlin because you got to realize, even though Caitlin fans like to say, "Oh, you know, she was a number one pick. Her team is so trash," right? Caitlin's team was better than Paige's last year. Caitlin's team was better than Angel's for 2 years.
Yeah.
Angel is now on a better team, and Paige's team is getting better. So now head to head is you versus me, especially with Paige and Caitlin because they actually could guard each other, even though we know Caitlin don't guard Paige. But
Yeah.
this is going to be a big year to really decide because it ain't going to be as long as Paige keep getting better. If CC don't work on her game and get better, it ain't going to be too many years. It's going to be this Paige CC thing. It's gonna be just Paige soon. So this
That's gonna be
next year, these next
2045.
couple of years is
In
important.
2045, it'll just be Paige.
These years, that's what I'm saying. These years gonna be important for they head to head to see who's really better because Paige had a head start of being better younger, right? Paige got hurt. Caitlyn had to shine by herself, where a lot of her fans feel like she's better, right? And then Paige is healthy now, so now they head to head. So right now, their matchups is going to be big. We already seen it the first game they played of the season. How much
CC
attention that
still
game
leading
got?
Paige in every single thing.
Okay, but that ain't got nothing to do with head to head, and they about to have some more games coming up soon. And we gonna see whoever show out. I don't have a dog in the races. I'm an Angel fan, but whoever show out.
She's still leading in every single thing.
Brooklyn.
It's nothing.
Yes, sir.
It's nothing for her to prove to Paige. She threw a basketball off Paige.
Hold on. Paige was saying something. What you said, Paige?
Oh, I have a question for real money. Why if Caitlyn was so good, why didn't Gino want her at UConn?
It's a good question.
But who the hell was Gino? You didn't have to go to Gino. Gino had not won a championship since Stewie. Nobody was worried about going nowhere where Gino was at, though.
But that was her dream school. I mean, shoot,
but look, this is look. See, y'all don't understand real money how I do. Real money always walk himself into a wall. Hold on, real money. So you saying that she chose Bluta? You said who the hell is Gino? And she went to Bluta?
No, look Bluta up. Look Bluta up and look her Jan Jensen up. Look Jan Jensen and Bluta up.
And then compare them to Gino, right?
They actually did. No, just look all the stuff they actually did. Look Jan Jensen up.
Listen,
look Lisa Bluta up, bro. Look at all the stuff they done actually did.
I mean,
They been at that college. They was at that college when it was called. They was at Drake. No, they was at Drake. They did. They got their name from Drake. Drake College.
But how do you say who the hell is Gino and then you say look up Bluta though? That don't even make sense.
Yeah, but also Gino got UConn from the Wayground.
It wasn't like she was she had a choice to go anywhere in the world that she wanted to go. Just believe that. All of the she said she never really went to she never really went and recruited and wanted to go to Gino them. That's what it really was.
No, she wanted to go to Gino. Gino went to one of her games in AAU and watched her game for a whole entire quarter and left midway through.
Okay, we way back in AAU days.
Listen, man, you can't get mad at real money. You can't get mad at people because they fans.
No, I'm not mad at nobody because they're a fan. We way back in CC been dropping 60 since high school. Like I'm not worried about none of that. Like if Gino didn't want her, Gino didn't want her. So we would never have the CC that we see these days if Gino would have got her. We would
You're
never
right.
have
She's got to be better.
We would never have this game none of this stuff would have never happened if Gino had her. We'll still be saying,
you don't think you would have the better version though?
Or it's WNBA. I never knew the WNBA season was. I didn't even know when the season was. Anybody in the world damn near everybody, nobody knew when the WNBA season was before 2024.
I knew.
Yeah, I was an Angel McCoskey fan. I wasn't a WNBA fan back then, but I did like Angel McCoskey.
A couple of more other people, Paige. That's what I'm saying. Y'all was the only people who knew actually when the season was. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, I promise you, because I didn't never know when I didn't even know the WNBA was still on. I promise you, I didn't. I seen Asia Wilson at the All-Star game and didn't know who she was. I seen her at the Indianapolis All-Star game, and they was like, "Yeah, this is WNBA player. She the best player ever in the world." Like,
you want to know what's funny about Caitlin Clark fans though?
Who?
Caitlin Clark fans. Hold on, I'm back. The same thing. The Caitlin Clark fans don't realize the same thing. While people are mad at them, y'all get mad at other people for the same reasons, right? So you had a lot of fans who didn't like Cece or was upset that Cece was considered to be better than everybody, and she was coming in and right, and everybody was like, "Wait, what about this person, that person, right?" So y'all do the same thing every time somebody come up that could be better than Cece. Y'all start attacking them. Y'all don't like Juju. Y'all don't like Olivia. Y'all don't like Paige. Why? Because these are
I
people who
love
could potentially
Olivia.
be
I
better than
love
Cece,
Juju.
and y'all don't like to hear anybody can be better than your favorite player. But that's the argument y'all came into the league with Cece.
I love Juju.
And
I
then
love
say everybody
Olivia.
hates her. No,
I've
everybody
been
hates the
watching Olivia
narrative.
Miles before she got hurt. I've been. Guess who better than Olivia Miles? Who everybody gonna be mad when she?
Y'all say
Her
that
dog
I love until it's they better than Cece. And
her
then that
dog
love
go
go right
about to
out the
come in
window.
and dog the shit out of it. Her dog go about to come in and show everybody that, oh yeah, I've been doing all that stuff y'all looking at her
The dog
doing.
go
I've
better
been
than
doing it.
Cece?
I mean, shoot, Hidalgo got a chance at a title with that Notre Dame team. I'm telling
It's
you.
a
That's a
dog go
fact.
better
That's
than
a fact.
Cece.
Real money. Let me
It's
ask you
some
one question.
difference.
Her dog go better than Cece?
It's a who better than who?
Is Hidalgo better than Cece?
Man, come on. You
See, they
answer that
always do
question.
that. Yo, I love this player. Soon as
No,
they
look,
start to be
you
better,
answer that
hell
question in
no.
your own head. You answer that question in your own head. It's a
Stop it.
doggo better than Cece.
Well, we know for a fact he's definitely better defensively. So we can
Yeah.
I
start
mean,
there.
her overall game is better than Cece's,
Eh,
Everybody's
in my
better
opinion.
defensively if that's how everybody want to put it. Yeah, Cece the worst ever in the
There
world
we
on
go.
defense. She's
There
the
we go.
worst
So
ever
we
in the
Man,
started
world.
somewhere,
Yeah,
right?
Sabrina,
Cece's not the
Sabrina
worst
Nescu.
ever. She
Ain't
has flaws
nobody
in
in
her
the
game.
world saying Sabrina Nescu bad on defense. No one,
yes,
I'm
we
talking
are.
about nowhere in the
Yes,
world
we
can
are.
you find anybody to say that.
I'm gonna be
Yes,
honest
you
with you. There's
can.
an art like looking at
Yes, you
Cece's
can.
game and looking at Hidalgo's game. There's an argument that Hidalgo is better than Cece. I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's cool.
And listen, there,
But
there,
look,
I'm
there
not
are
saying she
people.
is. I gotta see it. I gotta see them head to head. But I wouldn't be surprised. Like it's an
I
argument.
seen them head. Look. I promise you, they sent Notre Dame somewhere way up there. And I'm talking about when nobody wasn't even looking at the tournament yet. They was sending Notre Dame somewhere back when she had the earring in her nose when they told her to take the earring out. Long time ago. Like back some years ago when Cece was still in the league, it was still in college. They sent them flying so early one year it wasn't even funny. Like she
I
with
don't
no
think Hannah and
comparison to the
Cece were
player
ever
she is
in
today.
college
Now I
years
don't know.
together.
You know she
So,
different today. She done turned different. She's super. She crazy on defense and she got good offense. So
Hannah been
that's
the
listen,
gonna be a
same
good
person
matchup.
since high school. She's always been that dog.
hey,
Yeah,
listen,
but
listen. This is
she just
this is
smart.
why I almost hate to take this back because I just didn't get a chance to say it while y'all were talking earlier because I
Mm.
didn't want to interrupt. But this is why you can't have real conversations with some of the doggone Clarkies out there is
You
because
a re. I think you a Reese
real
Piecey
money,
on the
real
low, B
money,
Will.
real
You a Reese
money.
Piecey on the low, B Will.
Listen, I like Angel Reese. My favorite
Yeah,
player is
you a
Asia
Reese
Wilson. Though.
Piecey, ain't you? You a
No,
Reese Piecey.
look. I'm an Asia Wilson fan. If we
Man,
being honest,
stop.
but anyway,
Man, please. I ain't never met
that's
down one of them.
yeah, well,
You never
you met me a long
met
time
Angel
ago.
Wilson?
I'm an Asia Wilson fan all day long. She's my favorite player.
I
Period.
ain't never
Nobody
met
comes
down
close.
one of them in
But
real
but
life.
to my point, we have real money on here as a Caitlin Clark fan, and real money said that Caitlin Clark could have went anywhere she wanted to, and that Gino Ariema had no decision in the factor. Caitlin Clark chose to go to Lisa Bluter over Gino Ariema. When
She
in
did not
fact,
choose that.
that's what I'm saying. In fact, out of Caitlin Clark's own mouth, this is now I'm talking to
Yeah.
a Caitlin Clark fan. Out of Caitlin Clark's own mouth,
She said she
she
went to
wanted to go to UConn. Gino didn't want her because he peeped her antics in high school.
Yeah.
That and you don't need Caitlin and CC, right?
Danielle
Because CC
stupid.
going to the wall,
You
right?
don't need Caitlin
Danielle
and
talking about
But
You
both
CC.
of
don't
them
need
cones on
Caitlyn
defense.
and Paige. Yeah.
but 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 real money doesn't know that Caitlin Clark wanted to go to UConn, and Gino didn't want her. He didn't know that. He didn't know
She
that.
said it.
But
I
this was a
remember she
real
said it on the
Caitlin Clark
interview.
fan.
You know, when they first started making the freshmen, when they first started doing the rookies, that all of this stuff came about in 2024. They never had a show on ESPN, the rookies, and all of this different stuff.
Here we go. Here we
All
go.
of that is
Deflection. Here we
she
go
brought all
again.
this about.
Here we go
Everything
again.
we doing now
Deflection.
because her and AR5, bro.
Here
Ain't
we go
nobody
again.
else. We can't.
Here we
The
go
college
again.
coaches had nothing to do with it.
Deflection. Here we go again. Deflection and a goalpost on skates.
Gino
Real money.
Ariana
I'll help you
he's
out.
a great coach, but it wouldn't have mattered if she would have went to him. We'll never have none of this. Like this, what I'm
If
telling you.
if
Real
Caitlin
money.
Clark
Paige not a
never
star like Cece is. Paige is a star, but she's not a
Paige
star at the caliber that Cece
Paige
is.
was a star before CC. That's the thing.
She
You
was a
can say
star before her, but guess what?
CC
Cece's
got
star
her
power
opportunity.
surpassed her.
CC got her opportunity because Paige went down.
Her
That's what
star
Also,
power
Paige
surpassed
went
Clarkies
down, but
don't want to admit
we
to.
know about the SB's speech as well.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like the
That's what
Clarkies
I'm saying.
don't
Trying to
really
do too
want to
much.
face the facts
Trying to do too much. Cece got an SB, two SBs, and get what? She didn't even. She just like, okay, all right, I got him.
because
All
she
right,
would
I
rather
got him.
go on stage with racist country music stars. That's why.
She was like,
Yeah.
okay, I got him. All right,
Yep, she
like,
got him. She would rather go
yeah.
on stage with
Why we mad
racist
about Cece going on
country
stage
music
with
stars
racist country music stars? Why we mad about
because
that?
you
But we
brought it
ain't
up.
mad about another player going on stage with girls who promote shaking their ass and wearing no clothes. Why we ain't mad about that?
Oh my god.
Hey,
Real
listen,
money.
I'm gonna tell you real money.
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
like that
figure it
either.
out. We talking
I don't
about
like that either.
we
Just so
just
you know,
presuming that people are racist. We presuming that somebody racist because they white or they
Nah,
got
the
dark
no,
video.
skin.
There's
We
a
know
No.
that,
video out.
no,
There's a video
no,
out.
no,
bro. We
And
no.
see, bro.
That's
We
not
done.
why.
How many white people have we seen saying nigga in this form of fashion around black people? How many people?
That's a
How many white people have
that's
we
a
literally
whole
seen do
that's a
that?
whole different conversation.
Bro, we talking about Morgan Wallen, who got all type of songs with all type of black people, who be around black people all the time. We
so
talking about Morgan Wallen. That's what we
give him the
talking about.
right that give him a pass.
It doesn't give him any pass.
It don't give him
Real
no
money.
pass, but it's like, okay, this is 2027. Who gives a fuck? Guess why people give a fuck? Because it's
Why?
her.
No,
Because
it's
it's
not.
her it's her. She around
Nah, ain't got nothing
the
to do with
You
biggest
can
that.
you can
stars, the
you can
world international stars. She not around
I
just
hope
stars who just
real money.
people give a fuck about.
right is right and wrong is wrong. I hold everybody accountable,
Oh
bro.
no.
Real
I hold
money.
everybody
You can
Come on,
accountable.
man.
real money.
Hey man.
You can make that argument.
We can hold him accountable, but we ain't gotta act like, oh no, he the first person ever said nigger.
Nobody said
The
that.
Yeah,
first person
Nobody
I
said
don't
that.
hate
Real
Morgan
money.
Wallen. I don't hate him.
he was being
Nobody said
recorded
that.
from across the street, and he was saying it like, man, get that nigga, man.
We
He
know we
feels
saw the
like he was
video.
that comfortable. He had
Mhm.
black people around him while he was saying that.
Yeah, but you not black. You got
It was
okay.
black people literally around him while he was doing that.
Okay. To make it right.
He was literally in his spot, like around black people. Like, bro, we ain't finna do the it's a racist thing all of a sudden because this girl white, man. We ain't I'm tired of people going with that this the racist thing. She from Iowa.
Look,
Okay, yeah. She from
Real
hey,
Iowa.
money.
real
If it's
money.
not a race, if it's not a race thing, then why did she have to use? Why did she have to use not him to promote her shoes? She used what's the rapper? Oh my god,
Travis Scott. You know who
Travis
Travis
Scott.
Scott
Why
is?
couldn't she use the country artist? We
Travis
know
Scott is
why.
the biggest Nike thing going on right now. Travis Scott chose to. You think Travis Scott don't know what he doing? He chose to connect himself with her. He been coming to her game since Iowa. Travis Scott
But
been
why?
coming
But
to her
why did
game
she?
since Iowa.
But if it's not that big of a deal, then why couldn't she just choose Morgan Wallace?
Well, why would she choose Morgan Wallen? And she got Travis Scott, who got the hottest shoes ever, and who got the hottest Nike out right now.
That's a valid
Why
point.
would
Real
she
money.
choose Morgan Wallen?
That's a valid point, real money. That is valid.
I'm
I
just
think
saying,
Paige
like,
got a
this is
valid point
real.
too, though.
I
If
got a
you
valid point.
if you don't, I could tell you why. She's trying to market herself to a different demographic. If
demographic
you
than
pay
Morgan
attention,
Wallace,
But
because those fans don't buy sneakers.
but Morgan Wallace don't have a Nike shoe.
it's not about that. You don't have to have a Nike shoe to endorse it, right?
No,
You
I'm just
don't, but you
saying
You know
tying
how
don't
yourself
many
promote
black
it.
to
people?
somebody who already has motion in that particular product line. You know what I'm saying?
But
You know how
That
many girls?
that goes to the point too, because now it looks fake. It's exactly
It's
what I said
fake.
about the what's his
He a
name?
Nike. He a Nike ambassador.
What's his name? The guy that Diddy tried to blow his car up because he was talking.
Yeah,
that's
Kid
valid.
Cudi.
That's valid too.
Kid
What's his
Cudi.
name? What's that
Kid
guy?
Cudi.
Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi. Y'all saw Kid Cudi in the hallway, right? When Paige gave him the jersey out. Did y'all see that video? And it
Kid
Yeah,
looked
Cudi
yeah.
mad
is a
awkward. He
corny
was
type
acting so
dude like
happy.
that.
She
He's
ain't even really
corny.
touch him. She extended her arm all the way. Like there wasn't no real embrace of like fandom. Like when Kyrie comes see Paige and all that, you can see the real embrace. So you could tell
Man,
like
we
this,
not.
this
Guess
you
what?
could tell again, this
Cause
stuff is
Paige don't like
manufactured.
men.
It's
Cause Paige
manufactured
don't
to get
like men.
results.
Cause Paige
Yeah.
don't like men. Paige not attracted to men, so she can hug a man however
What they
hard
got
she
to do
wants
with
to. This girl
That
got
doesn't
this
have to
girl
do
got
with
a
anything that she
she
doesn't
is a
like a
Go
white
post those
man.
girl with a
cakes.
boyfriend.
Go post some cakes. I'll try to look.
She is a
Y'all,
white
y'all,
girl with a boyfriend.
y'all are my
She's a
witness.
white girl with a
I'm
boyfriend,
objective.
Brooklyn. Why would she
I'm
be
objective.
two-hand
I
hugging
don't
him
want to say
from the
anything
front and
disrespectful, so I'm gonna
embracing
keep
him
my
and
mouth shut.
squeezing
But
him?
I don't think
Same.
nobody checking for Paige. I think she could go see Kid Cudi and like ain't nobody checking for not Paige. Caitlyn.
Oh, you believe so? So you really believe that? So you really
Believe
believe
what?
Cece could just walk out? She could just walk down the street and just be like, "Yeah, I'm
I'm
Cece. I
not
can
talking
just
about
walk
that. I
down the
know she's
street.
famous, but you said
I
she's
can
a
walk
white
down
girl
the
with a
street
boyfriend. You
without
said
a
she's a
whole
white girl with
crowd."
a boyfriend, as if she got to keep herself like she could have. If it
So
was
you saying when
genuine love,
nobody?
if it was genuine
Oh,
love, her and Kid Cudi could have embraced each other like genuine friends. Is what I'm saying.
Brooklyn said ain't no. Oh, you saying ain't nobody checking for her? Like, oh no, ain't
Yeah,
nobody attracted to her.
there
Boy,
you go. That's what
man,
I'm
them
saying.
folk
I was
wouldn't
trying to
care.
say it
Them folk wouldn't
respectfully.
care. I promise you. I promise you, you can go find any the top of the top, any dude right now. They wouldn't care what man, please. Please.
Mm.
I
Look,
promise
hey,
you,
look,
please.
man. There are men out there that would be attracted to Tierra McCowan.
Yeah.
There are
That's
men
what
out
I'm
there.
trying to tell
You know what I'm
you.
saying?
The Christ like
Everybody,
McCowan. That's what I'm telling him.
there's somebody for everybody. But
That's
by
what I'm
and
trying to tell
large,
Brooklyn. He talking about ain't
but
nobody
by
checking for her.
But I'm
no,
talking about what you
but by
said.
and
That was in
large,
rebuttal to what you said about the Kid
but
Cudi.
by
Yeah,
and
I
large,
know. I'm just saying, but I'm trying to tell you, bro. Look,
but by and
if that
large,
girl was the man, please, no,
but
I'm
by and
not going
large,
for that
I
one.
hate to say this. I hate to say this because I usually don't try to. I usually try to keep it about basketball. But by and large, Caitlin Clark is not someone that the average person finds attractive like that. She ain't ugly. She ain't ugly like
In
that.
other
No,
words, let me say it. AB Will, let
she's
me
not
say it like
ugly.
this. Because he brought up her man. Their relationship is safe.
Yeah.
Her man don't gotta worry.
Yeah,
She not
yeah.
going up.
She ain't
Hey,
Like,
ugly.
and again, I'd
you
like to
guess
keep it basketball, and I'm not saying that there's not people who find Clark attractive and are physically attracted to her. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's somebody for everybody, but by and large, Caitlin Clark is like, you see, if she wasn't Caitlin Clark, she walked down the street and nobody would notice her. No
AB Will,
man.
let me say it this way. If I ain't say it correctly the first time. For the people who feel like she the face of the league, she may be the face of the league, but she not the face of that team. she not.
Hey,
it's attractive women that walk down the street that men don't pay attention to every day, bro. It's attractive women that walk down the street that men pay no attention to every day, but they might be like, "Damn, that was just fine," but like they not running
if
behind, like, "Yeah, shorty, I'm
if
just on your body like that." They not
my re,
studying that. They don't do that.
my rebuttal to that is if it's an objectively attractive woman
There are nobody. Just
walking
like he just
walking
said,
down the
if
street.
they was a nobody.
Again, if there's an objectively attractive woman
Money make
Listen,
walking
you
down the
attractive.
street, the average man notices her. He may
Money
not
make
act
you
on it, but
attractive,
he
baby.
notices her.
listen,
I'm
real.
saying,
If that's what you into, you can say like, ain't no judging, you're not on trial, ain't nobody judging you, bro.
Money make you attractive, be well.
and here's what I'll say. What I'll say in rebuttal to my own response.
Assets make you attractive, be well.
Caitlin Clark is 6 foot tall. She has long dark hair, right? That if you walking down the street, that might be striking, right? Depending on how it's dialed up, right?
Yeah.
That might be 6 foot tall, long dark hair, walking down the street. That might get a glance, but on a second glance, the average dude is not going to be attracted to
I'm
her
gonna
like
give
they
CC a
would say,
compliment. I'm gonna give
like they
CC.
would say, Lexi Hall. If we keep it to a person that's on her
Yeah,
same team.
she the face of that thing. I'm gonna give CC a compliment. One thing she does have nice though, like when they show like the pregame fits, I ain't gonna hold you. She got nice legs. I ain't gonna hold you. Sometimes she walking, I'll be like, okay. That's about it though. She got nice legs.
She does. She's an athlete. That's
Yeah, she
she's
got
toned.
nice legs. I
don't
give her
know
that.
if she
I
has
give her that.
nice legs. I mean, they're just long because she's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
tall.
So
No, she's toned. She's toned. Her
yeah, she
legs are
got nice.
toned.
I give her that. Like she got nice legs. She give her that.
100%.
Man,
I want to be
crazy.
positive. I done
This is
called the girl ugly in a nice
crazy.
way like 10 times. I want to. She got nice legs though.
Brooklyn, I don't think she's ugly. I think she's just plain. I don't think she's ugly.
Yeah.
Respect. I respect how you feel.
You know.
I don't
But
know
getting
what
back to
y'all expecting
basketball.
me to say.
Back to
I'm not
basketball.
finna say she no beauty queen. She not a beauty queen by far.
Mind you, let's just be clear because real money is what case app used to say. I forgot the word he used to say, but real money is slick. Mind you, I wasn't talking about her looks at all. I was talking about
please.
the interaction. Hold on. I was talking about the interaction between her and Kid Cudi, and you started bringing up her boyfriend.
Now you see how he trying to move the goalpost.
No, I didn't. You moved the goalpost. I was talking about at least she could look more genuine. I said she could look more genuine with Kid Cudi. You brought up her boyfriend.
Well, you did bring it up.
Nobody checking for her relationship safe. He done said all this stuff. What are you saying then, man?
Originally, I was just saying that she could, because I said that interaction between her and Kid Cudi didn't look. It looked like real awkward, and I was saying they could make it look more natural. That's all I was really trying to say. But you was like, "Oh, she got a boyfriend," and this you brought up all that.
Hey, look, Brooklyn, I got a question for the panel and in the chat, whoever's left, to take it back to basketball and off the the.
All right, we're gonna make that the closing question because we were supposed to close an hour ago.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about
the closing question?
What do y'all think about Caitlin Clark's shoe?
I think it's okay. It's an okay shoe. I don't hate it. It's not. Yeah, real money.
Go ahead, Brooklyn. Go ahead.
No, it's a good shoe. I think it's okay. It's not. It's not anything special to me, but it's a good shoe. It's a good shoe.
It's a basketball shoe. It's made to play basketball in. It's not to try to be fashionable and say, yeah, I'm playing basketball in it too. No, it's an actual basketball shoe.
This nigga real money. This nigga call anything ugly attractive.
Yeah.
Man, listen. That's like for me, like, dude, that's not a realistic take because
what's the take supposed to be?
So because
shout out to my brother
even
Jonathan
though I
joining the
agree.
chat.
What's up, Brooklyn? Hey, Brooklyn, listen. Okay.
It's an actual basketball shoe.
Is that Jonathan?
Yeah, that's me.
What's up, Jonathan?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's good, brother?
Hey, I'm good. How about y'all, man? Y'all doing good?
Oh yeah, man. Good to hear you, man. Good to hear you.
Yeah, good to hear you. I was hearing some back and forth arguing a while back. I was like, man, if I wasn't at work, I would have came in that panel a long time ago to clear that mess out. But yeah, I want to bring my perspective about this shoe as well. Caitlyn's shoe, I'm gonna say it looks like a mixture of a bootleg Kevin Durant and a hospital medical booties. It's a cute little blue color, you know, underwater type of Aquaman kind of color. No, but
they do look Aquamanish. So that's a good comparison.
I do kind of wish it didn't look. Well, I'm looking at a little bit. I saw Kevin Durant shoe, and I did see a little copycat of it. That's the only thing that I looked at that was concerning. I feel like she can Nike could have gave her own type of style of shoe. It looked like they just took Kevin Durant's style and put it placed it on her shoe. So it looks as a copycat of Kevin Durant. But other than that, like I don't really have nothing against the shoe. I just wish Nike would have did a better job with it. But you know what I'm saying? Other than that, I guess I'm gonna just say I'm glad that she finally have her own signature shoe out and not relying on Kobe's all the time.
It's a good shoe. I'm telling you, it's a mix between a foam posit. It looked like a foam posit and an old
You going copper pair?
and a Ja Morant and a foam posit.
You going copper pair?
For me?
No, real money.
Oh, you said would I copper pair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I copper pair. The black ones. The all black. The one Travis Scott had on them. We can't say them shoes didn't look hard when they was on his feet. Like the all black pair.
See,
I think she got a couple nice colorways.
It's hard
I ain't
to
seen number 3. That color, the black and the green.
I seen like 8 of them. They got like a picture of them side by side.
Yeah, I ain't seen them but the green pair, the black pair. I gotta go look that up. I ain't seen that. Where you seeing them at?
Just scrolling. It was just something I seen. Like,
nah, that probably AI. They ain't even showed all the colors yet. I promise.
Could be, but they was all her sneaker. They all look nice, so it could be. I think it was real though. I don't think it was AI.
I'm gonna say this because you brought up the all black pair. Like most basketball shoes, if you put it in all black, they'll be okay, right? They'll be fine, right? They're gonna probably look better in a solid color, and they're probably gonna look better in black, right? Because you can put black with just about anything, right?
So you got 4 already.
Yeah, for me, I think the shoe is based on basketball shoes. Based on basketball shoes nowadays, I think it's fine. Just it's compared to other basketball shoes, I think it's fine. Is it my favorite? No. But is it my least favorite? No. I can't stand them devil Anthony Edwards. They look horrible to me.
Yeah, they're not ugly. That's why I said I give them. They okay shoes.
Yeah, and they are a basketball shoe, so I ain't got no problem with it. I don't have any problem with it. It's a for today's standard. It's a solid basketball.
Just
shoe.
To be toxic though, Angel Reese shoes look better.
Well, that's the thing. That's a matter of opinion. That's a matter of opinion. I don't like Angel Reese's like in terms of the look of them. I don't like Angel's shoes.
Angel Reese shoe look like a Balenciaga. The one she just that poison ivy. It looked like one of them big Balenciagas. That's what it just looked like.
Hey,
I like the poison ivy colorway.
Yeah, it looked like.
But I don't like. In general, I'm not a fan of the shoe.
Speaking of the
go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, John.
Speaking of,
I want to hear the page too.
Speaking of Angel Reese's poison ivy shoes, I just purchased them earlier today. Literally yesterday because it's like
you like them? They feel good.
The color, that lime green, it's gonna go good with my blue turquoise, my blue royal blue shirt and white jeans, like white pants.
There you go. You got the whole outfit. Yeah.
Yes. Put on my New York Knicks NBA Finals champions cap with them too. Oh yeah. It's gonna be,
This nigga look like a box of crayons.
bro. I'm gonna be lighting up the whole city, bro.
Not a box of crayons. That's funny.
Are you a
Hey.
man or a crayon?
No, just a nice blue shirt, white pants with the green
Blue
shoes,
shirt, the white
and
with the green.
Yep, I'm gonna be lighting up Houston with that outfit, bro.
Oh yeah,
Don't
I'll
be
be
coming down to
with you.
Texas with that. Don't be coming down to Texas sporting Knicks paraphernalia, bro. Come on, man.
Hey man, he
I
don't
live in
know. He don't know
live in
about
San
that
Antonio.
New York Knickers, the Knickerbockers.
Yeah,
Look, I live in San
In
Antonio. I'm gonna
Houston.
run you up out of here.
Oh
I'm gonna run
no,
you
I'm
up
in
out of
Houston.
here.
Yeah, I'm in
Okay.
Houston.
City
I want
Slickers, them City Slickers.
Well, then Prince will run you up out of there.
Nah. If y'all, oh yeah, that's right. Prince is in Houston, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I can't seem to find him nowhere. I didn't realize it. But if I do come to San Antonio, I'm rocking San Antonio's cap. I ain't gonna do that to y'all.
Appreciate you.
Nah, no problem. Y'all know y'all be, even though
B
y'all
Will
got
ain't
the
no
ass with
rock
them.
that Knicks hat, man. Rock that Knicks cap down there. B Will ain't gonna do nothing. Rock that
No.
Knicks
My
cap.
father-in-law is a Knicks fan.
Yeah,
My father-in-law is a Knicks fan. He's also a Trump supporter. So hey, take it for what it is. I love him to
Mo
death.
three
He's a
somewhere
great
in the
man.
chat. ADP Nate. I don't know Nate probably. I don't know what Nate. He probably sleep or something. Mo three in the chat though.
Paige, what you think about the shoe?
Paige, I think dropped down.
Oh, did she? Oh, damn.
Yeah. But listen, we're gonna wrap up with that. This was a great show. Once again, it's been some good shows back to back. Listen, I want to thank everybody who graced my panel. Shout out to Jonathan, Real Money, Be Well, Paige, Pro Fan Talk, and I feel like that might be it. I feel like that was it for the panel, and then everybody that was in the chat that rock with me today. Y'all already know. I appreciate all you guys. Shout out to the people who dropped super chats. My boy Gamble, BJ. And I think that might be it. I might be missing somebody. I think Red and Milky Way might have dropped one. I'm not sure. If I missed you, I apologize. Now I got everybody. And like I said, I'm gonna try to keep the shows this interesting every time. You know what I mean? This was a great show. We had some great questions. If y'all came and joined the show late, y'all really missed out on the goodie. So watch this on a playback if you can. As we had some good questions about the incident with Caitlin Clark and Alyssa Thomas. We had some good questions about Angel Reese and Karl Smesko. These guys great answers. Very interesting answers and stuff like that. So I appreciate all you guys on the panel who gave answers and answered the questions for me. And I appreciate everybody who answered in the chat. If you watch this on the playback, please answer the questions in the comment section as well. I want to hear from your answers. Make sure you like the channel. Make sure you hype the channel. Make sure you holler at me in the comments. I'm gonna holler back. You already know that. And I want to say once again, I appreciate everyone who rocked with me. Thank you. Run the likes up. I need them likes to get ran up. On that note, I want to make sure everybody have a good night. We're probably going to do this again tomorrow. We'll see. You know what I mean? If not tomorrow, definitely probably Sunday.
Facts.
And then I need y'all on the panel, man. Be well. Come back. You be missing shows, man. Come back. Tap in with me. You on IG, Be well?
Yeah, I got IG.
My IG is right there at the bottom of the page. Jada's baby. Y'all find me right there, and I could let y'all know when we going live and stuff like that. So y'all could be with me. Real Money, you already know you be pretty much on every show. You tuned in, you tapped in. So I appreciate you, Real Money. Listen, everybody have a good night. Stay blessed.
You too,
We
bro.
out of here.
All right, Be well.
All right, Real Money. All right, Brooklyn. Appreciate you, man.
Before we get out of here, that's one thing I appreciate too. Real Money and Be Well. We can argue for hours, but then there's always all love at the end. I appreciate that from you, brothers. Same thing with you too, MSL. You up here, we can argue, because him and Real Money get into it too. But then there's all love at the end. Good night, everybody. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks.